Greetings, I am Lies, and I use she, her.
And I am Scandal, and I use they, them.
And let's play a game together! Oh my god, that was such a pain.
Alright, so a quick refresher for everybody who was not here before. This is a story about hunters, vampires, demons, and werewolves. And apparently cults.
Magicians.
And magicians.
Cults, and potentially, like, there's a lot of fantasy hot people in here, okay?
Alright, so we're gonna go to, hang on.
We gotta load.
I have to go to load, not start.
Load.
Alright, here we go.
We're
loading unsaved progress. Yeah, I don't care.
I'll say, as much as I might want to play the whole thing again, you know, for posterity's sake, because I'm like, we lost it. It would not be the same.
It would not.
All right, so here is our fluffy four-eared boy who has been informing us that those who think they are all for the rights of the few and the dark and in those who live in the night are actually really, really having a very particular agenda.
Yes.
And, all right,
so
here we go. Hi, wait, this is me.
This is me.
Okay, I can do this.
I'm doing most of the guys.
Yeah, right, you're doing almost everyone.
It's okay. It's the fun is real.
Hi. Unfortunately, there is always a bit of lag, and every time we have checked ourselves, it's unfortunate.
It's true, though I know sometimes what can help is sometimes either resetting, or sometimes it's just we have to upgrade our hardware, or basically your internet needs to be better.
Right, it's okay. Anyway, hopefully it worked. But yes, that's Gardo. Also,
I know.
Cute pointy teeth. I get the horrible feeling that he's right. That maybe I should have pushed harder with them. I should be asking him about the murders. Yes, you should. Please investigate as an investigator.
Because that's what you do.
I know for a fact that the enforcers don't brand creatures for fun, but Harry told me to trust my instincts, and right now something is pulling me towards that graveyard. Where we have I'll be careful. I'll be really careful.
See to it that you're a hunter.
Yes!
The tale might bloody implode if it has to deal with much more.
He makes a dismissive noise, scowling at me, but he's unable to mask his obvious worry for my well-being.
For reasons, because, you know, you're a cop.
He gotta worry about me.
Not that I care. Clearly. I don't care at all. Anyway, I'll see you around.
I'm sure you don't care a bit. None. Not at all.
I'm your local tsundere.
I hate to see you leave. Love to watch you go.
Goodbye.
He offers me a half-arsed wave, paired with a decidedly mischievous grin, and then Alcar slinks back into the alley.
Are we ready for an eye roll, or are we ready for a huff?
A huff.
I'm
One of
waiting
those.
for eye roll or a huff. What was the other one? There's three of them.
It's an eye roll, a huff, and maybe like a sigh or something like that.
He
is still smiling like an idiot. It's so good.
He's like, hey.
All right. The graveyard looks so different at night. Beautiful, even. Fog twists and curls around my ankles as I walk. Glimmering specks of vivid blue light sparkling in its haze. You're not supposed to be out at night in the dark. We just had it established. Like,
we did.
Just 2 minutes ago. Don't be out in the dark. Goes out in the dark.
I mean, that was really solid world building, and then apparently I guess everybody can just be out in the dark because...
Or now that we're officially on assignment, now we can be out in the dark. Because the people were scrambling to get indoors, remember?
They were. That's why I'm saying, like, it doesn't make sense. I don't know, it's fine, whatever.
Isn't it pretty? We love the color palette on here. It's very fun.
It's very lovely.
Thankfully, the darkness is a little more forgiving this evening, and something seems to be guiding me along, leading me right to the place where the murder happened. And there's a light shining on the grisly, like, remains of the murder, the scorched earth, just moonbeam parting through the clouds. Here is where you wish to go.
Oh, yes, clearly.
I'm hoping that I might be able to get a clearer idea of what transpired here that night. Now I know who he was, or what he was.
And again, for those who do not recall, it was a hunter that actually has been... These hunters have been getting killed for the past...
Yes.
There's been 4 of them that have been murdered.
So we are a hunter, and we are out in the dark of the night when we're not supposed to be, and hunters have been being murdered every 7 days, and today is the 7th day, so we're being real wise right now.
Yeah, we're
super smart about this.
We are incredibly intelligent.
I follow the path and see a dark figure crouching before a neat line of gravestones. There's no danger here, not that I can feel. We're feeling again.
We're doing the feelies.
But I approach with caution anyway. It does seem like we do not specifically try and feel humans, only spaces and inhumans.
Right.
Like, I'm just plowing forward with it.
Yeah, it's okay.
As I draw nearer, I recognize him. Is it Omen? I bet it's Omen.
It is Uwu, idiot. You are correct.
Idiot. Yes, we are. Uwu might be a bit of the idiot. Of course, Uwu is very competent and skilled, so maybe Uwu is just prepared to be a badass.
Maybe there being a level of, like, thembo.
Could be.
Because it doesn't mean that you're, like... dumb. You're just being stupid.
You're not stupid. You're just dumb. You're not stupid, but you're real dumb.
Yeah.
It's the keys in the fridge thing.
Yeah, kind of. Like, I am a physicist.
Right.
I put my keys in the fridge.
I recognize him. It's Finn.
Oh shit! I forgot.
It's not. It's Finn.
Oh, Finn did the American accent, right? Oh my god, I think.
I'd have to see his face.
Oh my god, camera.
I'm no fool. It's Finnegan.
Oh,
it's
Finnegan.
No,
Yeah.
that's Hooligan.
I can't. Yeah,
It's
Hooligan. I forget.
So they introduced him as Finnegan, and then immediately called him Finn, and both of us went too many names at once.
Right.
Also, we never got permission to call him Finn. We just kind of casually warmed up to it instantly.
It's fine.
So that one. I'm no fool, and I know he senses me here, but he doesn't flinch, keeping his gaze fixed on the dark forest that surrounds us.
I'm no fool, no siree. I'm gonna only live to be 23.
Finny boy.
Give him space or no warm welcome this time.
Let's do the no warm welcomes. I think we would
because
just
that's asking. Yeah.
Like I was gonna say, the thing is like I understand if we give him space, we could.
Finny boy.
We could observe what he's doing, but it doesn't say observe him. It's give him space.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, we'll just talk to him. If the option is talk to him or not talk to him, we'll talk to him.
Talk to him.
I clear my throat, quirking my brow as he stands and turns to face me, effortlessly graceful. I assume it's effortless. And then we're gonna just ogle him aggressively.
While he stares vaguely off to our left.
It's okay.
/ right.
It's right. He knows what he looks like. He knows he looks good. He's like, yes, go ahead. View me. View me. I am here for you. It's okay. I'm also like, the whites of your eyes are like tan gray, like that kind of grayish thing, which is wild. There are no walls for you to pin me against out here. However will you cope? We started out flirting. You didn't tell me that was a flirt, because that's a flirt. To me, that's a flirt.
It's a flirt.
His golden eyes shine in the darkness, and he offers me a sheepish glance.
He looks super sheepish.
The most sheepish.
You know, when good people are getting brutally murdered, my instincts tend to get the better of me.
Oh, greetings,
hello,
comrade,
magic palm!
Magic pumpkin. Palm! It's good. Yay!
Your dead inside comrade is here. We support you, our dead inside comrade. Comrade, hello.
You are welcome with us.
Hello!
We shall see if we can revive you slightly.
Hey, I apologize again. We'll do anything you need for you to feel comfortable around me.
Anything.
Anything.
Really. Just at all.
What would you like me to do?
I mean, with the intense lack of walls in this space, I'm just out of ideas.
Oh no!
It's terrible. No mind reading. He shakes his head quickly.
My boyfriend beat me up in that regard. That wasn't
still
acceptable.
also the decision to specifically put his teeth out in front of his other teeth over his lip. It looks cute, but thinking about like just his dental experience, and how much it would actually like push out his top lip, I'm just like that's kind of, it's a choice.
It is an experience. Yes.
Okay, quickly.
No mind reading, unless you ask or unless you have any particularly loud thoughts. There's not much I can actually do there.
So when I just out ogled you a second ago and I went, still looks good as the first time I saw him, that was probably obvious, yeah?
That's so true.
Right. A smirk hooks the corner of his mouth and he offers me his iron hand, switching to his flesh one when I throw him a curious look.
Both just as cool as the other, unfortunately.
He's like, I am not a warm boy.
Truce? Will you be friendly with me? Or just a little bit? We'll reach out and just have a little hand connection.
And now he's back to concerned. Yes, the two of you do know each other. It's cool. It is. It's all right. It's not a bad knowing each other.
It's actually you guys have...
you did an art trade once.
You did do an art trade once.
So it's good. The tumbler was found. It's okay. It happens. The deepest, the darkest of the secrets.
Aha!
I shrug heartily and shiver as his cold skin meets my warm. His handshake is firm, solidifying. He does no longer seem ethereal and inconsequential.
Out there.
Truce. I really need to have a look around. I sensed something near where the body was found the night after I arrived.
Yes, there's definitely a strange energy here.
He pauses, looking as though he's trying to decide if he should say what he's thinking.
I can help you, you know? I mean, if you wanted an immortal opinion.
It's not how immortal the opinion is, it's how long you've had to form it.
Hey, I've been maybe working on it a really long time. You could actually say forever.
Oh, are you saying that you came about at the very beginning of all things?
Uh-huh.
With the earth itself? How were the dinosaurs?
Uh-huh.
How exactly can you help me?
Oh, we're
There's
back to
the
the
huff.
huffing. Everybody take a shot every time we huff.
Oh my god.
We would die.
If we take
It's
it,
fine.
yeah, I was gonna say, if we do
would
it with
die.
eye rolls and huffs, everyone will be dead 15 minutes into the game.
Mhm.
He huffs a quiet laugh, folding his arms across his chest.
Well, what with an excellent sense of smell and the ability to see things your human eyes cannot be of use?
It would be of use. I feign disinterest. We are flirting. Like, I don't care, this is flirting. A playful roll of my eyes.
Yep, we'd be dead.
As he waits for my response. Yep, eye roll,
Super
huffing,
dead.
it's there. I suppose I shouldn't dismiss any help, but how do I know that you're not the thing committing these horrible crimes? Grins. I've been told to trust no one more times than I can count. And if I were taking a shot for that, I'd be dead.
You'll do it, but the energy drink version?
Oh, God!
If you need to just be awake.
Just don't do a 5-hour energy each time, then you'll be dead. But yeah, like maybe like one shot of a monster or something that could do it.
Or just like a sip. Like
Or-
sip. We could do sips. Maybe
Sip. Take a
We
sip.
would be solidly drunk though by the end of this.
No,
session
because
if
we are drinking water.
No,
We're
no,
on
I
the
know.
job.
It's true.
It's all right. We got this. All right. I've been told to trust no one more times than I can count. So tell me, Finn, why should I trust you? He offers me a wry smile. Everybody offering smiles. Like, they don't just smile, they offer it.
You're
Like,
right.
specifically, that's another repeated one constantly. Everyone
it.
just gently puts their smile in their hands and offers it up.
See my
It's
Hello,
for you.
sir. It's for you.
It's a gift.
Would you like to have my smile? I will peel it off my face.
Would you
Smile
receive it?
from me.
Aye. But sadness lingers in his gaze.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he does look like an anxious and worried pinata, just saying.
He kinda does.
Like, you may have had a long time to form your opinion, good sir, but I will let you know that you still seem super nervous about everything and very unsure of yourself. All right.
You could always tell them actually, rainy days, what your Tumblr name is.
Or used to be. If
Or
you
used to
switched
be,
it.
if you
That
did
could-
change it.
We want to help people in the chat understand each other. We support the two of
We
you.
support communication.
All right. Lingers.
Freedom.
Aye.
But that would also be up to you. I don't know if you can also like private chat because I know exposing like Tumblrs out into the ether is not always a thing that people are comfortable
Sometimes there are
doing.
people and they will watch and they'll be like, "You're a Tumblr? Let me go and investigate."
Right?
All right. Freedom. He nods again, taking another deep, unnecessary breath. Unnecessary? He doesn't have to breathe? You're kidding me.
I mean, some vampires do not have to breathe.
I know.
I appreciate
but
that,
like,
Lord.
damn.
I've been trained to be a better man since the day I died. My sire was a cruel man, a tyrant, and being around for that for centuries does something to you.
You sort of start believing that reality is just sort of that way.
You
And you
kind
have
of,
a perspective that sort of gets a little fucked up, really.
basically, if that's your employer and your boss, you start to behave as they do.
It's true.
It's all right. Oh, where is he now? Your sire.
I murdered him.
Right, yes! He swallows thickly, rubbing the back of his neck. It's almost a nervous gesture, and the first time I've seen him do anything that looked remotely human or graceless. Except when he makes his awkward face.
Ah, dead. Killed by your lieutenant general.
Oh.
I owe Harry my life. He freed me from Levi's shackles.
Levi Ackerman, how dare you come to this game?
I was
It's
gonna
fine.
say it. I was gonna be like, oh my god. You know what? No shame. Absolutely. In the case of all things, be yourself. And people will accept you or they won't. And that's just what it is.
Right? Also, though, it is not, I don't think, not a bad thing to sort of like, if you can assuage at least a little bit of some of the interactions that you're not looking for, that might not be a bad idea. But
It's
that's
true. He pauses, head tilted towards the night sky, and he closes his eyes.
I've done terrible things in my time, and I intend to pay penance for those the rest of my days.
You do seem like you're trying to. A smile. Something wicked. Something wicked this way comes.
Aha! Which, if you haven't heard, is forever.
I mean, not to be
So
morbid or
basically, I'm
anything.
really into being, like, dominated.
Because I'm actually Julian, except
Because
that
I'm
probably
trying
more
to pay a
explicit.
penance.
Yeah, right?
Oh,
It's just
God.
forever. I'm gonna be submissive for the rest of my life. That's exactly what we're doing.
That's fine. That's it. This is it. Yep.
Aye.
Like I said, it's Julian who's actually expressing his emotional feels healthfully instead of, keeping it all bottled up and being like, I communicate with no one. I'm an island. He's like, I am willing to receive support and connection.
It's okay.
There's so many things I long to ask him. He's seen so much. Done, I assume.
So much.
And I assume lost so much.
You stopped paying bills for your shame a long time ago. Honestly, that's also fair too. I just also don't want people to like get hurt because there is some real danger sometimes depending on the parts of the internet that you run into.
It's true. I say also, I mean, at the same time though, like, there is only so much penance you can pay because you can't actually change what happened. And at some point...
I'm talking about Poem.
Oh, I was just say, paying bills for my shame. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, then you tied it into this for how long do the penance?
Because they're paying bills for their shame, for his shame.
Oh, okay. I'm mixing up. So...
Tom is talking about the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fine.
And what I'm saying is, paying for it forever is not really healthy. Eventually, your debt is gone. No one else remembers, and you can't change it. You are a new person, and you move forward.
All right.
It's fine.
Aha! Right. See, I knew you guys
know
each other.
You know each other. Perfect. All right. And I assume lost so much.
So, to answer your question again, I value doing the right thing above all else.
Yes.
Even if sometimes I tend to stumble a little. Metaphorically, of course. Like, let's be real.
Chaotic good.
Except that probably also, like, you stumble literally.
No, too graceful, can't stumble, too perfect.
Right?
Right. I offer him a wry smile, hands my smile back to him, watching him watch me.
Puts it on his face.
Oh, I'd appreciate that.
Oh no, flirt!
We gotta flirt. We gotta flirt. Spending more time with you would be nice. Yes, we are flirt 100%. This is our entire run is gonna be flirt at every available opportunity.
We got it. Let's do it.
All right. I'd be lying if I said that I'm not curious to get to know him a little better. So, spending some time with you wouldn't be terrible, I suppose. I grin. He looks taken aback by my statement, but he recovers in record time. It is that briefest glance of emotional expression that they describe constantly in all the teen novels. Something flashes across his face and then it's gone. A smirk that I've come to learn is quintessentially thin on his lips. In like 2 rounds, a smirk that has my cheeks heating. I suppose.
You suppose?
Maybe. I step closer. His gaze burning into mine, and I feel a shiver roll down my spine, goose flesh prickling across my skin. He notices.
Are you cold?
Well, the enforcers, the uniform doesn't come with, a coat.
Standard issue coat.
Standard issue coat. You have to have a separate uniform coat because you're like your primary uniform. The coat covers the sash, so they don't want you wearing it unless you have to. Actually, my experience, like with scouting troops, whether it was like Girl Scouts or whether it was what was the other one that I was in? Shoot, I just freaking forgot.
I don't know. You weren't in Boy Scouts.
No, but there was that other one that was like just a different, more Christian version of Girl Scouts.
Oh, youth.
That my
camp?
no,
I have
it
no idea.
specifically had sashes and everything. Like it was a knockoff of the Girl Scouts, super Christian.
That's totally fine. It didn't exist in Mormon land because girls
fine.
weren't allowed to do scout things.
Anyway, I'm trying to remember what it's called, but like any of those, you're supposed to make your sash visible at all times, and a lot of times it won't fit over coats.
Right.
So you're supposed to like leave your coat open in the cold so people can see your sash, and you're just sitting there shivering, going, "I'm official."
See, and I would just be like, just put it over the coat.
But it's measured to your size, so it won't always fit over the coat.
That sucks.
He's teasing me, so I decide to play along. He's doing a lip bite. Tell me that is not like a subtle lip bite.
Oh, that is totally a lip bite.
That is a lip bite. There
Look,
it is.
It's still Julian. Here we go.
Ourselves. Freezing. He laughs, and the sound is warm, deep, one I could become quite fond of hearing.
Unfortunately, I can't wind you up. But I know a guy, his name is Jacob, and I am quite dead, you know?
That's okay. We've got a werewolf somewhere else. I'm sure he's fluffy and
he'll be
warm.
fine.
We'll find him later. I raise my brow at him, unable to stop the smile that spreads across my lips. Really, I didn't notice. The fangs and deathly pale skin are ever so subtle. You wouldn't even know. At first, I thought he was dead. And then I realized he was British. Oh, another laugh. And
Not
he pokes...
British, darling.
No, I was talking about someone else. Clearly, you don't even look dead.
Yes.
And he pokes the point of one of his fangs with the tip of his tongue before he speaks. This gesture of, I'm gonna lick my fang, that's amazing. Yes, plus size for wearing oversized things. Honestly, like, oversized things are good and comfy and lovely, and getting your sash or whatever it is you need big enough to go over them is good.
Yes, excellent.
I find myself watching the movement quite intently.
I've never seen a tongue before.
I've never seen someone lick one of their teeth before. Honestly, I have a character that is all tooth and mouth, so and tongue, and it's a thing.
And I have a character that's very insulted by that.
It's true. It's amazing. Like, that is way too much, like, oral expression, too much face. Stop.
Whoa, too much face. I don't think I've ever been called subtle before.
Well, there's a first time for everything. He narrows his gaze, apparently contemplating his next sentence quite carefully. I'm ready to get on to work, actually. The flirting has gone on for like a couple of sentences, now it's time to move.
Yeah, pretty much. You're different, aren't you? I like different.
Different than what? How many of us have you met, just to be honest?
Like so many... what? Just because I've lived forever doesn't mean I have great social skills? I don't go out to parties all the time. I have to perform social distancing. Do you know that you become literally a part of the furniture when you're dead?
Oh my god. I clear my throat, snapping myself out of this little daze I appear to have lulled myself into. We should... Thank you! Right on task. Let's do it. He smiles wider this time. He's handsome. Thank you. He's handsome, bathed in moonlight. Even more so than in the artificial light of the shop. The mage light of the shop, don't you mean?
I am different! I know, isn't it great? We're not like other thembos.
I was gonna say, we're not like other thems.
We're not like other thems.
We are not like other thems. It's distracting.
Just a teensy bit, just a weensy.
Distracting.
Just a weedle bit.
He's apparently quite distracted himself, clearing his throat before he next speaks.
Yes, we should.
Right.
Absolutely. We're on task, absolutely.
I brush past him, a little closer than necessary, another shiver overtaking me as I feel his cool skin against my own.
Why do
Because
we
we
have
don't wear
exposed
arms? Why, as I was going to say, we don't wear sleeves.
I
That's
know,
the
I'm
one.
not-
That is the trope, and we're just like, we're now the protagonists.
I am not like other girls.
But at least we didn't
not
self-identify.
what
Someone else said it to us.
I know.
You know, I still loved it, and I'm gonna say it again. I've said it before. In the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie, there was this experience where the guy says to her, "You're not like other girls," and she says, "Yes, yes, I am." And she just is asserting that all girls are awesome and cool, and that like there's nothing inherently good about being different because girls are great.
Right?
It's okay. I head for the crime scene, hyper aware of him following close behind, knowing his gaze is burning into me. We stop at the charred patch of grass, Finn bending to pick up one of the bloodied shards of the shattered gravestone. Is it bloody? I thought everything was charred and scorched.
That's exactly how Harry described it.
Hang on, well, and we looked at it too, also, and been like, I didn't think there was any blood at this crime scene. Did I miss something? He brings it to his nose, glancing at me before he gives it a
Maybe
sniff.
he found blood outside of us, but we also didn't do a lot of searching because we were immediately interrupted by a demon.
Kidding. They've investigated this site before. And
multiple times.
They haven't had anyone essentially sniff test the blood for a trail. Or investigate for a trail.
And also, like, if Finn owes Harry, why wouldn't he be helping Harry beforehand? Why does it take you showing up to the magic shop going, "Hi, I'm here to threaten your boyfriend"? Oops, no, I'm kidding.
Also, apparently we can also, requisition the help of a werewolf if we should so decide to, since, he's been branded as
Rainy days, I love the ideas of a D-mom.
D-mom.
I like D-mom!
Demon!
Demon!
No, you know what? Some demons are probably moms. Just saying.
It's true. Many of them might be. You never know.
He brings it to his nose, glancing at me before he gives it a sniff. Performatively, he crinkles his nose, apparently repulsed by whatever scent he's picked up. He hands me the stone, wiping his hands off on his trousers. Even the dried blood is disgusting. Blah, 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 blah.
I suggest you keep that. That's nothing like I've smelled before, and I've eaten. I've smelled a lot of different things in my time.
Things. I smelled things.
Just so you know, he's saying things, not. He's fine.
I throw him an accusatory glance before I turn my attention back to what he's handed me. I put it in my pocket for safekeeping. I bag it and tag it so it's labeled where it comes from.
Right.
And so where it came from.
Oh,
the
no,
aunt,
the
the
dad,
uncle,
the
the
aunt,
dad.
the
Yes.
Dunkle.
Dunkle. It's the Dunkle.
Aye.
You didn't know, but the Dunkle is a demon uncle.
Right?
Yes.
That's why there's Grunkle Stan, because it's great uncle.
Yeah, I know. So
Yeah.
Dunkle's a demon uncle.
Yeah.
This is my good, great demon uncle.
And uncle.
All right.
The uncle.
He shakes his head. If you've ever done crime scene investigation, bag and tag so you know what it is later.
Definitely not his. It smells off, like, ugh. If it's from a creature, it's certainly not one I've come across in my 600 years.
Well, here goes nothing. Blood that's not from a creature would concern me more
Right.
than blood that is from a creature, just saying.
Oh no, it's a Beemon.
Oh no!
yeah.
I am for a Beemon. Oh my god, I
Aye.
want Beemons so hard. It's Beemon. Bzzz.
I got that Beemon, gotta catch 'em all. BuzzFeed President. Demon! Yes! Demon! Come and get me, demon!
It's a D-man.
It's a D-man.
Like, do
D-man.
we also have D-boys then?
Oh!
That's the boys.
It's D's nuts.
D's nuts,
boys.
D-boys. Demon nuts now. Oh
Oh
god.
god.
I do exactly as I did last time. Closing my eyes. Concentrating. Because when you investigate with magic, you don't need physical facts. Oh.
He is still awkward as fit. He
Yeah,
really is.
pretty much.
Like, bruh.
He is a nervous pinata, and it's kind of charming, but also kind of funny.
Right.
On the other hand, it's nice that he's not posturing. He's just wearing his feelings out on his sleeve, so, you know, healthy emotional expression. Good for that.
Right?
Pouring all of my energy into seeking out that lingering memory. It's just as I remember. Painful.
Ooh.
Loud. And I almost can't bear it as a deep, scared voice echoes in my mind.
It's the off noise of the people talking in the background.
Oh my god, it's the whispers of the queen, like, wow.
Leave while still can.
Leave while still can. They also lose their words.
It says leave while you still can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was fine.
I feel a force pushing at me, but it's weak. Nothing I can't handle. So I fight it and hold my ground.
Memories are bad in games like this.
Yeah,
Honestly, it's
usually.
a romance game, so it'll probably end up being better, but we always play it like we're gonna take it completely serious. If this is supposed to be something to be a murder mystery or a scary, like, why wouldn't you,
If
right?
it is the spooky scare, we shall be the scared.
We shall do.
Right. It's not hostile, but panicked. Suddenly, we are Cloud in the train graveyard. What is all the experience? Aerith, I found you.
That was
so creepy.
Wildly
So
weird. and
Creepy. All right. But panicked. It's trying to tell me to go, to get out, to run. That just makes me want to stay all the more. Honestly, no two murders have been in the exact same place, so if they try and kill me here, that'd be very suspicious.
Spooky, scary skeletons.
I hear Finn saying my name, but it's quiet, distant, almost as if I'm underwater. I want to help. Tell me how. Who did this to you? Hi, Finn. Excuse me, can I get your attention, please?
Help! Just death. You can't stop them. I tried. I failed.
Huh. The voice disappears, and all I'm left with are more questions. I open my eyes to find Finn crouched before me, eyes wide, concern etched on his handsome face.
Yes, woo, you weirdo. Run!
Yeah, well, the thing is Uwu is trying to investigate, and sometimes when you encounter the spoopy spoops, that is the time to stay and investigate harder. So appreciate that, like, a regular person, a normal love interest should be running, but a skilled hunter such as ourselves is just to be cautious and aware.
Yeah, absolutely. Woo! Are you okay? What the fuck was that? I wasn't listening, but I couldn't block it out. It was so loud.
I exhale sharply, shaking my head, taking his hand as he offers it to me to help me stand, still cold, still chilly cold as ice. I fall against him and he catches me. With fluid grace, I pay attention to his fluid grace while I'm falling over collapsing.
Of course.
I would not notice such things, excuse you.
All right.
Holding me steady. It was the hunter. It must have been.
No one found this in the whole week that they've been exploring this area.
What did you hear? Why? The sad is strong.
Yes, so sad.
He pauses, frowning, tightening his grip on me. It's chilly. Chilly.
Nothing coherent, just noise, but it was intense.
Wait, that's never happened before? Like, nothing's ever talked to us before? Or that's never happened before that a vampire couldn't hear things?
IDK.
That's never happened before.
What do you mean?
Yeah, let's find out what I mean.
Hey,
I mean, I feel things. I hear things sometimes too, but I've never directly spoken to a spirit like that before. Where we did actually have a conversation, because they did answer back when we said, we want to help. They're like, there is no help. That's interesting. Love it.
That is okay.
We heard bullshit.
We heard the shit.
It's okay.
Oh.
At least that's what I think it was. I should go find August. He seems reluctant to let me go, a stitch in his brow as he looks at me.
Are you sure you're okay?
No, but yes, of course.
Oh.
I nod, regretting it immediately as a wave of dizziness overtakes me.
Whoa there, I've got you. Hang on.
That was a busy experience in my head. At least we don't have a headache yet.
All right.
I like 10 points if we get a headache.
Honestly, we'll put it on a romantic card bingo.
Yep, that's what I mean.
All
It's
the otomes, man.
Otome game bingo. If we get a headache.
We get a headache, we get faint. We've already gotten that one, so
We've heard voices though, so that's in there.
Yeah, shit. We're
all right, and we've now got we've kind of swooned, so that's check off your Otome game bingo.
We really need to come up with an otome game bingo, because damn, they have
we should.
some tropes.
They have some tropes. All right.
You need to find Esra. He can help you. Trust me. He's good with weird shit like this.
I like that they just straight out cuss in this game. It's kind of like I don't know. It feels very real. Like I was really stunned when they cussed at Plague Tale.
Hey, Draconishi!
Welcome aboard! Hello!
Wow!
You are here. It's okay. You're not actually that late. We've pretty much just gone walking at night when we weren't supposed to, and lightly investigated the graveyard.
Yep, we did run into a flirt option, but it's okay.
We also figured out our sound problem. The program had auto-selected a really poor speaker on our computer.
A poor microphone. It actually picked
That
the
one.
default microphone on the laptop, and it is garbage, and honestly, it makes sense. So we actually had a failed run of a Final Fantasy episode because of that microphone.
Because sometimes it will auto-select and it won't tell us. So we'll pick the right microphone, and for whatever reason, there will be some sort of shift, and it will reselect the other one, and it just sucks. Anyway, we're happy it sounds good now, but we totally lost the first run. It was trash.
It's okay, though. But we had good times. We have good memories.
Oh, we did. We had a great time with you guys.
Yes.
You know what? It's not actually a sleeve tattoo. It's actually a prosthetic arm with magic glowing through it.
It's actually a whole ass replacement arm, and it's super cool.
I was gonna say, who knew that they'd have a magical prosthetic
I
arm
know,
in this
right?
game as well?
Nice!
It's super cool looking though. It's actually made out of like cold iron, so he is not Fae, and Fae cannot come near him.
Which actually is, I wonder if they're gonna be using that, why they keep going iron.
All the time.
Like, I think that might be a Fae thing.
Alright. I contemplate heading back to see August, but I suspect they wouldn't appreciate me barging in at this hour. Let alone are they in the office, do we know where they live, right?
Right.
With little more than a ghost story. You're right. I'll head for the shop immediately. Finn nods, still watching me, holding me close lest I wobble. When you say head for the shop immediately, do you mean the two of us, me wrapped in your arms, will move to the shop immediately? Because that's what I'm hearing.
We could go together?
Because you're holding on to me. Yes, that's kind of somewhere in there. Like, basically, they just took aesthetics and swapped them around, but the personalities are fairly...
And I don't want to say that that's all they did, because I feel like that's... So, I understand, like, making comparisons where people go, that feels like an insult, but I'm like, it's also supposed to be like, oh, it's something that's familiar. Mm-hmm. And it seems like in some areas, there's some things that feel way too similar to just call them, like...
Familiar?
Like, oh, it's just sort of accidental.
Yeah.
Like, some of it feels like either a soft homage, or somebody was going, like, we're sort of calling this out, or, like, knowing who our crowd is, so...
And the thing is they were aiming for that crowd, as far as I understand.
Right.
In the same way that the Arcanas, like, will elevate, dating games. When the night comes, like, Lunaris was like, we'll elevate it more.
Right?
We're just gonna keep stepping up the bar, because you know what? People who play dating games deserve a higher quality content. And since it is also, like, generally directed at an underrepresented demographic of, women, girls, NBs, that kind of thing.
Right.
Even though men are totally welcome, but that's not who it's directed at.
Right.
That they deserve higher quality games.
Right.
Like, I am for it.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, straight there. Promise me?
Me hanging in his arms. I mean, I'm not going anywhere at the moment. I place my hands on his chest, and Finn holds my arms as I try to steady myself. I lean against his rock hard, like pecs. I will.
You're fuzzy.
You are not warm, but you are soft.
Yeah. Whoa.
And bristly. It's fine.
Just a bit.
I will. Thank you, Finn. I chase his touch as we break apart, What? What does that mean?
It's that lingering touch as you pull away.
Oh.
I chase
I
it.
slowly, I drag my fingers off of him slowly, I guess.
Because it's a romance game, rainy days, so there's a lot of like, ooh, tension.
And the thing is there are routes that we get to choose later, but right now we're allowed to flirt with absolutely everyone with no consequences because we're getting to know people.
Right.
And so we're just gonna flirt with people, and it's gonna be a thing. All right, there we go. I chase his touch as we break apart. Cool fingertips, soothing against my skin.
We could be moss. It's true. We could cling a lot.
It's possible. We are the clingiest.
If you need me, don't hesitate to come. Esra can tell you how to find me, cause you came.
Why you would have come? But yes, I came.
Whoa, you've come.
Hi, it's all right. It's as far as I remember. If I scream, you'll come as well.
You've come.
I swallow thickly, not only dizzy, but also lightheaded. Oh, nodding, trying to shake myself from this haze. My brain was just a little overloaded. Whew, I swear. I swear it. He turns and heads for the forest, casting a final, lingering glance at me over his shoulder before he disappears into the darkness. I have also been assessed and ogled all at once.
Alright, cool.
It's okay.
He's like, a long look up down and long look up down.
It's fine.
There we go.
Looking like you're steady on your feet now.
And down. They go.
Now I need to find Esra. And fast. Because I'm not supposed to be out in the dark?
Immediately.
No context. It's okay. You're gonna survive. You will not explode.
It'll be alright. No.
I hurry to the shop, still unsteady on my feet, my mind reeling. What the hell is going on in this town? I round the corner and spot Ezra's lantern, but it's not lit. I didn't realize how late it had gotten. By the way, you were slurped for about like an hour and a half at the graveyard. That's why Finn was like, you just went into a vortex and hello, are you okay?
Whoa.
I didn't realize how late it had gotten, and I can only hope that he's home. Yes! I knock on the door and immediately hear a loud crash, followed by quick footsteps. Him flings out of bed, zooms to the door.
No!
Oh,
it's this
it's
guy.
The wrong one. The door creaks open slowly, and a sheepish face that's definitely not Ezra's appears.
Oh no,
demon!
Piper is the English or is the American accent one.
I was Piper's American.
I think you did.
I did do him.
Yes.
Hello. I'm taken aback by the sight of the demon. His eyes wide and wondrous as he stares at me, apparently trying to figure out what to say. Do you usually answer doors that aren't yours?
Whoa.
Are you supposed to be in there, Omen? I'm staggering through the streets. I'm afraid for my life, and I really am just like, you know what? I'm going to accuse you of being where you're not supposed to be. Honestly, though, his hair's so much like with the crown and everything, so much like stained glass in this moment.
It kind of is.
Like, this is basically like a stained glass picture of this bro, and it's cute.
Yeah, it's great.
He holds the door a little tighter, knuckles bleeding white. Yes? Maybe. Kind of living here right now? Oh, really? He smiles shyly, his ears twitching. He can twitch his ears. Oh my god. Esra, took me in when I had nowhere else to go. I don't stay here all the time, just when I need to. I see. Well, now that I know the couch is full, is Esra here? At least I'm going to assume the couch. Maybe I shouldn't assume. He shakes his head, opening the door a little more. Like, can I let you in? It's not my house. I don't know if I can... No, he went out. He said he wouldn't be long, but I don't know exactly when he'll be back. His eyes widen a little more as if he's remembered something. Mouth forming a little... Sorry. Would you like to come in? Into the house?
That is okay.
Yeah,
you can go if you want to go.
Yeah, like this stream is very much drop in, drop out if you want to. It was lovely having you. This was super cool. So yeah, anytime you want to go, you're good. I mean, Esra is just taking in all the stray cats, okay? All of them.
He has an orphanage. He is fine. Also then more like Esra. He's just collecting people.
He's just casually collecting people. It's fine.
Right?
I contemplate rushing off to continue my search for Esra, but it would be stupid to miss a chance to find out a little more about this curious demon. Also being like, by the way, you were at the crime scene. How about I question you now? That would be good.
That would be helpful.
I'd love to, but just for a moment. Huh.
Look, welcome to Esra's shop. Just in case.
Ezra's
Oh,
shop.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That was slight slip of the tongue.
Honestly, it's a really cute shop, and I love it.
It is cute. I'm not saying it's bad. Like, it's fun.
As all magic shops eventually sort of start to look similar sometimes,
It's
unfortunately.
true.
But they're all a lot of fun. There's a neat little pile of cushions arranged on the rug in the middle of the shop, and a handful of empty wrappers, oh my god, that I can only assume were once filled with treats. See? Bag it and tag it. Bags exist. Omen rushes to pick the wrappers up, crunching them into a ball, his tail swaying as he sticks them in a small bin hidden behind the counter. He seems oddly at home here, so I assume he's telling the truth about staying here often. Him. I got it. We didn't ogle him this time.
I mean, that was an ogle. We got to the door. Did you completely just
Did
forget
it
when you opened
start
the door?
down and go up?
Yes.
Oh, I missed it. It's
You
fine.
did. You were looking at something else. You're
It's
fine.
alright. I was probably reading the chat. At any rate, you seem very tired. Have you been busy today? I laugh quietly, rubbing my temple, my head continuing to thrum. Very busy. Yes. He nods, picking up a lightly glowing blue crystal that sits on the countertop, fiddling with it nervously. Owen, can I ask you a few questions, if that's okay with you? I suppose. It depends on what you want to ask about. Yes, but I might not be able to answer much.
It's fine. It's good.
Oh my god.
So much eye boning. It's really here going.
Everyone's just like, the intensity of the gaze is strong. Woo!
Woo!
Aye, it's there. Why is that? He flinches, grimacing. I try to stay out of things. The humans don't like me very much.
Obviously.
Especially it's fine. Because you're a demon, right? His mouth twists into something that looks like it's trying and failing to be a smile. Him and his teeth, just for that awkwardly. Yes. That. It's that. I suppose that's fair. It's not every day you see a demon like him. Most demons are unlike him. He's not like other demons. Walking down the street. Even these days, he's well glamoured, but he's quite obviously inhuman. Yes, your glamour has a lot of decorations on it.
I mean, you're not a human person.
So I'm questioning, do you actually have all of those piercings, or are they just decorations for your glamour?
Right? Yeah. What if they're put on there to actually help the glamour?
They support the glamour. Could be.
I would be fine with
Magically enhancing glamour clothes.
Right.
In a town like this, one so small, I imagine he's quite an unnerving presence, since I assume all demons are unnerving at all times.
Yes,
not like other demons. Ask him about the murders, ask him about himself. I think we've been so bad at this. I don't know. I kind of feel like if we start about himself, we might get more out of him later.
Sure, why not? Ask him about
That's
himself.
just sort of a way to warm him up, you know? I don't know much about you, Omen. Where are you from? How long have you been here? Murders? I want to do the murders. This game actually has allowed us to round back on a couple of our choices when we're questioning people. So what I'm gambling on here is that they'll let us ask both.
Again, because they actually did do it previously, and I was like, that's super cool.
Before when we were questioning, they allowed us to ask all the questions, but I feel like functionally it defines a character more what they ask first.
Right?
His eyes widen, pupils dilating, and I see the slightest hint of crimson flickering in chestnut brown. Him blushes furiously, turns entirely red. I've been here about 2 years. Time passes differently here for me, so it's hard to know for sure. Did I mention I'm infernal? It's a thing. You'd have to ask Esra. He'll know. He does human calendars better than me.
Also, like, he summoned me. Wait, I can't mention that, right? Do I mention that? I'm assuming.
I don't miss the way he so tactfully ignored my question about his origins, but I decide not to press him. Yet. How did you meet Esra? He lights up at the question, practically bouncing on the spot. He is a puppy! It's good. I met him the day I arrived in Lunaris. He was the first person I saw, and he took me in without question. It was
Great.
so good.
He was so awesome.
Ah, yes. Ezra is very kind, it would appear. He nods enthusiastically, jingling gently. Oh, he's quite wonderful. Everyone thinks so. I mean, all people love him. I mean, well. He fidgets, dropping his gaze to his hands, blackened fingers toying with the blue crystalline.
He does actually have black nails.
I was gonna say, they look sort of purplish to me, but like...
There is a middle nail that appears to be black, but the other ones on the outside seem to be purple.
And I'm just like, is there an experience of like his hands being blackened? Because I never noticed.
Yeah, I don't see that either, though.
All right, with the blue crystal again. The General, August. They don't like him very much, and that makes Ezra sad.
'Cause
Ezra wants to be friends with everyone. And you know what? August is friend-shaped. They just grumpy.
You're very grump.
Grump. Do you know why? I did observe that experience. There's a level of tension between them that is not sexy.
It happened.
He shakes his head, biting his lip. Oh no, it's a lip bite. We're gonna bingo. It's the bingo again. No, I didn't want to ask, but Finn says they've known each other a very long time, so...
Okay. Bye, have fun, Rainy Days. Thanks for dropping in.
Lovely to have you. Appreciate it. All right.
Ask about
ask about the murders. We did get to do both. I love it.
Murders!
Whoa.
Glamour and Hansi and Julie, Esra and Julian seem to be on a side ship in one of the routes. You aren't planning on playing, and a headcanon Esra would make some enchanted item, like an ear-piercing hide Ilia's plagued eye, instead of an eye patch, because wearing an eye patch might affect function. That's actually a thing that I complained about. I was like, I wonder how he's managed to adapt so well, and actually I kind of wondered why he kept leaving it on, because it can fuck with you. Yes.
Right? No, that's great. I kind of love that. Also, it seems like, magical items are massively underutilized, which is why Corazona's like, I will use all the magical items.
Yes!
If everyone else is going to leave them just sitting there on a shelf looking pretty, I will not be that person.
It's true.
Do you know much about the recent murders? Omen passively looks out of the window, a sad look crossing his face. I know that the humans are upset, and that the ones who were killed were hunters, like you. Ezra seems far more tired, and Finn visits him less. Alcar is distant. Sad face.
Well.
I thought him and I would be good friends, but now I'm not so sure. I also want to be the friends with everyone. He sighs, a knot in his brow. Everything is different, and I don't like it. I hate change when it's not for the better.
Especially like when time is inconsistent and does weird things. Like, I like these things. They're fun.
Right?
They're
This is what I want. His eyes light up as he turns to look at me. But now you're here, so everything will be good. Again, it will get better. You will fix it. I have faith in you.
Yay!
His happiness is infectious, but I can't in good conscience.
Yes! Absolutely! Yes!
And
one
on each toe, right?
Okay, I have to talk for 2 seconds about how frustrated I have been in games where you play them and they're like, here's your ring slot. And I'm like, I have 10 fingers. 10. I also have toes.
Mm-hmm.
I also have multiple places on my ears. Excuse you? Excuse? So I've always found that to be very frustrating in games where they're like, no, you're just limited. And I'm like, why? I need a reason why.
Yes, you must tell me why, though.
Other than maybe, like, it's possible.
I mean, some people have argued that basically too many magic rings,
they interact with each other.
Can overload you. 2, they can interact with each other. And 3, being next to each other proximity when they're activated can cause a problem. But you should be able to do at least 1 on each hand.
Right?
Every equipment slot.
Absolutely. Draconeshi, Cortisone totally would be like,
piling it on. Because
we've got it.
As long as it's continuing to add
clothing or a part of
something.
Yes.
You need to wear it against the skin, so I created a mesh pocket.
Right?
To wear it against the skin.
Oh, look what I've done.
Oh, wow.
Oh, woo.
Right. His happiness is infectious, but I can't in good conscience lie to him. I hope so, Omen, but it might take a little while.
Just
it's
a little
not
while.
Instant. Right. Yes, I understand that. I get it.
I got that reference.
Yes, that one. Caught it.
Yeah.
His hair's really cute, though, honestly, with just the long sort of side bangs.
Mm-hmm.
He fidgets where he stands. And since his back, the hair in the back seems longer than that, it's, an aesthetic choice. Mm-hmm. It's very cute. His gaze falling to the place where I know Ezra's living area is situated. Can I show you something? Of course you can. I do have eyes. Whoa, one moment! Flings off. Yes! Yes! Zoom!
Zoom!
That's amazing.
I love it.
He dashes through the curtain that separates the front of the shop with the back. He reappears within seconds, clutching a weathered notebook. Here, I keep notes on things I find interesting. Mostly humans. Humans are real interesting. But also Finn, Elkar, Esra. He trails off, looking wistful. I thought maybe it could help you if you need to know stuff about certain people. I might have something here. Here! Hands it to you. Can I borrow it?
Flirting!
We're gonna flirt. We gotta flirt.
Flirt. Is there
anything about me? Very important. We must flirt with everyone. If we don't get a chance to flirt with everyone at least twice before we have to choose a route, I'm gonna be disappointed.
It will be lacking.
All right.
It will be sad.
You said you write things that you find interesting.
Write about things.
Write about the things that you find interesting. That's right. Anything interesting, intriguing, fun. Sometimes things I don't understand, so I can ask someone later. I smile, enamored with his enthusiasm. He really is just very excitable. He is so wonderfully curious, and it's an absolute breath of fresh air.
Palm going, I would be interesting. I'm a goblin and a human at the same time.
You would be
Honestly,
fascinating.
you would be great. But also, you would be babushka and everyone would love you.
Babushka!
Babushka.
Yes!
Hey!
It'd be so good. He would be super a fan. He'd be like, you're fascinating. Let's do something together.
Ha!
Fresh air. Is there anything about me in there? He stutters, holding the book a little tighter, looks away and blushes, instantly turns completely red. Well, maybe. I raise an eyebrow at him, and he shyly drops his gaze. Oh, yes. Yes, there is about you in here. My smile grows exponentially, and Omen smiles in return, the color in his cheeks almost matching his shirt. Yes!
Yes!
I knew it! So can I ask, what did you write about me? Clearly you find me interesting. Finally! Our dog did not move the tail at all, but the demon will move their tail. I was sad that there was zero tail movement at all in the entire werewolf experience. None.
Oh, for Alcar?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm
I was like, why Alcar no tail?
Use tail. It expressive. It good.
It
you don't have to be a dog, but it is a limb that you can express with.
Right? It's also the fact that it was specifically mentioned actually as it also curled around Elkar's leg.
Uh-huh.
Actually, and I found that to be a little wild.
Curly tails. They like the fully prehensile tails in this one.
Yeah, which is an experience.
His tail sways back and forth enthusiastically, curling around his leg. I will hold still. Wrap around leg to hold still. That thing where you sit on your hands so you don't gesture.
Right.
That's that. You're putting me on the spot.
The only spot I have.
As long as it's nice, I don't mind.
If it's anything but though, there will be words.
If it's naughty, I also might not mind.
I don't right.
Just naughty or somewhere in there. I offer him a wink, and he laughs. The sound charming, almost a giggle. Oh, it's very nice. Trust me. I sigh dramatically, watching him watch me. I have a feeling there will be more notes in his book this evening. Well, I guess I'll have to trust you if you're not going to show me. Never say never. There it is. Never say never.
Never say a woo.
It's so good.
Oh, it's so great. I love it.
Yes.
Yay.
I feel a sudden twang of pain in my temple again. The sensation unpleasant. Burning. But is it a headache? I need it for my bingo card. It's very important. Woo. Are you okay? Woo. Hands by face. Woo. Are you okay? Omen rushes to my side, the notebook forgotten on the counter. He reaches for me, but he's hesitant. I can feel an impossible warmth radiating off his palm, but he withdraws his hand before he touches me. Okay, do we have a frozen boy and a burning hot boy?
So,
Is that what we have?
So we've looked at it briefly in the settings when we were papping around trying to figure out some of this stuff. We figured out that there is actually a poly route with both Omen and Elkar, and then there's one with Finn and Esra, obviously.
Which disappoints me greatly, because without looking at anything last thing, I assumed that Piper and August were a poly route.
I did too.
I really assumed, because of their rapport, because they're like falling out with each other, because they were this intensely successful team. I was so ready to date both of them.
Right.
Like, instantly, I ran into this game and I'm like, I'm going to date the two of them. This is going to be amazing. We are going to be the enforcer trio, and it will just be badass.
It'll be awesome.
It's not an option, and I was sad, because going in, I knew there were a few polyroutes, but I didn't know who they were.
Right.
And once the setup with, Piper and Augustus had been set up, I was just like, that is my bag. I want it.
That would be great.
And then apparently it's not an option. But anyway, so we can headcanon it. We can fan in it. It's fine.
It's all right. Yeah.
I'm fine. I really need to find Esra. Do you have any idea where he could be?
Also, though, I was going to say, I'm disappointed as a person who was like, what, y'all want to talk about kinky stuff all the time? Why didn't you have the person who was hot and the person who was cold as a part of the ship? Like, seriously.
I mean, obviously, I would assume they're trying to pair them up based on personalities, not just on kinks, but you never know.
I still want to understand why then Elkar and Omen. Elkar is like, I'm tsundere, and Omen is like, puppy. I'm adorable.
It's adorable and sweet and enthusiastic. I'm thinking Omen is best boy.
I think a lot of people like Omen.
I suspect.
But I think actually, so when I was briefly flapping through things on the canon, I'm just flipping on my phone,
Flipping through
things.
Yeah,
that's what I was doing.
Yes.
Yep.
It's fine. I'm fine.
I did not take time to masturbate.
I really need to find Esra.
It's really important. Need to find Esra. No, I was just like, but it looks like mostly August is the most popular one. So.
See, and I didn't investigate anything, and the only reason we figured out who the polyroutes were was because we went into the gallery when we were just jumping around trying to figure out our sound settings.
And the settings, it's under there.
And so there's no gallery with August and Piper, and I was sad.
I was disappointed.
Do you have any idea where he is? I don't know for sure, but he usually goes to the market, the night market, the tavern, the catacombs. He gets around, the catacombs. He nods, leaning closer. Yes, that's where the vampires are, and he likes the vampire, and so hangs out there. He presses his finger to his lips. The vampires. Shh. A human gesture that looks quite out of place. Practiced. He clearly learned this from someone. This is him
He lightly decks himself in the nose.
Bong. This is him trying to say take it sleazy and sounding chill about it. He's like,
I want to put it in there.
I will make sure I can do the human gesture. I got it. I would try the tavern first, though. I mean, he did mention he needed a drink. And also, aren't people not supposed to be out after dark? No, we're not mentioning that. Never mind. He likes wine after a busy day in the shop, and today was very busy. I mean, also, it was busy. Thank you so much, Omen. I'd better hurry, I guess. I bid him a quick farewell and head back out into the darkness. The darkness that we've been told we're not supposed to go out into!
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I push my way into the tavern, scanning every table for that shock of white hair. And, much to my relief, I see a friendly face. Esra. He's noticed me already, his hand raised, beckoning me over to where he sits, alone in a cozy spot in the corner.
Of the Rowdy Raven.
Yeah, I know. Of the raucous
the raucous corvid, yep.
The raucous corvid.
Yep.
His smile is as bright and as wide as I remember, and I take a seat before him. He doesn't seem concerned that I was out in the dark. We didn't ogle him! See, it didn't happen.
Ogle!
No ogle.
That's
I wanted to ogle him. He's very nice looking.
I
mean, honestly, just for character, I just think it's so much fun that we keep doing that.
It's also wildly consistent until now, so I don't... It's fine. It's good to...
You could do it.
Okay. It's good to see you, Ruru. I hope the town hasn't scared you off yet.
I raise an accusatory eyebrow at him, earning a laugh. Well, even if I was scared off, I can't really go anywhere, can I?
Yes.
Esra smiles softly, but he seems restless.
I suppose not, no.
I
What's it like, being bound to do whatever you're told?
I need my freedom. He's just like, I require the freedom of the land and the air and the earth and sky. You cannot cage me.
Please.
I will die. Honestly, I feel like in this case, we like structure because we do seem to enjoy it.
Right.
And really like our job. And part of why you're really good at your job is because you like it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to define the character here. I quite like it.
I mean, I was going to assume I quite like it based off of everything they'd written anyway, because that's usually what we try to go for when we play through for the first time. Is basically trying to go, okay, what were they, regardless of what they've written up there?
Yeah, because
they accidentally basically heading more towards them.
Okay, the thing is like, the idea that both of them can be canon, or any combination of options can be canon, but there's the filler text in between things seems to create a character that leans more towards one or the other.
Right.
And that's kind of what we're going for. But also, like, I feel like with as professional they are, as far as we've advanced in our career, Palm's headcanon of being 72 years old, we just like it at this point.
Yeah, it's great.
I actually don't mind it. I think I'm just used to it now. It's really all I've ever known. Ezra purses his lips, nodding slowly, but he doesn't seem convinced. He's like, no, you must be lonely. I will support you.
Non-convincing.
This is what it is.
I see. So you don't mind the traveling? The never staying in one's place for too long?
I mean, the once places are very important.
The once-ler places, the places of the once.
I shake my head. I don't. I accepted that this is my life a long time ago. Or long ago. We don't have much choice. It's what we prepare for. What we train for. Was I in an orphanage being raised to be an enforcer?
Oh, no.
Was I in an enforcenage?
That would be unfortunate, question mark?
I mean, maybe they select for skill like they did in Judge Dredd kind of thing, or aptitude.
Ooh, maybe.
And so you really were, like, picked for it kind of thing.
Right.
Alright. Yeah. Isolation comes with a job. You can't get too attached because you'll inevitably be moving on. The thought of living such a life seems to upset him. He's like, no, I get lonely, excuse me? And he looks almost wistful. I
can't imagine it. I left home at 18 and found myself here, and I've been lucky to settle and build a life.
Alright.
I don't think I could ever leave any of that behind.
He sighs loudly, toying with the stem of his wine glass.
I admire you, you know. I seem to be surrounded by people with resilience that I could only dream of having.
So, you actually admit that you like human connections, you're not a total loner, and that you do have the weakness of getting lonely. And I find that very charming, actually. I don't know you very well, Ezra, but I get the impression that you're resilient too. Perhaps differently.
Right.
He smiles, a little coy, dark cheeks turning red.
Maybe. Finn says that often, as does my mother. You have mother characters? People have family?
Wait! People have adults.
Great.
Okay, I ran into a post just like yesterday that was amazing, where it was just Harry Potter and the family with no grandparents. And I'm just like, oh my god, you're
Honestly,
right.
so true, and also deeply frustrating sometimes. They're like, everybody's just gone?
Like, it just, like, everyone was an orphan.
Like,
it's fine.
why?
I say, but anyway, like, I love that he has a mom. Like, extended family is the mark of a like more complex storytelling, I'm just gonna say.
Right? Maybe. Finn says that often, as does my mother. I guess it's hard to see in yourself sometimes.
The barmaid comes over and rolls her eyes, hand on her hip as she addresses me rather curtly.
Hi.
Drink.
Yes,
He's having whiskey, ale, or water.
I don't know what the rules are on the job, but I'm gonna say ale.
Because actually that is a good thing going like, okay, so in this world water is not dangerous?
I was gonna say,
If you don't boil it?
I was gonna say, or they potentially just have boiled water, available kind of thing.
Right?
Or purified water, what have you, potentially a magic thing. Who knows?
True.
At any rate, that experience.
So you want to do ale then?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go with ale since none of them are flirty or whatever. I'm gonna try the ale because that's a standard, as far as I'm aware, sort of medieval fantasy drink that is not strong but is not water.
Right?
It's like having a soda.
Okay.
Even though I was like, I know it's alcoholic, but it's equivalent of having a soda.
Sure, let's try some ale.
I smile up at her, but it's not well received. She's like, I am always the only person working this place all by myself. I don't care how friendly you are.
You all
Piss off.
suck, thanks.
It's too much work, and I hate you.
all of you.
Not well received. a pint of your finest ale, because nobody wants the bottom of the barrel. Crappy ale, moderate ale, round ale. I just assume you have more than one kind of ale, and I want the finest.
I just want the finest ale.
She
Yes.
turns and wanders off with yet another roll of her eyes, and Ezra poorly stifles a laugh. Wanders. I love the idea of her wandering off. Like, she doesn't, like, actually just walk away. She sort of vaguely goes and does other things. I will be as indirect as possible.
She just sort of careens wildly out of control, walking
Potentially.
away from you. Don't take it personally. That's Etna. She's notoriously, how do I say this? Without being insulting, she's short. She's a little short.
So not very tall.
Almost wonderful.
Angry short people, I'm sorry. I grimace, and as she returns with my pint of ale, I nod politely.
Such polite nods.
Thank you, Edna. I will be friends with everyone, I assert. Edna grunts, turning on her heel and throwing me a dismissive wave over her shoulder. It's fine.
Case in point.
Aye.
Just in case you missed it.
yep.
Oh, sorry, there's another short joke.
It's fine. The ale is dark in color, and it tastes rich and hoppy as I take a generous sip, licking the froth from my lips.
I have to say, honestly, I don't know if I like hops all that much. Hops are actually a specific herb, if you guys don't know. And as far as I understand, actually, hops were fairly common in, like, monasteries. That's really where they started apparently being really popular. But I don't remember exactly. It's also apparently, like, hops were supposed to help deaden your sexual interest.
Oh,
Which was a thing that I read about. Yeah,
Interesting.
it's kind
So
of
like,
wild.
We will try and be more celibate by using chemicals,
Yeah, pretty much. Like,
which is a thing.
Also, I thought it was really funny. So the history of alcohol apparently actually includes that. So the witch stereotype actually popped up because of the people that made brewed stuff was actually a witch, basically at her cauldron. What that image was actually a person who was a brewist
So I say,
at work.
A lot of women, since they were in the home, in like townships and such like that, especially in Europe,
Right.
were able to brew homemade beers, and they made their own individual recipes and things like that. And it would be a woman working over a huge frothing cauldron of alcohol,
Right.
and stirring it and stuff. And then basically because
Sexism.
of sexism and capitalism,
Yeah.
where the men wanted to be in charge of basically money, and they basically made the stereotype to be basically disagreeable towards women specifically. So don't buy from women who are brewing, basically their brews.
Because so they basically started spreading apparently rumors that they were like witches or
because
they
a
were
lot of women were
unclean.
able to financially support themselves if they were able to run a business like that.
So apparently, though, it was like a brewer's hat. Your pointy hat was basically the sign of a brewer. So they basically demonized that image. They made it a horrible thing.
So that women would not be successful in the brewing industry.
Yeah.
At least this is especially like in Europe where we read this about.
Yeah.
All right, the ale is dark in color, rich and hoppy.
Are you okay? You seem tense.
Well, I was actually looking for you. I need to tell you something, but promise me you won't think I'm crazy, or at least try.
You're talking to someone who lives in Lunaris. Try me.
Just try.
Do
me.
it. I have cured. Go ahead, please.
I take a deep breath and edge closer, checking no one else is listening.
Hello, vehicle on the street. I
It's
love
okay.
you.
There's some noise outside. Please forgive. We missed some things.
It's all right.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my phone was updating, and I was just like, hang on, is there chat? I missed it.
How about?
I visited the graveyard the day I left your shop to see the crime scene, and I tried to get a feel for what happened there that night. Ezra leans in, eyes wide, listening intently.
And?
I didn't really get much then, other than an overwhelming sense of loss, which is, well, quite normal, considering. But tonight, I went back. Finn was there too, and I felt something different.
Different how? Exactly.
Other than an amount of flirting with, Finn. It's fine. I huff, and I have a laugh.
Take another shot.
It's a huff!
Sip!
Knowing how ridiculous this sounds, but in my line of work, I suppose it's normal. I heard him, Ezra, the hunter, the one who died. He spoke to me. Ezra's gaze darts around the tavern, and he sits back in his chair, running a hand through his hair.
I hope you don't go too far back, because those are bar stools.
I mean, there's assumably chairs at the tables.
I mean, it sounded like we were at the bar. Were we not at the bar?
I don't even know. Sits back a lot. Leans against an invisible rest. It's fine.
He's fine. He's a magician.
He's a witch. He leans against the back
a
rest.
witch. I keep forgetting. Yes.
They are witches here.
They are witches here.
Through his hair. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a charming gesture. I want to comment on the gesture. Like, we only ever comment on gestures when it's supposed to be romantic or specifically like telling, but I really want to comment on it. He wipes the look of shock off his face quickly, putting himself to rights. His voice is low when he speaks next, barely a whisper.
You're sure it was him?
I nod. Positive. He told me to leave, that there was no hope. I still hope that wasn't our good, leader's husband, because that would be so sad.
I made myself sad going, oh no.
I know.
What if it is your spouse that has died?
That would be the sad. I hopefully not, but I'm interested in that story.
Yeah, me too.
Ezra leans forward again, pushing his wine glass aside, placing his hand upon the table, his fingers twitching. Now, what does it mean?
Take his hand.
Take his hand. We gotta flirt.
Flirt.
Like, this is an unusual time for me to flirt, but we're gonna flirt.
I guess so.
Gonna do it. I mirror his movement, placing my hand upon the table beside his, shamelessly needing comfort. What?
What?
Needing comfort is very different than flirting. Excuse me?
That's actually the most different, basically, construction of,
That is the most non-flirt.
What?
That is the most, I am being more intimate with you and balanced. Like, I am developing more, contact and connection than being playful. Flirt is usually playful to me, if not always playful. Ezra doesn't hesitate to take it in his own hand, his skin warm and soft as he squeezes it tightly.
It's going to be okay. We'll figure this out together.
That's a flirt? I think that's just an affectionate gesture. I don't know.
Alright, question. Do you think asking for a handhold is a flirt? Especially,
if it's specifically for support and comfort, is that a flirt?
Is that a flirt?
I want, if anyone feels like weighing in the chat, I'm like, would you consider that to be a flirt?
I don't.
Because to me, that feels not flirty, which is, it did feel oddly out of place as a flirt, because, in this moment, because of what they were saying. But then I was like, okay, you're gonna shift the energy, and it's like, no, we're gonna do that.
What?
So I'm wondering if they're double using flirt as basically be more intimate in some way. And that's gonna be harder for me to understand, I think. I exhale sharply, feeling like I've been holding my breath ever since I sat in this chair. Not a stool, a chair. Thank you, Ezra. I don't know what I'd do without you, and I've only known you for a few days.
It's okay. I'm used to taking care of people. It's my thing, I suppose.
He softens his expression, drawing gentle, soothing circles on the back of my hand with his thumb.
Besides, you're delightful. It's not like it's a chore.
Super chore. His cheeks darken slightly. Dusky rose against warm, freckle-dusted russet. And Ezra is impossibly enchanting.
Super.
Everyone's hot. Did you know that everyone's hot? If in case you didn't know, Uwu will remind you that everyone is hot.
I'm glad you're okay, Uwu.
Oh my god, I love it. I'm glad you're okay, Uwu.
I'm always here for you. Always. Do you understand?
I do. And I'm more grateful than you'll ever know. Can I talk about this thing with my head now? Another squeeze of my hand, and we part reluctantly.
Reluctant party.
There's the ogling! There it is. He's adorable.
He's very cute.
I'm also like, your art makes him look about 15 to me. I'm just like,
I know.
It's just,
and I don't want to, again, I don't want to be mean, but part of it is just, I've realized how much, so it's an observation that I have made over the years that a lot of people who particularly come from a cartoony background, which can mean you've done a lot of anime or whatever, there's a lot of detail that tends to get cut out of the face. And, the rest of the body can be super complex, but, the face tends to be kind of bland.
I like that their eyes aren't humongous, though. I've been enjoying that we have a more realistic eye proportion as opposed to, Disney eyes.
I mean, they're kind of solidly larger, but it still is
Disney eyes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right.
Disney has gotten larger and larger eyes over the years. They're
slowly. Whoa. So, what now? Ezra huffs. Take a drink!
Take a drink!
A laugh, resting his chin in his hand. He looks tired, that bright emerald gaze firmly fixed upon me.
Okay, so I actually, I don't know if you guys have actually seen it, but in his sprite, I've wondered if I've kind of lost my mind, and I need to look at it again because I forgot to bring it up.
Okay.
But I think his sprite actually has 2 different colors of eyes.
Oh, really?
He has heterochromia,
Or it's just the shading is real extreme?
Like one eye looks blue and the other one looks green, but I don't know if I'm off my rocker. And I meant to bring it up last time, but I was kind of confused, and I thought about bringing it up, but now I'm like, oh, his eyes are supposed to be emerald, so...
They also look like aquamarine / like just aqua to me. Like, they really look like a
They don't look
bluish green.
emerald, that doesn't
They look bluish green to me.
Yeah.
But more in the blue range.
Right?
He curls his fingers around the stem of his glass, sighing deeply. Is he drinking wine? Is
Yeah.
he drinking wine?
I don't even know how to unpack this, but I do know that you need to rest. How's your head?
I sigh, pushing my ale aside. Still hurting. Ezra fishes around in the pouch that's attached to his belt. He actually has more than one, just so you know.
Alright, nice.
Retrieving... Sorry.
It's fine, it got stuck.
I was hooked up on my friend suddenly with the headphone. Alright, relieving a small vial full of what looks like a herb or flower. I think you usually say
Unherb?
I know it's not a vowel, but it's an herb
I think
because of the sound.
Yeah. Here, crush this into some boiling water and it should help with the headache. Sir, I need your skills.
Do we have boiling water?
Just some feverfew and butterbeer. Completely natural, I promise.
Not the unnatural things. you might be worried
Because
about.
otherwise, unnaturally made from natural... Wait, so does that mean that's still natural? No, it's very okay, it's fine.
I take the vial and tuck it safely in my pocket. Do you have a pharmacy in there? To your whole walking pharmacy. See, several bags, not just one.
Yeah, many bag.
He laughed softly, shaking his head.
What kind of witch would I be if I didn't carry around a cough for a migraine?
Oh, we didn't say headache, so we're still skating on the edge of things.
So his eyes look more greenish here, but I'm like, it really does look like his back eye to me has always looked a little bit more bluish, and I don't know if that's just like the color that they've decided to
I don't know.
go
To
with
me,
over
they
here.
look really blue over green, but it's
I'm not sure.
Shrug. Emeralds do come in a lot of different colors, like the actual gemstones.
Oh, absolutely.
But as far as I know, the labeled color is green.
Right. I should head back to the shop. I left the woman unattended with the kitchen cupboard unlocked. He leads me out of house and home.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I did check there before I came here. He'd gotten into the suites.
Shit. And that's definitely my cue to leave. Because the sweets are actually not just sweets. We pair them with specific things. Omen! Bye! Now, rest. Whatever you experience today will still happen tomorrow. I know what you hunters are like. No matter how much of a bossy pants August is, your report can wait until the morning.
I smile up at him as he stands. He did say my report could wait till the morning so long as it wasn't anything urgent.
It's true.
I promise. I'm drained. I need my bed more than ever right now. Plus, I need to decide how to put all of this into words.
It's very important.
That changed everything for me, didn't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it did. Just...
Once the gateway is open, it cannot be shut. Just like in Nekajishi. You can now hear everyone. It will never stop. He sighs deeply, resting a hand upon my shoulder.
Be mindful of who you share this information with, okay? There are eyes and ears everywhere.
Some more ears than most.
Good night, Uwu.
Good night, Uwu. Aye. Good night, Uwu. Good night, Esra. I stare out of the window and I spot the first snowflake falling from a star-dusted sky. Winter has arrived in Lunaris.
Ooh, charming.
So we have snow falling, but no clouds.
Hey!
That's our luggage?
That is our
Oh my god, we brought so much luggage.
We're gonna die.
We were expecting to go to every possible thing in this experience. It's amazing. Also, the hourglass is in process, which I just think is hilarious, and I kind of love it. But this is great. We actually get to see the room we're staying in, and I kind of love that.
And the purple sash.
There's our purple sash. We take it off. I need to know what our uniform is like, though, still.
Because everybody's not wearing at all the normal uniform.
As far as we can tell, the other two enforcers we've seen, aren't actually wearing the regular uniform.
And I imagine, honestly, that Harry is actually specifically wearing an advanced uniform.
Right, he's wearing his uniform of rank, so yeah.
He's partial Lucio.
Right. My headache. All right, there it is. Bingo card, it's the headache.
Poink!
Is persistent as I lie in bed, but nothing can possibly stop me from falling asleep after the day I've had. I finish the tea that I made with the flowers Ezra gave me, hoping that it begins to take effect. Because sleeping with a headache sucks. Oh, the Whispers is back.
Oh.
I close my eyes, but just before I drift off, a distant whisper.
Are we gonna date a ghost?
Hi, oh my god.
My name was James.
Oh,
My
no.
name was James.
Oh
That's what Mother called me. My name was James. It's the Lunar Festival.
Yay! Well, you know, the eclipse is happening soon. Oh.
It's true.
I open my eyes to the incessant sound of fists banging hard on my door. Apparently it also knocks you out. My head is pounding still, a fuzzy haze settling over me as I drag myself from the comfort of my bed and attempt to ignore the ache that's made itself at home behind my eyeballs. That one. I can do it.
Sorry. Behind your eyeballs.
I blink once, twice, and shit. It's dark? Surely I slept for more than a few hours. Honestly, it doesn't look dark outside the window, though.
Hunter, if you don't open this door in the next 5 seconds, I'm already counting, then you'll have to pay for a new one.
Double shit.
You better hope you're dead in a bloody ditch somewhere. Oh, goodness.
I grimace, thinking how that may actually be the preferred option in this immediate moment, right now.
Yeah.
Did I really sleep for a whole entire day? Well, at least my death will be at the hands of something other than a ghastly creature. I suppose. Also, I imagine another death has happened, and oh god, I missed everything. Ezra, what did you put in that concoction? Dear God! Small victories. Small,
tiny
victories.
Tiny victories, quick.
I look out the window, and it's most definitely past sundown. Lunaris is covered in snow, a pristine blanket of perfect white, glistening in the moonlight. I slept through the night, I slept through the day, everything.
Great.
There are more people in the streets than I've seen the whole time I've been in Lunaris, and they're hanging brightly coloured bunting. A brightly coloured bunting?
No.
Or is it brightly coloured bunting from between the crooked, or buntings, I think you need an A or an S, from between the crooked little houses.
I don't know, I think it depends on your usage, but I'm not sure since I actually don't typically use bunting in my speech, to be honest.
I don't either. I was gonna say, it might be correct, it's just unfamiliar. Another knock. Quieter this time.
I have things to do! Important things! I can hear you in there, you know.
Trying not to answer the door in the nude, excuse me. The thought of opening the door and seeing August ready to tear my head off is less than appealing, especially when I probably look like I've been dragged through a fey nest and left for dead.
Such dead.
The music suddenly feels like the Willy Wonka music.
It kind of
Oh
does.
my god,
I was
that's
actually
so
thinking
high.
like tinkling off in
I gather my wits and shout as cheerily as I can muster. I'll be down in 5 minutes if you don't want to see me in the nude and get to know each other on a more immediate level. As a series of incoherent mumbles comes from the other side of the door, followed by a clack of heels as they walk away without much of a fight. I have the feeling I'm in a lot of trouble. He specifically wanted someone that wasn't late, so on the second day, we had to be running late because of reasons. Wonderful.
Great.
Fantastic.
Great, my favorite.
The wolf is full to the brim. We know it's called the wolf, but wait, we come down from our room, yeah, okay.
We're above
here.
them,
It's
yeah, you're
fine.
right.
Why couldn't we meet them in our room?
I don't know, actually.
With red-faced patrons, all wearing far fancier outfits than the usual uninteresting garments they tend to sport. In 2 days, you have decided what the townspeople tend to sport.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Really? Then what you've seen them sporting so far, a sumtive mix of some depends.
Right?
Hang
on, did we actually disconnect?
What?
Hold on. I'm having a problem.
As far as I know,
we've dropped a lot.
Oh, we have? We've been dropping frames?
Apparently.
No!
Something has echoed.
Okay.
Hang on, let me make this a little bigger also too. I'm like, what happened with this suddenly going, let us be super tiny.
Alright, hold on everyone. Troubleshooting. Pardon us.
What happened?
It had looked fine on my preview.
So I can't actually get a hold of the chat anymore.
Oh no.
So it's just constantly reconnecting to chat. So I apologize guys, if you've actually been talking, we've completely missed it. I was like, oh, everybody's just quiet. But it's like, apparently my phone is utterly and completely disconnected from it.
Could we pull up the functional chat for a second? Or would
sure,
that hurt everything?
I mean, it might slow it down. because
Okay.
that's usually how this works. But let's take a look-see.
All right, let's see if the computer chat will function. Pardon us.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on
I thought
today.
things had gone a tiny bit quiet myself, but I was like, it seemed like everything was running fine on the stream.
Right. Well, it's also
So-
like it was saying that I wasn't even online. So.
Oh, dear.
Wow.
That's an experience.
Is a day.
Because I definitely didn't have that problem.
That is an experience. Alright, so what
On the stream right here.
Whoa! Please don't do that.
I say,
I'm not
because
interested.
mine seems to still be running just fine. At
Yay!
least
You're live. Manage stream. Cool. All right.
that's what
so
it indicates, yeah.
Hang
But
on.
maybe
Hang in there,
everyone's
loading
quiet
activity.
because of that.
Let me go ahead and
Ah,
try.
Twitch is glitching. It says it. Out and doesn't let me write comments, neither on PC or mobile.
Oh, is
All right,
Twitch just
so-
having a time?
I say it could be our Twitch or it could be Twitch in general.
Oh dang.
Now we have a glitch. That page that I tried to refresh it and it says there's nothing.
Yeah, no, I lost something earlier.
All right, hold
No,
on.
what happened? Yeah, all I've got is just reconnecting to the chat, like super aggressively.
Okay. So I think the chat is actually glitching, guys. So my apologies if that is the case. If everything sounds okay, which I hope it does.
Yeah, chat is acting wild. Hello.
I say mine is trying to load the stream at all. So, but it says I've got it now. So everything looks fine. Do you want to go ahead and advance the page and see if it's working? Because I kept watching it.
Cool.
All right, so we're heading back. You can go ahead and remove the chat. It's fine if it's not there.
All right. Cool.
I'm sorry the chat is malfunctioning. Unfortunately, we don't have a good troubleshoot for that. All right, then they tend to sport. All right, let's see here. If it actually is updating or if it's going insane. I see, it's working.
All right.
August, scowling in the corner. But I almost don't recognize them out of their uniform. All right, feel free to contact us on Tumblr if you so desire. If you want to leave that open, I can watch that one. For those of you that have it, other than that, I don't know, refresh, reopen and close.
I mean, I'm
Oh, a whole website issue, according to my current update. All right, well, we're going to plow forward with the game because we have a limited amount of time to stream, and we will sort of keep an eye on the chat. And hopefully it will go well. Thank you for the update, Drakonishi. I appreciate that.
Yes, very much.
All right.
So,
I see August scowling in the corner, but I almost don't recognize them out of their uniform. Oh dear, are they going to be wearing something else?
Oh dear.
They spot me, and I can almost feel my blood freezing as that ice-cold gaze fixes upon me. Oh, look at that.
Okay.
Everyone is like 100% of the time, I am going to show as much cleavage as possible if I'm not in uniform.
It's very
It's
important.
all about the cleavage.
Need the titty. We thought you were missing. I almost had a search party sent out for you. Whoa! Did you see those like high boots? They were
did.
buckles.
They
like
were
they-
amazing, and I wanted to see the whole
And
sprite.
now it says Lies and Scandal is offline again, at least on mine.
Mine is still updating live.
Okay,
So I think
don't
you
know.
lost it.
Something is going on then with mine, and I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna close mine. 'cause
Or
it's not
Twitch is
working.
having troubles. Anyway,
Anyway,
so
so
we're going to need to
Flirt!
flirt.
We're
gonna
always
need to
doing-
be like, this is really important with the flirt.
Do the
Right.
flirt.
I catch myself staring at August
Staring as
August
There you go.
impatiently taps their foot, waiting for an apology. I do not give one. They look different, more relaxed, and far more approachable. And by that I mean they are looking fine. In fact, they are looking snazzy. It certainly doesn't help my growing infatuation with them. Oh, we are assumptive.
Oh, okay.
You look different. Amazing, actually. I love the necklace, the boots, all of it. Their footstills, a dark brow raising in what I'm hoping is interest. This is it. You don't apologize. You aren't contrite. You aren't submissive. You don't explain yourself. You just say, "Damn, you look hot. How you doing?"
Hey, baby, what's up?
Could you get that? Someone flinging out of bed late, apologizing at the door, I'll be down, and then just show you and be like, "You look hot as fuck."
I do.
I smile, biting my lip to prevent it from growing as wide as I'd like it to. Yes, you do. I like the lines, the cut of your jib, if you will. You have impeccable taste, it seems. General.
General.
I've been told to call you General, and I will.
General. Thank you. Well, it's hard to find a decent tailor in these parts.
Do you make your own clothes? Do you make your own clothes? I need to know. They halt their words, narrowing their gaze, apparently suddenly suspicious of my curiosity.
Flattery will get you nowhere, and certainly not on a day where you've shown yourself up so horribly.
I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. They raised their hand, silencing me. They are tired of excuses.
Don't want to hear it.
I
If you had attended this morning's meeting, you would know that tonight is quite an important occasion.
You're literally going to tell me right now that you couldn't have told me yesterday that today was going to be an important occasion. You can only tell me on the day of that something's coming up? Is this how you run your management for real?
No wonder people are having problems, honestly.
Keeping up? You bet.
Now, we don't have much time thanks to your tardiness, so please bear with me while I explain.
First things first, did anyone die last night? It was the 7th day.
Right? We are in the middle of a crisis, yes, but the Lunar Festival is unavoidable.
Fatalities.
Harry thinks that if we postpone or cancel it, the town will erupt into chaos.
And here's the parallel with the ball. Here
Right.
it is!
Hey, look, it's the masquerade!
It's
all
the
over
masquerade.
again.
Every day is
masquerade. Oh my god,
It's
where's
fine.
the timing for this masquerade?
I mean, the thing is I'm like, you couldn't have told us yesterday?
Right?
Really? In this meeting today, this annual festival that we always have, it is extremely important
It's
and
literally
valuable.
a day later.
I
That's
couldn't tell you about it till the
so-
day of. Also, your gloves are hilarious.
They're-
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
These slim, tiny little gloves, they're
I
kind of
hope
cute.
they need more stability, more than ever right now, and the last thing we need is more panic.
You just can't trust people in masses or whatever. Or just trust people. It's fine. Lunar Festival? I wasn't briefed on this at all. I've never even heard of this town before. It wasn't in my original letter. No one told me before I came. I've done no research on the town, and you didn't tell me yesterday. What is even with this?
Right?
I'm judging him. Just so.
I'm
them.
also
I am
judging
just
our
judging them.
entire backlog of everybody and all of our training and all of our.
Also, no one would mention this. You're telling me that Omen, excitable as he is, wouldn't mention a festival happening?
Right?
Oh my god, there's gonna be a festival tomorrow. There'll be so many people.
Or just going like,
do
oh
or
my god,
see."
I'm so excited! Tomorrow's gonna be the festival, and you have to go. Wait, what festival?
The what? Yeah, there's no way we could have found out before now. I feel like people would have talked about this.
Right?
I just do. All right.
Ah,
A festival. While there are horrible murders being committed.
I did just say.
Yes,
that it was
that is what I
Harry's
covered.
idea. Trust me, I know. It's abhorrent, to be quite honest. It's a yearly tradition that's been around for centuries, one that Harry holds dear. He's been distant lately.
Well, he's probably sad about not being able to do what he's supposed to do. Run his function.
Why don't you just date him, August? Seriously, I kind of actually was like,
Because Harry's married, we assume.
or I think their spouse is dead.
I
Honestly, I think that's what that
Harry's
was.
a widow. That's
I
kind
do
of what
too.
I assume.
We need our leader back. Also the fact that he's been distant.
He's
It sounds like somebody.
I am invested in my boss real hard. I support.
Please.
And if this helps, then I'm willing to play along. I expect you to do the same. No questions asked, understand?
I hardly agree, and I have more than enough on my mind that I need to figure out. But the look August is giving me tells me that I have little to no choice.
Actually, none.
I
None at
ponder
all.
their question. I mean, you could just, absolutely ditch everything.
I'm also. I apologize. I'm really distracted because the pants are off center.
Yeah, I was having a little bit of that
the
too.
little, the actual belt loops are even off center as well, and it's sort of.
It's so the belt is to the side based on the way they are standing, and the belt loops line up with a forward-facing stance, but the hips and shoulders are all cocked to the side.
Right.
And I think that's funny, that the pants are like, no, I face you,
I-
and everything else is turned.
Right.
It's an interesting difference, if
Right.
you will. I ponder their question for a little longer than necessary for dramatic effect, feeling them growing impatient. And try again.
Such impatience. Yeah,
All right, here we go.
Oh, it actually works now.
Impatient.
Ah!
Absolutely. Anything you need. They relax at that. Their pretty eyes bright as they stare me down. They don't stare down at me, they stare me down. Yes. Try and type something.
Good.
Okay, we're gonna test the
this
chat
work?
from our side
Does
and see if
this
it's possible
work?
to chat.
In a world
You know
of
what?
pure imagination.
Somehow we just thought that, Twitch was flawless and all the problems would be ours because, we are the inexperienced party here.
What's so bad at it?
I'm not seeing anything from you.
Okay, so you've got nothing.
But my game is still updating. So we typed in the chat and there's nothing updating. Disappoint.
Yeah,
This
so
is
again,
sad, 'cause
I
we
will
want to talk
reiterate
to
for
everyone.
people that, for all y'all who are here, which seems to be actually a few of you, thank you very much for joining us. I
Yes.
apologize that the chat doesn't work.
Indeed, we do love your comments, and part of the reason to stream is to have live interaction.
To share!
And to see adorable emojis and have fun, scathing lines and really, really good puns.
Alright?
At any rate, hopefully we can keep checking in with the chat and maybe Twitch will get it back online. In the meantime, we do appreciate you guys, so...
Right?
Good. We are good.
Between you and me, I personally think it's a complete and utter waste of time and resources, especially in the middle of such a crisis.
Also, again, I need to know, has the pattern been broken? 7 days have passed and no one died last night? Or someone died last night?
Did anyone die
Did
last
I die last night and now I'm a ghost and that's the problem?
Oh, maybe.
They sigh heavily, shrugging as if they've already admitted defeat.
Alas, it's important to Harry that we stick with said tradition and show the people of Lunars that everything is exactly as it should be.
Okay, I'm wondering very much actually if this legal body also functions as like a local government body and going, is there a mayor or leader of the town that should also be interacting with this festival? Because right now, August is acting as if we are the only ones in charge of it goes off or not goes off. But also, like, I would think if it's a local tradition, it would be basically the townsfolk that would lead and drive it, especially like, you know, your mayoral or local government, kind of, you know, your town planning kind of thing.
I think that's actually an excellent question and is a good point because we've had problems in various games where they don't really establish how their government works and then they keep performing basically behaviors where you go, is that what your government does?
Is that a
or
government
is that
function
a thing
or
that
not?
you're just doing, you know? Like, I would actually like to know.
So just forget about the horrible murders and my sworn duty to protect and serve. To protect and serve the people for a night. Then?
Because, I mean, unless we're going to say that we are literally functioning as a, what is it called? The martial law?
Martial law.
Like,
We're going,
is that what we
normally
do?
the local government would handle this, but we have the ability to veto it if, you know, things are serious, which can happen. Like I say, and that's what might have gone on if we hadn't gone, no, please continue it. I require it.
I'm also just like, so having now been in a pandemic, I totally understand where people kind of go, you should not be performing the festivals.
Yeah, right?
Like, at all. And also, I totally understand, too, where people completely resisted, at least in the US. Which is not to say that everybody here is not doing that, but I have found it to be fascinating, the level of behavior that has come out, where it's like, hi, social distance, but all these things that I'm used to doing, I appreciate that.
I should be able to do them anyway. Actually, no.
No, it's okay.
All right, for the night, then.
Yes, you've got it.
And I don't have a choice.
Do you ever?
Nope.
Did
not-
I ever even give you that idea?
Did I ask? Did I stutter? Point taken. I should probably change. A rather loud cheer rings out from the doorway, and August grimaces, running a gloved hand over their face.
They pull a Picard face.
They just...
God damn it.
A
I
face
keep-
palm, it's a face palm.
Valdemar, god damn it.
It's alright.
Yes, The festival itself takes place in the market. Please represent us well, Hunter.
A question.
Wait, what?
A question.
What?
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 We're going to do this, not you? Wait, what?
I don't think we're going to be running anything. I think we're just going to be present and performing our function as crowd control, as police.
I hope so.
I was like,
I'm
but
not
also-
sure what we're expected to do here, actually.
I don't either. I assume we know what we're expected to do. I would say, but what I was wondering about actually is going, okay, it's evening and it's getting dark outside. The literal thing for the last 2 nights is that everyone's scrambling inside as aggressively as possible and you can't be out after dark. And we're holding the festival at dark and after dark with everyone outside. This is what I'm hearing. Like, this is literally the experience I am hearing, and I'm going,
Right.
Did we just drop the don't go out after dark plot point?
Like-
or are we just not mentioning it for reasons?
Also, was it actually just supposed to be a weird thing? Like, I don't understand. Okay, it's fine.
Because it was used twice, and apparently on a festival night, no one will care?
All eyes will be on you, and this is the perfect opportunity for you to introduce yourself to the town.
Well, I mean, given that I seem to be the talk of it, that would be appropriate. Then they look at me up and down, apparently unsatisfied with my presentation. You're going to wear that?
You'll want to change into something a little more
interesting, and I suggest you find someone to escort you.
Oh, we're gonna have to have a date.
It would look a little odd having you wander around by yourself. We have to show solidarity.
We're gonna have to find a date. This is your... You know what? You're gonna... Oh, no. This is...
Oh,
wait, but is this a real choice or not? This will take you through the rest of the chapter.
It's just
with
this chapter.
Save here, so you can return and play with another.
Oh,
okay,
no.
that sounds like fun. Doing the festival with each one of them sounds like fun.
All right,
and
so
I'm just
return.
imagining people are going to be voting in on things, and I appreciate all of your votes, and I would
I
love
don't
to
know
hear
how
them.
to see them. I am sad. I
am
would be like,
sad.
who do you guys think we should hang out with?
Okay, so can we literally find absolutely anyone is my first question.
I mean,
Because that
it says find, so I'm assuming yes.
I know, but the thing is, it's like, I wonder who would be hardest to find myself.
You'd be like, let's pick the hardest to find.
All right, so I feel like professionally, we wouldn't want to lump all the enforcers together.
Right.
Unless we're looking to learn more about things here, which would be sort of a professional/date.
Okay.
So part of me is like, if we're going for professional,
Pick either
about doing
Piper
a
or
date,
August.
it's going to be Piper or August, but August is in charge, so I think it'd be fun to go with them. I was just saying, but then if we're not going for that and we're trying to spread up our forces as much as possible, because assumably people are still trying to murder people,
Right.
and having us all in different places, then I would be more likely to go with someone that might understand more about it. And in that case, it might be a lot of fun to go with Alcar because of being the most suspicious and involved in the supernatural. Because Omen, while being supernatural, seems very naive.
That's a good.
So
point.
Alcar is going to have what I would guess would be the most underbelly experience.
Right.
And I would be interested in finding that out. What do you think? Also, tails and wags and woo.
Woo woo woo.
What do you vote, my friend?
I'm sure. Why not Alcar?
Okay. Ezra, please. We
Oh
have
my
one
God!
vote for Ezra.
We have an Ezra vote.
Honestly, also though, Ezra being very familiar with the town and well known could introduce us to a lot of people.
It's true.
So I kind of appreciate that. If anyone else is wondering how we're getting this communique, you can go over to our Tumblr if you have Tumblr.
It's lies-and. Is it Andy or is it the ampersand? You're the one with it.
Let me go and check it. Let me give out our official Tumblr.
Yep, it's lies. It was right there.
Okay, it's lies-and-scandal. And we have the exact same icon. So if anyone has Tumblr or wants to go to Tumblr, you can message us directly from there, and we will try and fake this chat. It is an app. It's also a website. You do have to sign up to use it. They do not send you ads. I have used them for years. I have never gotten spam mail from them ever. So that one. And we would be happy to hear from all of you. But yes, one vote is in, and
We've got
for Ezra. So you know what? I'm gonna say we should do it. We should just go with Ezra and learn what we can about the town.
Sure.
Right.
I kind of want to come back and forth here, but I'm also.
I would kind of love to do this on a couple of different people and learn what we can. That'd be fun.
All right.
All right. I have someone who can show me around.
Very well. Just remember that all eyes are on you.
All eyes on us. All eyes on us. Walk into the club. All eyes on us.
And don't forget to change. OMG.
I cannot believe you are wearing your uniform. Dear God, you're the only enforcer that I've ever seen that wears it. I nod, smiling politely.
Very politest of smiles.
Politely. Yes, General.
Good evening, Hunter.
Foosh! Run! They just run away. Foosh! The General is out. All right. They tug on an expensive-looking fur coat and head out into the chill. I look down at my outfit, sighing as I resign myself to the fact that I probably should change. Sigh. I think of heading to Ezra's shop to find him, hoping he'll be happy to be my guide for the evening. The lantern outside isn't alight when I round the corner, but I decide to knock and double-check to see if he's home. As I raise my fist to the wood, a soft gust of wind startles me. The little tinkling music is really cute here. I kind of love it. I turn to find a familiar figure waiting for me down on the street, a friendly smile on his face. Finn, hello.
Whoa!
You look great. Look at that.
You are Lord Vampire Bram Stoker.
Also,
hello.
though, again, cleavage at all possible moments, at all costs.
It doesn't
Life
even matter.
and limb. I don't care if an undershirt would build this outfit up
He
to heights
has
of 10.
The titty.
No undershirt for me. You must see The tit.
Do we have
You know what? Honestly, I appreciate it. Everybody in cleavage, it's a thing.
He's on his way to the market.
Hello to you too, Finn.
How are you feeling? Whoop, whack in the table.
I still headache based on our last assessment.
Right?
He pauses, brow furrowing slightly.
I was worried about you after that.
After,
that experience, it was a little bit like...
thing.
Damn, bro.
I love the coat, though. It's very charming.
So fucking...
Part of his arm is over the coat, though. I'm like, is this a layered, textured experience that I'm not aware of? Like shifting metal pieces in magic?
It looks like that's his hand, so it folds up and down, so maybe there is a piece
Part of
that
the
sort
joint kind of thing? I'm like, damn,
Which
bro.
is sort of wild.
I smile as I step back onto the streets. I'm fine, if not a little shaken. Wait, our migraine that we woke up with is gone?
Wait, you were literally just whining and complaining about it, and
Like that we still had a pounding headache.
and it was terrible?
Maybe we're just brushing it off?
Maybe?
I don't know.
Huh?
Alright, if not a little shaken, I'll be okay then.
I'm glad.
Actually, you might catch Esra if you hurry. I was heading to the festival myself, actually.
You enjoy the festival. Also, I do love that they actually covered things with snow when they said they covered them, which I think is cute.
I do, especially when Alcar decides to attend. He tends to cause trouble.
Oh my
It's
God.
so fucking hilarious. It's like my favourite time of day.
Oh no!
I'm like, damn.
this is it.
You know, I get up, I'm going for the Alcar tea. It'll be great. He'll spill it everywhere, and I will be there to just revel in the glory. It'll be amazing.
Right, it'll be fabulous.
Alright.
Alright.
I like trouble.
I laugh at his wicked grin, following as he turns to head toward the market.
Come on, I'll walk you. Come here,
I
darling.
see. So if we choose Esra, apparently we get both for a little while. More background.
It's the market.
This is adorable.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of... I'm being a little facetious, but it's very cute.
I feel like your pears are gonna die of frost, and your fruits, like especially your like oranges and stuff, like those things.
Actually,
don't
I find that
all
to be
like the cold.
I find it to be fascinating that they even have these particular like fruits because so one of the big things about our culture in particular that's so fascinating is we have such heavy, high, and entitled access at this point now to like exotic fruits and vegetables. Like we expect to have a lot of things year round that are really not year round things. And they have actually talked about how that has actually influenced basically our culture and also has influenced our, the global environment actually. Because for example, they actually grow avocados, it seems to sometimes extreme detriment of the area that they grow them in.
Right.
So it's really interesting, but yeah, I'm like the fact that they have these plants here is amazing because that would also mean that their trade network is super high. Like, dang.
And it could be. They could be right along a primary trade route, but be a tiny little town in between.
Or this could also just be an area, but I don't think, I guess pears grow on deciduous trees, but like oranges do too, and I guess that might be
I'm
like
assuming
cherries.
those are dates or nuts or something, honestly.
But yeah, if you got like dates or nuts, that might be a little bit more exotic because I don't know if the trees where those ones come from.
Usually warmer climates, as far as I know. But some nuts in colder climates, I don't know.
Right?
Finn bids me farewell at the entrance. There's an entrance to the market? Is it a covered market?
Ooh, maybe.
Eagerly running off and disappearing into the dense crowd in his search for entertainment. And no one's afraid of the night on this night. I'm just gonna keep digging it in. Like, everyone should be like, I understand festival, but why not just throw it during the day?
Right.
Like, is it because it's the Lunar festival, it specifically has to be at night? No,
right.
Again, I'm gonna mention, the moon doesn't only come out at night. Oh my god. Like, big important deal. Actually, the moon does not only come out at night.
Which is actually really kind of a neat thing that if you know what you're looking for during the day, you can actually see it even for us.
Oh, see, even when it's a small sliver, you could usually see it in the day.
Yeah.
Unless it's a super bright day, but definitely by the horizon. And sometimes the reason you have no moon at night is because it's already risen and set. It doesn't go around the Earth in the exact cycle of rotation. He told me I'd likely find Esra reveling in discounted goods. Hi, magician, the witch. I will buy all the cheap things, yes.
Aha!
So I head towards the stalls that appear to be selling herbs, spices, and other ingredients that may be handy to a local witch.
Hi, yes, discount. By that I mean go to the herbs and spices. Spices were so expensive years
I was
ago.
gonna say,
Spices were exclusively like a rich person thing, as far as I understand.
Spices
like,
more than herbs.
Right.
Herbs everyone could grow.
Oh yeah.
Spices being
But
more
I'm like
complex.
spices. That's what it's like. Spices?
Yep.
Like dang.
I spot a shock of white hair, and Ezra turns to face me as I call his name. Can you spot it from the side, the back? Okay, that's kind of adorable.
I want to cuff you.
You look cuddly,
Oh,
actually.
I didn't expect to see you standing there.
He tucks a neatly wrapped bundle of what looks like skeletal touch-me-nots into the pouch upon his belt. The petals withered and form in the shape of a sinister, smiling skull where they curl.
Is that actually like based off of? There is actually a
That's
plant.
a real flower that does that. Yeah, absolutely.
Those suckers look cool as hell.
They're really, really cool looking. And yeah, when they're in full bloom, it's not as obvious, but as soon as they start to wither a little bit, they are very skull-like, and
They
it's
look
very
awesome.
cool. I raise an inquisitive brow at him. He rolls his eyes.
Up, take a shot.
There it is, the rolling the eyes, playfully, tipping his head for me to follow him as he heads to the next stall.
I do not buy them for the reason you think. They're for medicinal purposes, not hallucinogenic ones.
This is medicinal drugs, not recreational drugs. You need to know, very important.
I just very important, even though we do those too. It's okay.
It's fine.
It's fine. Right now,
no
though-
judgment, but I think it's funny that he's just like, no, you need
no.
to know this thing.
You're
It's
like,
fine.
it's fine?
We're fine.
Like, it's fine, bro. It's fine.
We wander from stall to stall. Ezra.
That was our introduction to him?
That
We didn't just ask
we
him?
Didn't
We just
ask
follow him.
We just show up. I was gonna say, and we don't ask him to be our escort. We just fall in with him. I guess. I assumed we'd be asking for a formal escort, and also for him to show us around and stuff like that.
Okay.
And yeah, it's very uncommunicated. We just show up next to him, and then we're allowed to continue.
Yeah,
We wander from stall to stall. Ezra apparently quite happy for me to stay in his company, and I enjoy watching while he takes full advantage of the unusual wares. So do a lot of people travel to the town for this festival? Why are they unusual wares? Because the inn is not full or crowded, and it doesn't seem like
It did say that though, remember? Right when we walked down there.
No, all the rooms aren't taken up if you have people from out of town.
Oh, yeah.
We were able to just get a room when we showed up.
That is also actually a good point. Why didn't we have to basically you'd think that if you were booking a room in the place we were staying, they would have been like, hey, you have to book this super hard in advance.
Because this
of
festival's
the
coming
festival.
up. And again, when we say, and it's specifically over exotic goods or unusual things. Him shopping for unusual deals. Now the deal's okay, but unusual stuff, there shouldn't be extra stuff in this market, except that maybe some people make things specifically for the festival, but if it's exotic, that suggests from somewhere else specifically.
Right.
And then you would have to have people traveling from elsewhere to be here for this festival, which would be normal, except for they haven't mentioned it all because those people need places to stay.
That's really
You should be talking
weird.
about people either camping around town, bringing in wagons, setting up tents or carts, or that, every available place to stay is booked if this is a big-ass festival.
And also at the same time too, I would imagine sure, I'm making total assumptions about technology here, but they don't seem to be consistent about it, which is okay, but it's just a little confusing, where honestly you would have a lot of people who basically would come into town almost a couple of weeks beforehand, because
And
you
set
have
things
to
up sometimes.
settle in, make sure you have a place to sleep,
Scout the area,
Uh-huh.
and also in those times, a lot of times people would rent out, that was when a lot of people would rent their home rooms out.
Oh,
going,
yeah.
we know that around this time we can rent every single room, and they'll sometimes just stay in the barn to make money to rent every room in their house.
Right.
For the festival. This is a thing I am familiar with.
Right.
He barges with a particularly stubborn herbalist over the price of her angelica root. We love angelica. I've never eaten angelica ever, but when I watch it in British baking, I'm just looks fascinating. He walks away with a scowl on his face, but his expression brightens, and he winks. And the wink he offers me tells me he got a good deal. But you have to make sure to put them in their place. Let them know that, this thing.
Well, now I have some other people going, aha, we're here. So, hang on. So, yeah, it's okay.
Excellent. So chat's still down, it seems.
All right, Chad is still giving some
right.
issues, so, dang,
All
I'm
right.
dang it.
I'm just let them know you got a good deal. It's nope, you have to make sure you're still grumpy about the price, even though it's a good one. It's fine. Hi.
They always fall for that one.
Oh no. You appear to be quite good at this. A shrug, but he's clearly pleased with himself. And still fluffy.
Aye, running a business by yourself is difficult. You have to be smart.
Thank you.
Yes!
I actually just mentioned this in our Arcana route in Nadia, like while doing Nadia in just a recent episode where I was like talking about basically Esra being familiar with selling his services as a gig, basically as, you know, one-time hiring a magician for this, magician for that. So he is running his own business, even if he doesn't run the shop, and he should be skilled with small business practices. And I love that they have that in here of just going, this is a small business owner. Excellent. And yeah, you have to you have to be skilled at what you need.
Right? Oh, that reminds me. I need to pick up a new spell book. I filled up the last one.
Oh, I love that.
Help me find one. There's a great craft stall that Finn showed me a while back.
Where they hand make their notebooks and they sew them.
I'm
and they have
actually
the really
like,
cool,
that's super charming. But I love that because most people really do seem to talk about spell books also in stories as if they're just always filled. And I'm like, no?
You can't just buy other people's spells everywhere. Actually, one of the things that was mentioned recently in reference to like D&D style role-playing is that a lot of magic is elitist. Because there aren't copies of books, and most wizards and witches and stuff have only their own spell books that they have gathered over time, and which you take into like big, you know, archives and libraries, and you copy down things into your own book. You can't just go and buy full spell books. So I kind of love that.
Which is why it explains the level of snobbery with people going, these are all of my books, particularly because in D&D world, even though it rarely comes up, most of them don't freaking know how to read or write.
Yeah, see, most people can't read or write. It's a skill you have to specifically get.
Right?
Of course. We find the stall and peruse the goods. His eyes light up when he spots a forest, green, leather-bound book, full to the brim with thick parchment. I'm just imagining all these people that I've seen on like Tumblr and Etsy and stuff like that who do these handmade, you know, like notebooks and stuff like that, and he'll do like even like sculpted covers and things like that, or like tooled leather and things.
Right.
And I'm just like, this is a notebook, like a notebook crafter, a book binder, and I love that.
Right? I also would be like, though, I want to know what the technology level is like, because usually even just getting the materials to write, and historically speaking, obviously in our world, and this is clearly not, which is another thing to consider, it's just the fact of going like, it tended to be, you know, it was again that elitist thing. You had to have a shit ton of money, and I'm like, is Esra just like packing it in?
Or this is his priorities, this is his business expense.
Right?
Like, it's as if it was made for him, and he eagerly passes over his coin to the vendor. No haggling or bartering at all.
I go through these quickly. I tend to be a bit of a scribbler.
Oh, that's charming. Do you use them purely for spells? He shakes his head.
As I specialize in healing, I like to get lost in a good medical journal every now and again.
Oh,
That's
no.
super cool! You continue to educate yourself. You basically, I wonder, I'm like, there's the doctor reference though again for the Arcana. That's super funny.
It's okay, we're mixing and matching, but it's here. You always have a healer
But
in the
also,
group, right?
like, that's way... So I have to say, it's way more thoughtful. There's shocking, like, areas where I'm like, that's super neat that you've remembered to bring that up, going like, hi, every, basically, witch has the thing that they have their priorities for. So they go and do these things that actually help them increase their skills and expand their knowledge.
There's not a generic overarching, I'm just magic, in the same way that you have an archaeologist. It's like, no, they have discipline.
They have hyper-specific
Or
ones
sort of like
sometimes,
a
too.
doctor. I just remember we saw recently in something where they're like, we need a doctor. I mean, I'm a doctor, but you know, I'm a physicist, so it doesn't matter. Or whatever it was.
I was like, I'm an astrologist or whatever.
Yeah, that one. And
so
they're
we
just
were
like,
watching Treasure Planet because
that
I
one.
was
I'm
finally
an
able to find a copy of
so
the
it
movie.
doesn't matter.
He's like, blah!
God, I just saw Treasure Planet for the first time just before New Year's, and it was amazing, and I loved it. I had never seen it before.
It's really a good movie. I recommend if people haven't seen it before to look for it, and if they can, watch it.
There's also a fascinating behind-the-scenes story associated with it. There are documentaries written, I mean, you know, informal documentaries, like on YouTube and video essays and stuff, about what happened with that movie.
I can plug them. So if you want to actually look it up, you can actually find the individual bread sword. So it's like the actual like bread loaf, right? Bread sword, one word. He actually does, I believe they go by he, him, videos on various basically bits of nostalgia or like history in regards to like animation and
has
culture.
a really good one for Treasure Planet.
Yep, and it's super good.
All right.
As I specialize in healing, I lost a good medical journal. It might not be conventional for a witch to study such things, but I find it helps me really understand what kind of healing spells I need to develop.
Starting
what are
with the
people
basics.
going to the clinic for?
Right?
Honestly, though, I'm surprised that they don't actually have a lot of midwives. So historically speaking, midwifery was actually more common compared to doctors, and it was actually only when, and I hate to say this, as far as I understand, even my dad, so my dad being a doctor, he talked to me about this, was that when men decided to get involved in basically medical field, they went, we need to establish that we're different from midwives because we're better than them because we're men. So some of the basically sexual elitism started popping up, and unfortunately with the introduction of doctors, especially them going, oh, we're just inherently better, they wouldn't study what the midwives did. So it actually created actually why so many people died in hospitals and would die working with a doctor was because
sanitary practices.
And with midwives, people wouldn't die because midwives knew what the hell they were doing. They'd been doing it for so long and they talked to each other. But
And
the
there
doctors
was-
wouldn't listen, and only when they decided to actually go and talk to the midwives did they go, oh, by the way, this thing, and they're like, oh shit!
If I remember correctly, it was nursing that really revolutionized the experience of doctors, and it was Florence Nightingale who came in and actually really aggressively changed their practices during one of the wars, where they're like, you are killing off your survivors, and you need to stop. And she just really made a huge impact.
Yes.
At any rate, we don't know that there aren't midwives here. I think it's just not relevant to the story.
Right.
But I like that he's basically studying, symptoms and afflictions and things and going, what am I actually healing? If you come in and talk about an ailment, can I diagnose it and treat the full range of it rather than just your one symptom?
Right?
All right. What made you choose healing as your specialty? A sad look crosses his face. Oh no.
Well, my dad was killed when I was quite young. My magic had manifested by then, but I was completely helpless.
Okay, so in this world, you actually are born into basically your magic.
I would posit that
Sounds
that
genetic.
suggests that you either have it or you don't, rather than you can learn it. But
Right.
but I wouldn't say that's guaranteed.
No, I'm like, that's what it sounds like.
He takes a deep breath, his eyes shining.
From that day, I promised myself that if anyone I loved was ever in danger, that I'd be able to help them.
Aww.
I haven't broken that promise just yet, and hopefully I never will.
I feel you. I have several characters, like in more formal role plays, like pen and paper role plays and stuff, that really are like, their great tragedy is they're like, I can't heal people. My skills are elsewhere, and just it's tough.
Right?
I'm sorry you had to endure that. He smiles, and I'm impressed with how strong he is. You called me strong, and I called you strong, and I can see it again.
Thank you. I beat myself up over it for a long time, but I turned my pain into something that can help others. It's what my father would have wanted. He was such a kind man, so I do it for him.
That's kind of cute.
Comforting is flirting. All right, we're gonna flirt.
We're gonna try flirting. Like, everything is flirting, so
flirt.
here we go.
Flirt.
I tentatively reach out, placing my hand upon his arm. Apparently, with Esra, flirting is way more like affectionate, soft than it is playful. At least that's what I'm getting.
Interesting. It's a choice for sure.
All right. You're amazing, Esra. I admire you.
That means a lot coming from someone like you.
Someone who is very admirable in their career.
Right?
Damn, bro.
You're so brave to do what you do.
I smile, and he gratefully leans into my touch, reaching up to place his hand upon my own. He's warm, even in the freezing cold, and somehow, I'm not surprised. We're both saving the world then, right? Just from different sides.
Yes, we are.
I will go out and murder them, and I will hurt them very badly, and you will save them. There we go. Law enforced and no casualties had. Excellent.
Right. But really,
Right.
thank you. I'm so lucky to be surrounded by such wonderful people.
I reluctantly move my hand, Ezra dropping his gaze as I do so. Long, dark lashes kissing the top of his freckled cheeks.
Aww.
Affectionate, soft.
So
It's,
yeah.
Yes, it's strongly inspired by, I think, more than knockoff. So for anyone else who doesn't have chat, we've got another message on Tumblr, and this character feels very like a character that we assume they were inspired from
For
the
Esra?
Arcana.
Yeah, like I can.
So hard. But yeah, the flirting seems to be soft ooh-woo flirting rather than feisty flirting. And I'm wondering if they really are going to basically create a different flavor of flirt for each of the various characters, and maybe that's what's going on here.
Right?
He shivers, Rubbing his hands together, he let go of us.
Aye, it's freezing.
You're
How about
not
we
wearing
go
gloves.
and get a nice hot drink and you can tell me about that headache of yours.
Do I have it again? Because I'm like, you should be wearing gloves, dear. Your sleeves don't even go down your arms.
Are we gonna go get some like nice mulled wine, maybe?
Or
That could be nice.
cider. I want cider.
I mean, you get mulled cider. Good.
Sounds good. We order 2 steaming cups of hot chocolate. They have chocolate here. Chocolate being specifically a tropical food.
Oh, yeah, that's really
I
exotic.
was just saying,
Again, I'm like, whoa.
Like, so their trade has got to be pretty good here.
Yeah.
Like, if you've got chocolate in this area, your trade is good. But I'm
What
surprised.
if you have?
What?
What if you have caravans of immortals?
Oh,
Because
wow.
you know, like they're pretty powerful, and they'll be like, sure, we just
And they establish long-known trade routes and can deal
Uh-huh.
with shit for a long time.
Yeah.
And they don't have to pass it down from one generation to another. They just keep doing it.
Right?
That would be great. And also being like, I'm familiar with the festivals. I know where to go and when. And I also am connected enough to like when, about every 30 years you have this massive drought and all of the cacao trees die off. So I buy really hard on the 28th and 29th year.
Right.
And everyone else going, you don't know that. You're like, no, I do.
I do.
I
You're
do.
fine.
That
I got
would be
it.
great, honestly.
That'd be super cool.
We order 2 steaming cups of hot chocolate, taking a seat on a pile of colorful, mismatched cushions that the vendor had kindly laid out under an awning so they're not damp from the wet snow.
Right.
Sits down crunchily.
I made a mistake. Ezra,
Oops.
you were supposed to,
Oops, my mouth is now wet. Ezra hums, content as he inhales the sweet scent. The drink topped with a generous heap of whipped cream and marshmallows.
whoa!
Okay, I'm wondering if we've got magical cooking here as well at this point. Because, like, whipped cream, of course, you can have cows, but if the town is tiny, teeny tiny, I don't know how much farming you would have.
All right, I'm curious about.
But marshmallows, as far as I understand, are made from, like, you need gelatin. And so you need a higher level of like processing to make them. I actually had someone teach me at one point how to make marshmallows in the microwave, which I didn't know you could do.
When was
but like
when was
invention of marshmallows.
the
Just ask it, the invention
Of
of marshmallows.
marshmallows.
We're going to learn about marshmallows here together today.
2000 BC?
I was gonna say, I know they're old, I just don't know what it takes to make them.
Well, this is a specific type. So ancient Egyptians were the first to enjoy a gooey treat now called marshmallow as early as 2000 BC. The treat was considered very special and reserved for gods and royalty. Marshmallow was made from the mallow plant, the Ethia officinalis, that grows wild in marshes. Okay, so there's the marshmallow. Okay, and then so we're looking. I was actually curious about whipped cream because that's also like
I was gonna say, that should be a long time ago, actually.
16th century, so it's
Oh.
much later.
Much later, yes.
Whipped cream, I mean, when compared to marshmallows,
Right,
right?
right, okay.
Whipped cream has been around since the 16th century. It was included in recipes that date back to 1549 in Italy and 1604 in France. It was first called whipped cream in 1673, according to the Oxford English Dictionary.
Wow.
Though there is a record of crème fouettée, whipped cream in French, in a recipe book from 1629.
Nice.
That's
okay.
sort of
so
cool.
This is kind of giving us an idea of what sort of level of technology they have here, because we really are trying to, like, we really like world building, and I am super interested in what they're going on here. But I am stunned that they just have chocolate in this area, because clearly, if you get snow and you've got, basically, deciduous trees, because you get winter and you get frosts, this is not a tropical area, so they can't grow the chocolate themselves. But yes, they could certainly do, cream here, and assumingly, since it grows in, marshmallows, I would assume.
Right?
All right, let's do this thing.
All right.
We sit in comfortable silence for some time, watching people passing by, laughing at the sight of a fast-moving alcar being tailed by Piper. Also going, we're not getting a very good view of what this festival is like. We've kind of
Right.
just stayed in a cute little corner so far and shopped. And I'm like, I would assume we'd want to know more about the people. Additionally, if everyone's excited in festival night and we've been the talk of the town, I'm surprised more people aren't talking to us.
Right.
Like the vendors specifically being like, it's you, the new, hunter
Person, yeah.
kind of thing, and everyone else as well.
Especially with August putting it forward that hard. That seems sort of like
And everyone again insisting that we've essentially been the primary piece of gossip, the source of interest in the town, the most interesting thing, except for the murders themselves. I would expect more people to be barreling into our space to at least meet us.
Right.
Or hearing people pointing and smiling at us kind of thing. Like, I would expect there to be more world involved with us immediately.
right? I dread to think what he's getting up to. Now, tell me how you've been feeling since that.
I mean, I woke up with a migraine.
Aye.
He looks at me expectantly, worry shining in his gaze. I'm okay, apart from the fact that I slept all day and missed a meeting with Harry and August. I think August wants me dead.
I'm sure they don't. You would certainly know about it if they did. Like, let's be real. Trust me.
They would just come out and tell you.
Trust.
It would not be hidden
Trustful.
anywhere. We both laugh, but I don't doubt that he's telling the truth. We finish our drinks, missing their warmth the second our cups are discarded.
Oh, don't discard, hand back, because they sound like they are like warm
I imagine
mugs.
Discarded meaning we've just let them out of our hands, given them back to the vendor. They sound reusable. Because if you're sitting at the vendor's stall and not leaving to walk around with them, I imagine they're reusable.
Or, I mean, that's again where I'm going, what's the technology level? Because I've been to like music festivals before, and they will hand you like little plastic cups and stuff.
Or paper cups.
Yeah, or paper cups.
And then paper would be more of the technology level of here rather than
plastic.
Yeah, but plastic is a very modern invention.
I'm still, hang on. I forgot to look last time.
Oh, what did you want to know?
When were faucets invented?
Oh, indoor plumbing. Or do you want faucets?
I mean, faucets like is a very specific. Okay. So we'll look at indoor plumbing first because we actually ran into that in the first part.
Okay.
Indoor...
So my friend's gonna look this up. Second our cups are discarded. Ezra suggests finding something to do that might warm us up. So we're gonna dance, aren't we? Oh my god, we're gonna dance.
The art and practice of indoor plumbing took nearly a century to develop, starting in about the 1840s. In 1940, nearly half of the houses lacked hot piped water, a bathtub or shower, or a flush toilet. And this is according to, I'm assuming, most likely, like all the things we've been reading, because I'm using, obviously, English / the United States servers.
So
it's largely going to be based in those areas.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what we're getting here is basically, this is a relatively modern society. And yet they just have a lot of, basically you've got your quaint small town experience. And of course your sort of pseudo-European medieval aesthetic, because everyone loves those for fantasy. What do you got?
The faucet, commonly known as the water tap, is actually very simple and a sophisticated device which dates far back as 1700 BC. According to the plumbing company Plumbing Help Today, when it was first invented, the faucet was used to help control water flowing into the fountains in private homes and public baths in probably like ancient Rome or something.
Yes.
Because I mean, they had aqueducts, so it makes sense.
So we head in the direction of the music we heard coming from the other side of the market.
Aha!
I spot an unmistakable figure as we draw nearer, and I see Ezra visibly deflate as August turns and spots us. The dramatic eye roll. There's an eye roll!
Time to take a shot!
Unmistakable.
Unmissable.
Unmissable. Unmistakable. Oh, you have a fluffy coat. Oh my god, you have a fur coat.
I thought it was gonna be way more fashionable than that. You just sort of look like a drunk wine aunt, to be honest.
I expected it to be basically trendier and more fashionable than that too.
Yeah.
It looks, the whole one piece, no seams, no lines, you just put it on.
Right.
I also like no fancy buttons, anything. I'm a little disappointed. Also, no one has a fuzzy hat. Everyone is like, I can't wear a fuzzy hat.
Who thinks that any of these characters would have a fuzzy hat or a hat at all? Because I think Ezra would have
Or like
one.
a warm leather hat or anything like that. Just, August clutches a glass of mulled wine like it's a lifeline. Okay,
instantly.
This is it. The perfect view where they are actually Valerius. Done.
Yes.
All right. Sighing, and there's a sigh as we come to stomp before them.
Ezra, woo, I trust that you're enjoying the festival.
Ezra clears his throat, looking up at those ice blue eyes.
Yes, we are. How about you, Gus?
Gus, I feel like you call them Gus. It's amazing.
That wine looks delicious.
They tilt their cup, studying the dark red liquid. A stick of cinnamon added for decoration, and they also add flavor.
Yes, well, wouldn't be the Lunar Festival without copious amounts of alcohol to pass the time, would it?
Also, I'm just assuming no one died last night, but I still feel like it would be important to update us on the 7-day pattern has been broken.
Right?
Like, you missed the meeting, you get nothing.
None
is what I'm getting.
at all.
Oh, I hate it when people draw characters in cold weather dressed in fur coats and not wearing hats.
Yes!
Also, again, Ezra's lack of gloves. It really is this thing of going, like, damn, bro, why your ears are cold. I think everyone's just obsessed with their pretty hairstyles.
I think so, too.
I worked so hard to draw this pretty hairstyle, you must have it. And I'm like, squish it under a hat. They'll look fine.
Do it! Squanch!
Ezra smiles politely, but I can tell he feels a little uncomfortable.
It's also very strange, too, because a lot of cultures really do just have hats.
I'm going to point out here, the belt buckle is even more obvious off to the side in the coat experience. Like, why did you put the belt buckle off to the side?
Okay, I feel really bad, but I've wanted to point out the temple being ridiculously off-center.
Uneven or?
Yo, like, so the door is off to the left and part of the design literally goes out much further on the right-hand side when you're just looking at it straight on. I'll show it to you next time. I will actually point it out, but I was really trying to bite. I was like, is that on purpose? Because it looked just, I was like...
I kind of wonder that sometimes too. Like,
and I know...
I like to assume it's a stylistic choice, but as an artist, I know sometimes you just lose things as you move along.
Yes, and I was like, I'm trying not to be mean. I understand sometimes where I've been really picky in various other series about some stuff, and I'm like, I'm not trying to be mean, it just gets distracting sometimes. And I know, especially as an artist, not everybody will see it. That's the other thing too. Sometimes also, when you've been that artist, you're like, I've stared at this for 12 hours, then you go, I want to cry.
I was like, sometimes it's not specifically bad, it's just different and worth noting.
Oh yeah.
Alright, a little uncomfortable.
It's when I seen you. We'd better get going.
Bye!
Bye! God, he's going to freaking kill me.
Darn, I was hoping. You know what? I do though. I want to dance with everyone. I think it would be fun to go back and try.
I do too.
I actually really appreciate that they put that design choice in the game to remind you to specifically say they're going. You could have a cute date with absolutely everyone here if you just hop back.
Right.
He looks at me, requesting backup. Yes, we're off. Somewhere. Right now.
Well, enjoy that, wherever it may be.
Your mysterious thing.
Farewell.
We continue onward in silence, Ezra seeming a little deflated after our brief encounter with the Enforcer General. This new area of the market is much brighter, and there appears to be a lot more people gathered here than anywhere else. Ezra tips his head, gesturing for me to follow him to a calmer corner. Are you okay? You seem quiet all of a sudden.
Sorry. Fine. I find it hard seeing Gus. They make it hard.
Did you guys used to date?
I'm gonna ask. It sounds like an invitation. It doesn't sound like you're trying to dodge.
Yeah.
It's sort of like,
I mean, but the thing is if you're not interested, you can just leave it. But yeah, I think we're gonna ask.
Why not?
I would ask
about August.
You know you can talk about it with me if something is troubling you, right? He sighs, as a sigh, fiddling with the hem of his coat, avoiding meeting my gaze.
I wouldn't know where to begin, but thank you. I've known Gus since I was very young, and our friendship was never easy. So, Muriel and Lunar.
Oh.
In Gus. In August.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
I was trying to figure out.
Got it. Find the parallels, you bet.
Aye.
All right. They seem complicated. Ezra nods once, worrying his bottom lip between his teeth. All right.
So
I knew some Russian girls who would avoid wearing hats in cold weather for the sake of the hairstyle. Yes.
Yeah.
I have to. Also, there was a trend that I saw with high schoolers for a while where no one would wear coats because it covered their style and everyone was just walking to school freezing. Staying in touch, but yeah, different priorities. There's a winter seasonal tale in the Arcana.
Ooh.
Okay, cool. We might look at that. That sounds adorable.
it's all one big paid scene?
Oh my
God.
No! Well, hopefully they're actually cozy in there, so that's good.
That's so bad.
Additionally, if anyone's here and they're wondering what all the Arcana references are about, on our actual YouTube channel, we've been playing the game, but it's an app game. You can download it for free. It has tons of microtransactions, but you can get the basic story just by clicking through.
Right, and you can eventually actually earn enough coins if you're patient enough and...
Basically, if you download it about 2 months before you want to play it, and you just do your daily coin spin, you can usually play through a route.
Right?
I just... worrying his bottom lip between his teeth.
Oh, we got a lot of like lip biting. That probably should be another one. So like if we were doing a drinking game, so we've come up with huffing,
sighing, eye rolling,
and lip biting.
Or it's just in the bingo. I think the lip biting is mostly just the bingo.
Right.
All right.
They didn't have much of a support system when they were growing up, and I think.
So maybe not Enforcer school.
Well, I think they envied me.
He scoffs, rolling his eyes.
We instantly another shot.
More drinking immediately.
It sounds so silly saying it out loud.
And also, I would say in reference to the comments, sure, a few of them aesthetically not wearing hats and brave and just being like, I'll be cold for fashion. Right. But I can't imagine everyone's personality would line up with that.
Right.
Like, you're not going to have absolutely everyone. Also, the room we're in is cold and I'm wearing a fuzzy hat right now. So
I want to guess that their intention is that August would be one of those characters. Like, they would definitely do that. I can see Ezra putting a hat on, though.
I say aesthetic before comfort. Also,
Yeah, I
probably
think
you're
Finn
not going to
wouldn't-
have Alcar doing it because it would squish their ears.
Oh, you would have. Yeah, that's true. Especially like so much more
And
towards the top of the
Omen,
head.
I think, is probably toasty enough that it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and then Finn doesn't really get affected by colds. But of your people that can feel the cold, I'm looking for Hat.
All right.
All right.
Need it.
Have you ever spoken to them about it? He shakes his head.
I'm sure they'll come to me when they're ready.
Sometimes it's good to give a small push.
Giving Gus space is important. That much I know.
So you're saying I should back off and maybe not flirt so much? I don't know if I'm gonna take that advice.
Oh.
If you ever need help, or just a friendly ear, I'm here.
I appreciate it.
And when I say ever, I mean I don't know if I'm gonna be stationed permanently in this town at all. But while I'm here,
Gus is a good person, one of the best. Don't let our issues put you off them.
he clears his throat. Bright eyes darting around the market.
Anyway, I heard a rumor that there might be a band playing somewhere around here. Oh, look! I found them, the minstrels.
Hi,
yes.
you know what? I heard a rumor. Here's music really clearly.
Uh-huh.
Some rumor there might be music somewhere. Oh no.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I will.
Ezra points behind me, and sure enough, we spot a band setting up near the trinket stand.
Oh, it's good that they're only setting up now.
But we
so.
did have music before. We walked towards music, so this has got to be a separate band.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's a good call.
So
There
apparently you have, and the thing is there's live music in a lot of places where you have multiple people spaced out, so in different
Rotating,
areas,
yeah.
or who rotate through sessions.
Yeah.
But I've been to a lot of festivals where they'll like have like a block apart or something, different people playing music, and you can fade out of one and into another, so they don't really interrupt each other.
Right.
But I'm wondering what happened to the first music, if they are changing sets or if it was in a different area.
Ooh, or is it just sort of people at their own sort of stalls, like vendors themselves sort of putting on their own music because they just feel like it, because they also
This
have
is my
family.
great niece, and they play the
The
tuba.
violin. Or they play...
Honk.
That would be really funny.
I love it. They start playing. A gaggle of people eagerly crowding towards them to dance.
Well,
Ezra steps close, offering me his hand with a cheeky wink.
Can I have this dance, Fair Hunter?
That's adorable.
flirt!
I can't.
Flirt!
We're so close.
Flirt!
We're gonna dance.
Why wouldn't we?
We're gonna flirt
Time
and
to
dance.
flirt.
I wish there was actually 3 options there. I wish there was one where you could dance that wasn't specifically flirty because you just like dancing, or one like where you could, or maybe 4 options where you could turn them down but flirt.
Right?
Like, because maybe you canon that your character just doesn't dance well but would really like to, but like, I want to spend time with you, I like you, but oh my god, I'm shy at dancing.
Right?
I bow, giving it all the cheese I've got. Full at the waist, bent in half, hair almost touching the ground. It's a thing. I accept your offer.
Take the lead or let Ezra lead?
Oh, we are gonna lead.
Oh,
we are gonna lead Ezra. You betcha.
Let's-
If we're dancing, we're gonna take charge. We are a leader after all.
We're gonna do
We
it.
have all the leadership skills. I grab his hand, placing it in mine. Sorry, Mr. Lion, but I will take the lead. Wait,
Wait,
Mr.
what?
Lion?
What? He has a name? He has a last name?
Do we know his last name?
Since when?
How do we know his last name?
What?
Did he introduce himself as Ezra Lion at the very beginning? Did he?
No?
Are you sure?
I'm really sure.
Okay.
I don't remember it at all. You guys?
I might be. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think so. Part of me is like maybe we just glossed over it when he first opened the door, but I don't remember us knowing his last name. So
I don't remember it.
I'm not gonna call that an accident, but I'm gonna go what? All right. Also, why are we apologizing for it instead of just taking the lead? We didn't even communicate that we were
It's still
joining
flirting.
him.
It's flirting.
No, but that we were joining him for the entire festival. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Flirting. Sorry, Mr. Lion, but I will take the lead if you don't mind.
Don't mind.
Oh, I really?
I pull him close, my other hand on his waist.
Honestly, though, I appreciate this little drop in, but I also find it to be hilarious because that means that everybody has to figure out how to do all the roles. Because that means that Ezra knows how to be led and also how to lead.
It does.
Like-
I was gonna say, unless you get different options if you choose different people.
Oh.
If going to the market with each person
would be
is actually
clever.
a different experience rather than just basically a different person, the same experience. I would love it if they did that.
I would be for that.
Also, I'm like, I cannot believe that no one's on guard at all. Like, do you know? Okay, so having been in leadership and in management in some of my job experiences throughout my life, because, you know, if you're really hardworking, they just put you in leadership sometimes. Not to self-deprecate, but I'm like, a lot of people find like leadership and management to be mystical, and I'm like, it's not hard to get there. Like, I've helped a lot lot of people into management. You know, it's a mentor thing and whatever. And sometimes you just need to ask. Like sometimes you just go, hey, I was interested in management. And they go, really? That kind of thing. Anyway, but there's this experience here where I'm like, why aren't we on guard at all? Like, as a leader that's been to events, you usually are there like doing like minor awareness of crowd control, minor awarenesses of like, are supplies running low? Does anyone need help or support? Even while you're doing fun things, you're keeping an eye out for basically stuff that reflects your position. Right. And since we are an enforcer, if you will, I think it's very odd that we're not like trying to notice anything specific or being aware of things. Right. We're just like, oh, well, if the world shuts down tonight because that's what has to happen, then I can't job at all. And I find that myself weird. I pull him close. I crush him gently against me. My other hand at his waist. We snuggle.
Aha!
If that's okay with you, of course.
이렇게 한테냐?
Yes.
한테냐?
Yeah. We fit together perfectly. Fingers entwined, his other hand at my shoulder. The music is cheerful, fast, and we spin and step in time with the beat. His laughter is magical, enthralling, and I catch myself staring one too many times.
Stress.
I stare at him. He's very pretty, by the way. Mm-hmm. He looks up at me with those emerald eyes, bodies pressed close, and I find myself forgetting my name. Question.
Whoa.
Are we taller than he is?
I do.
Like, is he looking under his lashes up at us, or is he just straight out looking up at us?
I don't know. How tall do you want to be?
Because then you can pick a height and be annoyed.
I'm going to say we're taller than him. So right now, in this moment, we're taller than him. And I'm going to say that's canon now, our height. And we're going to measure everyone else against that and against ourselves. Done.
Except it's really difficult to tell how tall everyone is.
Well, that's what I mean. If we measure other people against it, remember, only one person has ever been stated as tall. So the tallest person, as far as Uwu is concerned, is August, because we keep mentioning that they're tall. And the youngest person, as far as Uwu is concerned, is Piper, because we keep mentioning that they're young, real young. And so from that information, Piper is the youngest of all the people that we've encountered that we care to mention about. And so far, August is the tallest.
All right.
This, transfixed. The song comes to an end, a rather dramatic finish, granting me the opportunity to close off the dance with an impressive dip. Yes!
Woo!
Dip him!
Fling.
He holds me a little tighter, a charming squeal falling from his lips as I fling him backwards, holding him steady.
We are a dancer, by the way. Apparently, we just dance.
We are. Honestly, our job is very physical, so I appreciate that. And one of the things about this game is it gives you more to work with, or basically more limitations than many of the other dating games, where it tells you specifically that you need to be able-bodied in this one because you are an enforcer.
That's true.
And so in a lot of other games, they really don't specify what your, until later, what your athletic skill and things like that are. And a lot of them, you're really kind of a noodle that's out of breath and you don't do anything ever. Do you want to try the chat again?
I've got nothing. It's
okay.
Fine. I don't. I can give it a shot. Hang on.
I pull him upright, gathering my wits as I release him, missing the contact. I can't touch you if we're not dancing.
Oh, dang. Oh my goodness, that was amazing!
He's like, you are lively and feisty!
Woo! Right.
The crowd claps, and I barely even noticed that most of them had stopped to watch us. Too lost in Esra to care. We did have a right fun time.
You're quite a dancer, Woo.
That's so good! I love that line!
Wow.
Yes!
I'm impressed.
In the distance, we hear the loud boom of fireworks. And Ezra grabs my wrist.
Quickly! We'll miss them! I recover very fast. Oh God!
Are the buildings in the way? We make a break for it, dashing through the crowd until we reach the docks. Wait, we're by water? There's docks?
Oh my God.
Oh my God, this is a seashore town! Everyone who knows that, time to scram. It is a seashore town! And there are docks!
Oh my God!
Additionally, I am astounded that we have a standard graveyard here, okay? And that we don't have mausoleums instead of tombstones, okay? So, of the very few places that I've been in my life, I've taken one trip through New Orleans with my dad when I was quite young. And the thing is, and also there was a lot of publicity and talk about New Orleans when Hurricane Katrina hit, right? And the thing is the reason they use crypts is because they're very close to sea level. And you can't do graveyards unless they're raised or elevated because the bodies will literally be forced to the surface. So places that have a high water table and are sea level, so unless we're sea level but we still nonetheless have a really low water table, we should have a lot of crypts. I would expect crypts more than tombstones.
Right?
Just saying.
Just saying.
All right. Also, snow is a lot more unusual on coastal towns. It's not unheard of, but just having been from California, like that is a thing where because of basically the movement of the sea, you get less snow.
Clearly, though, you have never lived basically in Canada?
Oh, do they get a lot of snow on the ocean?
I think so, yeah. There's actually quite a bit of snow. I've been actually around the ocean when there has been snow, and that's always fun. It looks really pretty. It's also really sometimes sort of alien.
Maybe it's just because California is dry then. But what I understood was basically like a lot of humidity in the air. It's harder to get snow that actually touches the ground.
I mean, you have to consider that it snows a lot in Oregon and Washington, and both of them are also coastal states.
When I was in Washington, they said that the coast part of it, because I have a relative there, they said they don't get a lot of snow there. They get a lot of like rain in the winter, or it's just humidity in the air. But that could be one report.
Also could be just
I could be wrong about that, but I'm just entertained that's a coastal town. We skid to a stop at the edge of the crowd, both of us breathless and laughing, our cheeks bright red. I miss the chat. Boo-hoo.
Oh no.
We're gonna flirt.
We're gonna flirt.
We are gonna flirt. We are not going to watch the beautiful fireworks. We are going to watch Esra. Also, there's the moon. Look at the glorious moon. I'm surprised it's still snowing at this rate. And that we what?
Do you know you guys, the error is real.
What?
So unless your moon is literally cut in a crescent,
you can't see stars through.
You can't see stars through your moon.
I believe those are snowflakes, but that is a star.
I hope so.
I think those are snowflakes, but
I think there's a star like
in
literally
the edges.
in it right here.
Yeah, near the edge.
Like, I'm gonna point it out real fast. There's one right here, and that's, as far as I can tell, within the circumference of the moon itself.
Maybe.
And
maybe.
I hope that's
in this fantasy world they have a crescent moon.
That would be wild.
Ezra keeps his cheerful grip on my wrist.
Careful.
Oh, careful, sorry. And I do not move away. Oh, there's actually fireworks. That's adorable.
That's so cute.
We both look skyward, the colors creating stunning patterns as they burst against an endless backdrop of shimmering stars. Also, their trade and export is really good if they've got fireworks here.
Really good.
Because those were, again, we don't know where they were invented here, but this looks as though it's lightly based on Earth stuff, and they were invented in China.
And they were, and actually China had them for years.
Before the rest of the world did.
Yeah, so they basically had just active gunpowder for a long time.
I find myself wanting to take in another sight, though. Esra. He looks so beautiful, bathed in the shifting light. His smile wide, brighter than any firework. We are such a flirt, this is adorable. Looks straight at Ezra, ignoring all the fireworks. Thank you for tonight, Ezra. He turns to face me, eyes wide, and he fixes my gaze. I feel his hand shifting downward, from my wrist to my palm, fingertips feather light against my skin.
I enjoyed myself so much.
I feel like we did almost nothing tonight. It's really cute. We just followed him around to different stalls, quietly had some hot chocolate, and then danced, which is fine. That's just like a very introvert kind of evening, and that's kind of charming because I don't see Uwu as being an introvert at all, and it's kind of wild.
It's also sort of awkward again in that sense where I'm like, I thought really we were going to be doing stuff in our basically actual like legal capacity as a hunter/enforcer. So I'm
trying to make a good impression on everyone, and we literally met no one. And I assume we made a good impression by dancing, but again, like, I think there would have been comment on, well, now they can tell the enforcer can dance at least, or now everyone should be disarmed a little bit because they know I can have a good time. Like, I would have loved it if we'd have made commentary on how our choice to dance and dance enthusiastically would affect potentially people's view of us, and that could be really important because we do want rapport with the people we're working for because they need to trust us if we're basically being the law. Right. His voice is quiet, but I can hear him clearly as the fireworks end. And you wouldn't have to change that much. It's not like actually a huge ad. Like, there were very little things you could add on the end of some sentences or put a tiny little sentence here and there of, I'm meeting people, or we've been introduced to some people, or, there's commenting on me. I continue to smile and wave at people kind of thing, making myself public and friendly. Like, you could put it in real quickly, making sure that we are still building our public presence. And I think it would add a lot. As the crowd cheers, I feel myself leaning closer to him, almost unconsciously. He smiles as I draw nearer. Are we going to?
We're gonna smooch it.
Then a terrible and blood-curdling scream rings out somewhere in the distance.
It's the 7th day!
No, this is the 8th day. Yesterday was the 7th day.
Oh. I thought you said it was the 6th day yesterday where we ran around and we did all the stuff.
No, they really did. And now it's like, and it's been 6 days. So are they saying it's been 6 days, not this is the 7th? Because I was under the impression...
No. The day before had been... So we woke up basically on the 7th day, right? So this is where we've woken up. Because I thought the day previous, the one where we went to bed with the headache, that was the 6th day. That was the day that Harry said it's been 6 days.
And we do a murder, which I thought it had been 6 days. So today, this early morning, when we're talking about it, because that 6th day hadn't happened yet.
But we haven't crossed over into the next day
yet.
yet.
No,
so
hang on.
I'm not.
Pardon me, Chuck. What I'm remembering from the last stream is what I'm going here is we went to our meeting bright and early in the morning with August and Harry.
Yeah.
And they said it's been 6 days. If that's the very beginning of that day, it hasn't been 6 days unless that's the 7th day.
Today is the 7th day. We just said we slept through the whole day. So what happened is we went through the whole day meeting everyone, and then we went home, we went to bed with the feverfew and the stuff, and then we passed out. This is another day.
I know this is another day.
So this is day 7. They said every 7 days someone gets killed.
What I'm saying is that the last day was the 7th day. I keep talking about having broken the 7th-day pattern. This is the 8th day. And you haven't contradicted me until now. So I'm going, what's
No, that's what I was contradicting you about the whole time.
Okay. I disagree. Because it can't have been 6 days if you're at the beginning of a day.
I mean, I thought, like, to me, it's been 6 days. The pattern has possibly then been broken because nobody died in the morning.
I was going to say, basically, if it's been 6 days, either this is the 6th day and it's already been that day's over.
I see what you're talking about.
Got it?
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah, okay. No, but I still, like, I thought we were on...
So this is the 8th day because we slept another day since that 7th day of it's already been 6 days.
All right, well, we'll see what the game says. So.
Anyway, I was going to say, that's what I heard, so I hope... and
I heard completely different.
Thank you for your patience, everyone, because I'm like... It can't have been 6 days if the 6th day isn't over yet. You'd be waiting for, basically that day to end. At any rate,
decades.
Here we go. A terrible and blood-curdling scream rings out somewhere in the distance. Hopefully there's an enforcer nearby.
People!
Look at
They're all
that.
here.
Oh my God. Omen
Piper
is so short. Omen is tiny. Piper is tiny.
No, I wanted to see that.
Wait, that's your end of chapter? Everyone else does not hear the scream. It's a supernatural scream that only we hear.
All right, well, here's the option, you guys. Do you want to go back? Any that I've labeled fight in this chapter will contain scenes of violence, have mentions of blood. Player discretion is advised. Okay,
yes.
So, Christian, do we want to save and go back and try the other dates, or do you just want to push forward?
I think for now we should push forward and maybe do those as bonus content later, because I'd like to see more of the story overall. I have so many world building questions. I feel like I would just bog it down with questions if we went back to do another like evening with someone.
All right, cool.
The cold winter wind whips against my skin as I run as fast as I can, sinking deeper into the ominous woodland that surrounds Lunar. And there were warnings of like blood and gore and stuff like that and violence on this game, so they're reminding us again that those are potentially going to happen. I'm hot on Piper's heels, and she's determined, focused as I am. I can't believe they showed a beautiful group shot of everyone standing there pleasantly and adorably as we all hear a blood-flirting scream in the distance. Also, the fact that we wouldn't notice anyone else there is kind of hilarious.
It's sort of funny.
Because even when you're flirting with someone aggressively, you usually notice who's there.
Right?
There's nothing like the hunt. The way my instincts drive every feeling. The way my every thought is hyper-focused. Fixated on winning and only winning. We are also a murderer.
I was about to say, like, winning is very different rather than let's find out what it is. It's I'm going to defeat the challenge. I'm so excited. Like,
This is very much our approach. I feel that we are an aggressive organization, especially prioritizing kill counts and things like that.
Oh God, yeah.
I can think of nothing else but finding the source of the distress, a terrible sense of dread swirling deep in my gut.
That's gas, never mind.
Whoosh, damn. Do we still have the headache or not? I need to know. We woke up with a splitting migraine, and suddenly
it's
nothing.
just gone.
The woods are teeming with every hunter and enforcer Lunar has to offer, which I assume is more than the three of us. Each and every one of us silently hoping that this isn't what we think it is. That this isn't the fifth victim that we've all been expecting. Another of our comrades targeted and slain so brutally. Well, if all of you were together at the festival, then no one should have been isolated out here.
Because especially you're not like, what we're doing is we have guys out on patrol. We're having this thing.
Oh my god.
What?
No one's patrolling, everyone's festivaling, everyone's there. It was a seduction tactic. They got them away from everyone by going, hello.
Hey, baby.
Oh my god. Morbid as that it might be, that is all I'm seeing. If everyone's partying and everyone's together and we're all being aware but completely disarmed and off duty, I would say the only way you could get someone away is by seducing them out of the crowd. Alright, another of those
And
without an apparent motive. Killed simply for doing their job, protecting humankind.
But not everyone else.
Yes.
So I'm like, again, I love the priority. Like, I'm wondering if they'll actually interact with it going, we're here to protect humankind, but, you know, fuck
I am
vampires,
hoping-
fuck werewolves, fuck demons, fuck anything else.
I am deeply hoping this is a story about discrimination. That is what I'm looking for.
Uh-huh.
Alright. My feet pound the frost-crisp grass. Tall trees with gnarled branches that curl inward like talons, almost naked from winter's grass blooming high above us. I spot eyes, glowing in the darkness, but quickly realize they're carved messily into the rickety tree trunks. They glow ominously, and as another gust of wind blows, I swear I see them blink. Look, the eyes are actually drawn into the trees. They're there.
Oh, neat.
Like, I was hoping they would be there, and they are. That's great. I make a mental note to remind myself to return to investigate, though I'm sure they're nothing new. Town knows about these. You don't know about these.
Right?
Not in a town like this.
Yeah.
Piper skids to a stop, her fingers diligently hovering just above the handle of each of her daggers that sit safely in the holster of at her back.
Aye.
We all go
Google.
Piper at a time like this. But she looks amazing.
She looks really good.
Look at that.
Hey,
Aye.
did you hear that?
A quiet but obvious whisper echoes amongst the trees. A pained groan from something unquestionably inhuman. Because we are best at hearing inhumans. A creature. I did. Her fingers twitch, so do mine. Eyes narrowed. Every sense razor sharp and zoned in on that singular point. Are we going to get to meet any of the other enforcers, I wonder? Also, they said she tied her hair up to work, but she was at the festival.
She was.
Is this her festival clothing?
Hi.
I want to know.
It feels young and experienced. It's beneath our skill level. Beneath us.
You are an arrogant asshole. You're like, I am better than that scum.
We are dehumanizing even further.
Which is okay. That doesn't mean I dislike her. I mean, that's clearly what she's been taught.
Right?
She says it with such confidence, but her guard is still firmly up. Hi. Owie.
It is her festival costume.
I assume that's her festival
She
garb.
has so many
Many rings.
Nadia jewelry.
Much
many
jewelry.
Nadias like wool.
Yep. Also, I'm surprised she didn't do something interesting with her hair for the festival.
Right?
Like, I really am. The duo of wide-eyed hunter sergeants that had been ordered to tail us arrive at our side, their cheeks rosy. Wait, ordered to tail us? They're not just scanning the whole woods? We're all just running together?
Major.
Piper opens her mouth to respond, but she pauses, looking at me.
You're the highest rank here, General Nya. Do we move on and let those two handle it, or do you fancy working out some tension?
I mean,
Leave it to them or work out some tension.
I don't specifically want to fight, but I want to see what it is. So we're gonna fight.
All right.
I think that our character, it wouldn't be work out some tension so much as find out more information.
That is so goddamn aggressive, though.
It
like,
is.
truly.
I think
it's
this
not these are real people. Does it work?
Does the chat work again?
Hang on, I've got you, Delta Whiskey. Hello?
Oh my
Hello?
god! I see a small hello.
Hello?
There is a light hello.
There is a little face.
Try again. Does have hello?
Have you tried resetting yours recently?
I just said, let me close my entire browser and try again.
That is amazing.
wrong
Does it
one.
work?
Hello! Yay! The chat is back! Oh my god!
Yay!
Yes! Dragon Issue, everyone, welcome!
Hey!
I'm so charmed!
It works again!
I thank you for your curious hello. Hello. That was lovely.
I was doing
Alright, so what I'm going to say here is I think these choices are genuinely supposed to be a core piece of
Popping
world
the
building.
biggest bottles. It's bigger than New Year's.
Yes! I'm so excited. I didn't scream when it hit midnight for 2021, but I will squeal here. This is so good.
Yay!
Yes!
Hi, welcome back, everybody.
All right.
Woo! We can finally talk to y'all. Not
I
that
know.
we weren't trying to talk to you
but
before,
you can talk to us because a one-sided conversation, it's a thing. But I think, okay, so for this, I really think this is a strong piece of world building, letting you know what your organization is like, what your job is like, what your professional persona, if you will, what your behavior is like.
Right.
I think both of these are supposed to be a strong indicator of who you are and who your organization is, and that you really are like, it's beneath us, we can leave it to other people, but that the response is absolutely go, fight, and kill, not go investigate and then decide.
Oh yeah,
That we are very shoot first and ask questions later.
especially if Uwu mentions that the largest priority is actually to kill people.
Yeah,
like,
and that
and
we're
noting
not-
that Piper is skillful and amazing and fantastic because she has such a high kill count.
At killing
That
people.
is the focus.
I just say, and so here for me,
Yay!
I want to choose fighting. Yes, that is the pen. It works. Because I want to learn things, but I also like how much this tells about who we are and who our organization is and how the police work.
Yes. So
Right.
let's do it.
So in we
Work it.
go.
I guess apparently work out some tension.
Also, though, so warnings for people, as previously mentioned, there may be blood. There will be blood.
There will be blood.
I could always do with working out a little tension. And we really are. We're not like sympathetic at all. We're just like, let's go and play.
Yep. That's what I was hoping you'd say. I haven't had a good fight in what feels like forever.
If this is going to be a thoughtful commentary on the police and their practices, I'm going to be like, how timely to play this damn game. Oh my god.
So good.
I turn to address the sergeants.
Hype! Murder!
Yes!
Yes!
Continue heading for the rendezvous point. If you encounter General Willenheim, tell them we're on our way. They nod a little too eagerly. Yep, you handle it, thanks!
Bye!
And run onward. The hairs on the back of my neck rise the second they're out of sight, my body gearing up for a fight, adrenaline coursing generously through my veins. Generously gushing. Whoosh. It just pours in. All right, everybody who has basically a, oh god, what are they damn called? Like, a brawler that doses, time to hit the plunger.
Oh god, a juicer in
that one.
in Rifts.
Those
Those
are
are
in
the-
Rifts, and they also have something like that in Shadowrun. and stuff
Shadowrun?
like that,
I
yeah,
figured they would,
Where they
yeah.
really do. You can enhance and you can juice for a fight.
Yep.
Right, I close my eyes and clear my mind. I down my, medals if this were Mistborn,
Right? Or if you were a witcher, you'd probably be taking your haste potions. or
Yep,
whatever
you
the
take
heck
your haste potion, like that's it. Everyone, drop your potions, drop your augmenting substances. Here we go.
Do it!
If you don't have your own adrenaline, store-bought is fine.
Yeah,
All right, I can hear the steady, assured thrum of Piper's heartbeat. Wow, the quiet rustle of the grass, the leaves rustling in the trees. We become hyper-aware with adrenaline.
Aha!
Then I feel it. A vampire, a youngling. Her aura is frantic and skittish. She's only just awoken. Someone just created her. She's hungry and scared.
We're just gonna kill her.
She's trying to hide. Yeah, and we're gonna kill her. I smile. Yeah, this is character building. This is letting you know exactly what we're about.
Oh boy.
All right.
We're not quite far. I always used to find younglings in this area.
Oh.
She can likely sense that there's a clan here. She's either seeking guidance or an easy meal.
Or she was created here, depending.
Right?
It's too dangerous to let her live. She's quite clearly unstable. We do not do rehabilitation. We do not do assistance. We just kill.
We just assume, too, because I'm like, I don't...
That's
then
okay.
we'll have to kill her.
The youngling finally emerges from the tree line. Her vivid crimson irises surrounded by a blackened sclera.
Ooh.
Her eyes flicker wildly as she lumbers towards us, unfocused and impossibly unsteady on her feet. This should be easy.
Probably like hyper compensating a lot back and forth, so it looks really jarring.
That sort of thing, if you're going, I'm immediately trying to catch my balance every time. And so the lumber is from basically extreme reflexes that you're not used to yet.
Yeah.
Because honestly, gifted with instant good reflexes, you are not guaranteed to be able to use them. And damn, bro, she's clearly deprived of blood. Dark, vining veins surrounding her wild eyes and creeping down her pale cheeks.
That's a cool bit of world building.
I see that she wears no shoes, her feet black with mud. Hang on. If the grass is crispy and crunchy, your mud should be solid.
Depending on where she's from and what thing she's run across.
It could be far away in a different microclimate. I'm just like, if your grass is hard, frosted, crunchy, where are you getting squishy mud?
Also, again, that could be just some of the patches of grass that you're listening to or that you hear.
It could
so
be.
I think
Fair.
it'll be fine.
Fair. Besides, with the way everyone's dressed, it doesn't seem super cold. I was surprised at the crunchy grass myself.
Yeah.
Maybe the grass was in the wrong, not the mud. All right. And her clothing is torn and saturated with blood. Most of it likely her own. Why? Her death was obviously not a merciful one. She's quite clearly been left to navigate her rebirth by herself. and this never ends well.
That's disappointing. Why not ask for Finn?
I know, right?
Like, part of me wants to be like, hang on, what happens if you're with Finn on the date? Does Finn go, hey, I can help them?
Honestly, since we completely ditched Esra in all ways, I imagine that this is a fixed event that happens when you leave.
That seems horribly disappointing and very silly, because
On
I'm
the
sorry,
other hand-
I don't know how many vampire characters I've had who've gone on like, hang on.
What I will say is, if this is meant to be an establishing shot of what our organization is like, it's appropriate for it to be as extreme as it would need to be for them to give us the idea that we are and are working for exactly what we are. So
Okay.
I'm leaning in because I feel like they know what they're doing in this case.
All right, sure.
All right, and this never ends well. Her lips curl menacingly to reveal sharp fangs that she's still getting used to, and she lunges at us without hesitation. Hopefully,
Oh,
it's
we get
hers.
to actually pick
Dodge,
block or counterattack.
I feel like as aggressive as we've been describing, we would just counterattack.
Sure, why
Like,
not?
I feel like if we're going to... Also, I want to consider us to be like merciful and not drag this on so that we would just go in for the fight immediately.
Right.
That is my assumption. Before she even gets the chance, I propel myself forward, lunging and knocking her off balance. I watch her stagger, her newly broken fangs. Oh, we hit her in the face?
I don't know.
Bared as she scrambles on shaky legs to steady herself. I circle her, a hunter and its prey, because it's exactly what I am. Where's Piper? She doesn't stand a fucking chance. We are that kind of asshole confident. This feels like the police.
Yeah.
Piper shifts somewhere behind me, and considering we've never hunted together before, our instincts are perfectly aligned. Interesting. At least we know where she is now.
Right.
She moves. I move. It moves. We attack. She tries to attack again, shrieking as she attempts to fling herself forward and attach herself to my neck.
Not today, sweetheart.
Bonk. I grab her arm, twisting her and holding her tightly as Piper sinks one of her daggers into her shoulder. Why shoulder? The youngling screeches, a deafening sound that leaves my eardrums crackling. Oh, that is bad screech. You should have had ear protection.
Right.
She thrashes as the silver burns her flesh, the smell of it turning my stomach. She tries to claw at the blade, leaving her fingers bloodied, even more so than they already were. I tackle her to the forest floor, pushing her face into the dirt, my knee firmly launched against her spine.
Oh.
What?
Okay,
they
so
warned it would be dark.
it's the cop pinning the person to the ground with the
With their
knee
knee.
against the back of the neck thing. It's fine. I'm okay. It's fine. It's okay. I'm
As long
distressed.
as she doesn't say I can't breathe.
I mean, unfortunately, in this case, I think with their vampires, they literally don't breathe.
I don't think she talks yet. The youngling screams as Piper forcefully grabs her hair. So, is the blade still in her shoulder and we're shoving that into the ground? Ugh.
Yeah,
Right.
Draconishi. Oh no.
Yanking her head back. This game hasn't aged well, has it? You know, it may not have, actually.
Right?
Yanking her head back. On the other hand, what I would say is since that, as far as I understand, has been going on as long as police have been going on, what I would say is this game clearly has an ethnic creator, as in they're white. That
Yeah.
would be my strongest guess. This writes very much as though white people wrote this game. And
Which I suppose is
which is not a bad thing. It just speaks of the culture that most white people are raised with,
Yeah.
where we have less fear of the cops and are less connected to the brutality that they enact, if
right.
you will.
And we've had discussions about too of like once finally actually like Black Lives Matter really exploded for this last year. I mean, it was really interesting for me to go through some of the stories and like watching people discuss. Basically going like, hi, when I was like 6 years old, I got the talk, which was that cops will just kill you because you're a minority, basically, or you're a black person. And I'm like, as a white person, I've never run into that my entire damn life. The cops are always the good guys. And I'm like, and over, people going, yeah, I got this when I was 8, I got it when I was 10, I got it when I was 5.
If they're a person of color,
Yeah.
And the thing is it's really fascinating because the Black Lives movement, the Black Lives Matter movement actually started, basically the way it did and was so successful because of the generation that it's in. Because there is so much ability to see and share information, whereas before it was always one person's word against another, and now you have dozens of cameras, dozens of voices, dozens of people that can share on social media, and you can't hide basically the truth anymore. It can't be, I think I saw something uncomfortable, but I don't know. Because of the information age and the network we have, more people are able to speak and have a voice, and that's really cool.
Right? I'm also frustrated just on a pure, I guess, culture kind of perspective, because it does also sound like white people wrote it, because they do go, there's vampire clans, they care about each other, you have nice vampires that are trying to work with humankind. Why wouldn't you have vampires showing up or wanting to interact with this going, hey, we'll take care of this person who's clearly disoriented, clearly needs help, don't just kill them.
I say,
that's really damn aggressive.
Where's the race relations, if you will? And
Right?
not that Finn has any obligation to help other vampires at all, but if he is trying to atone for what he's gone through, you'd think he'd be interested in basically stopping harm caused by vampires.
Right?
Like, it's basically a vampire peace advocate, if you will, as well as if all younglings are crazy, if that's kind of a thing, Twilight, then that could be something to be aware of and go, if I know where vampires hang out and that they're here and that there's a thriving community and they're, in the, crypts, what have you, then if there is basically a sect of those who behave badly, then it might be in my interest as person who's involved in the culture to be able to advocate for good.
Right?
And that, again, only specifically because he has stated he wishes to atone for his experience.
He wishes to be Consul Finn.
Exactly!
Yeah!
Consul Finn! Because then he would be representing his own country in another and speaking out for them.
Right?
All right. The youngling screams as Piper forcibly grabs her hair, yanking her head back. She stares her down, tactfully avoiding the snapping of her jaw, and she shakes her head. Why is she doing this?
She's gone. Put her out of her misery.
Oh, is this an assessment for whether or not she's a person?
How far is gone? I would like more information. I don't...
Again, I feel like this is a good establishing shot, but after this I feel like there's follow-up that's needed.
Yeah.
We work in tandem to remove her head clean from her body. It's the only way, however violent it may be. Hopefully you have a really good blade that does not take a long time at all.
Right?
I feel warmth spray against my skin. Wet. The unmistakable smell of copper. The visceral sound of tearing flesh. Tearing flesh? You're not slicing, you're tearing?
Why would you rip the head off?
Ooh.
Okay, that's wild.
And breaking bone fills the clearing. We don't cut it off, we tear it
Her
off.
head off?
Oh my god. 1, strength. Props for strength. We are suddenly a warrior with a 16 to 18 strength.
Right?
But damn, we have sharp implements. Why not use those? That seems harsh.
Whoa.
Then she turns to nothingness beneath us. An unrecognizable pile of blood and viscera. And yet another human life has been stolen and twisted into something evil. But was she an enforcer? Oh.
Right.
Do we recognize her?
Hey, that was fun.
I brush the dirt from my knees and take a deep breath, watching Piper clean off her bloodied daggers on the grass. Me questioning, did she die and was she made tonight?
Yeah.
Or did she awaken tonight? And going, we need to find out if there's a missing persons, because before, all the dead people, they're not missing because we found their corpses,
Right.
And going, I want to know about this person.
I desire more lore before this goes. Yeah, I need some.
We should really get going. She turns to face me, and I spot that her face is covered in a dark splattering of crimson. Are we gonna get to flirt? We are gonna get to flirt.
Flirt.
We've got it. Flirting it is. Let me get that for you.
Which is honestly, I'm really kind of disappointed and sort of frustrated. She's too far gone. For who?
How do you tell?
Do you have the techniques that vampires use to take care of each other that they culturally would have amongst themselves? Seriously.
I assume it's enforcer training protocol what to look for, but I wonder if they've worked with people who are actually part of the, what I will say, species group.
Right.
Who will know what to look for. Because when we're going pale skin, and sharp teeth, and,
also,
that kind of thing.
I want to point out that they said that her blood was warm. Is
did.
that a characteristic of younglings then? So again, I could assume that could be there. That could make sense. So she would have to be then really new?
And again,
I guess?
if she's really new, was she essentially murdered tonight? And in that case, we're not looking for her. And if we stop this investigation here, I'm going to be disappointed because there should be someone else we're looking for, the person who turned her.
Right?
Anyway, I take a tentative step forward, and her eyes quickly flick to my face. Curiosity shining in bright blue. Her adrenaline still spiked. I can tell.
Right?
You have a little something,
I do?
I nod, stepping closer again, unable to stifle the smile that threatens to curl at my lips as she stares down at me. If we hadn't promised to flirt
Stares
with
me down.
Stares me down. Stares me down. If we hadn't promised to flirt with everyone, I would have been so uncomfortable choosing that choice because this creates such a incredibly cavalier experience for your character of just going, yeah, we just murdered a person. Well, they were gone anyway.
Like, and the thing is, I don't feel like we're even pushing too far on that because they went another life stolen. I'm like, even your character acknowledges it's really sad.
That
Was a person. And then you're just gonna be like, and now I will flirt. Hey, that person that you have on your face?
Let's just clean that off of you.
Let's clean that off you.
And again, choosing that, I feel like gives a real strong vibe of what this organization is about and what enforcers are trained to do. To utterly dehumanize or depersonize all of their targets, if you will. And that's like, damn, wow.
Which also means that you're probably really inclined to make some dumb mistakes.
What I'm interested in here is a strong character arc.
Yeah.
Because you've suddenly been surrounded by a bunch of Inhumans, which you are prejudiced against, and have been trained to be prejudiced against. I'm looking for strong story arc here. I'm like,
it would be
damn,
great.
There's a lot of room for character growth here, like a huge amount. Right here. I touch the tip of her nose, then each of her cheeks. May I? She arches a brow at me. Her eyes are sparkling wickedly. See, and this is a uniform behavior.
Right.
Like, both of us are completely on board. The work, that person and their death was just work, is done, and now we move on.
You may.
She tilts her head and waits expectantly, a hand resting up on her rocked hip. Cocked hip. I reach out and brush my thumb over the apple of her full, freckled cheeks. That's flowery, wiping away the still wet blood. She huffs a
shot!
Huff. Yep, there's the huff. Time for a shot. Is everyone drunk yet? And or completely cracked out on energy drink? Because here we go.
Done!
Again, we're running out of water fast. She huffs a quiet laugh. I can tell she was attempting to swallow, and she grabs my wrist and reels me in.
Come on, put your back into it.
I laugh heartily as Piper uses the sleeve of my coat to roughly wipe her face clean. She's like, you are taking your time, grabs our arm and our sleeve, rubs it across her damn face. That's amazing.
How do I look?
I inspect the damage to my sleeve with a sigh as I register the bloody stains. They're sighing. It's clearly not the worst mess I've been in. Also, if you were tearing the head off together and blood was spraying everywhere, you should have blood on you too, just saying.
By the way.
Puts on a cute little, pulls out one of those, lampshade dog colors and then tears the head off so you don't get sprayed.
Oh God, that's so
If we're going dark, I'm gonna be dark humor too, okay?
All right.
I'm just gonna do it. Positively ravishing, as always.
I suppose it's really disgustingly fitting that it would be the dog color, wouldn't it?
Yep. I picked my words on purpose, excuse you.
Yeah, no,
I was being as inappropriate as possible.
Uh-huh. Ass.
I mean, that's also not bad, but I don't have as good of a view from here. I clear my throat, and there's a lot of clearing the throat now. I think we're gonna have to add that to the list of things. Sighing, huffing, clearing the throat, rolling the eyes. I think that's gonna be there.
Yep.
Enchanted by the way her eyes crinkle at the corners when she laughs. I mean it, Piper, even covered in blood.
I know you mean it. Anyway, we'd better get going. August will be having a shit fit, I'm sure.
Piper tilts her head to the side, a loud crack as her bones click back into their rightful place. Not the same kind of cracking as bones we've just been cutting through, apparently, but there we go.
Let's dash.
Damn, that was dark as I've seen in a lot of games, and made for me a lot darker still by essentially the very cavalier and distant behavior of the MC and their support. I'm like, wow.
Sort of. Yeah,
and again, I'm hoping this is set up for character arc, because that would be, again, a lot of room for movement and a very solid setup for who we are and where we are right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to tell that what we're dealing with as we draw nearer to the scene. Dozens of hunters and enforcers of varying ranks saturate the small clearing, the majority of them still dressed in their festival attire. Some of them changed, much like Piper and I. I'm like, some of them changed while they were running through the woods. Good job. We spot a retrieval team emerging from the tree line, their faces pale and drawn. It's then that I know. There was a murder. They didn't make it. Wait. Who didn't make it?
You're here.
We are. We ran into some trouble on the way, but we took care of it.
I gather that's why you were so late. It's fine. Obviously, such things cannot be prevented. It's not good news, as I'm sure you can tell.
My heart sinks. I knew, but hearing it out loud is still unpleasant. Why are we at a rendezvous point instead of at the point of the incident?
Right?
Do we have an identity? They shake their head, brushing the front of their fur coat that I'm sure they're less than happy about wearing in such a situation. As well as that we're both standing around with blood on near that coat.
Right?
I'm also just like, so much of that unified coat and then the open shirt and then the long jewelry, I'm just like, lounge lizard.
Yeah, just a bit. Actually, that's why I was
wear this big ass coat and look incredible. He's been out there, thrift shopping. Oh, they've been out there thrift shopping. Thank you.
We cannot identify the
victim. Their voice catches.
There is no body. Again, nothing but... Well, I don't need to repeat such monstrous details. You've read the reports from the previous murders. It's much of the same ghastliness.
Piper scoffs, her shoulders tensing, and I swear I can see tears in her eyes. She's hurting. Angry.
Very abruptly,
See?
too.
We could totally date both of them. We could do it.
They could.
I want to do it. Also, though, I'm just like, it seems really strange that we wouldn't, one, go to the site of the incident while it's fresh, and two, why do we have a rendezvous point, after scanning the entire area? And are we, three, suggesting that baby vampires and obstacles are basically like a random encounter that you'd get in a role-playing game on your way from one destination to another? And that had nothing to do with this entire murder or experience at all. It's just, there's mobs in the woods.
Right?
That's what I'm suddenly getting from that, of going, that was a random creature encounter that you get on your way to where you're going. And I'm like, if that had nothing to do with the plot other than world building of, there's monsters in the tall grass, that would be astounding to me. So angry that I can feel it. Goose flesh prickles across my skin, thanks to our close proximity, and my own emotions waver with the sheer force of it.
This is fucking ridiculous. This cannot keep happening. August!
I flinch, feeling the surge of energy as August reacts. The smell of ozone thick in the air. Because magic. Foosh! A flash in the darkness. The violet sparks crackle about their clenched fist, their eyes alight.
Thank you, Piper, for your input. I didn't know this was upsetting. I assumed everyone was enjoying this.
This is where they're fighting, going, I am overwhelmed with my own experience, and going, fine. A dozen eyes turn to look at them, and they quickly calm themselves. Everyone, our leaders are fighting.
Again.
They look beyond exhausted. The skin beneath their eyes, purple and drawn, though their makeup is flawless. Piper opens her mouth to retaliate, but wisely decides against this. This actually might be the first time I've seen her look guilty. This might be how she got in trouble before. August averts their gaze, as if they can't bear to look at her. They're upset, too.
I suggest you keep your thoughts to yourself in such a situation, unless you have any useful insight.
It's not a question.
Yes, sorry, General. I thought as much. We're all hurting, Piper, not just you.
August sighs deeply, sparing us both a woeful glance before they address the gathered forces.
You're not even sad about the vampire. You're just, like, again, I'm not saying you shouldn't be unhappy about your hunter friend, whoever they were, but, like,
also,
actual, like, person. I don't know. Maybe
Nobody has asked us what we encountered.
No.
So I assume the two people running with us were also able to detect what it was and or hear us say vampire youngling, and then came and reported what it was.
Right?
So, and that is a completely standard, absolutely normal occurrence. I'm getting wandering mob. Like, this is weird that is just that's just a thing. No one goes into the woods kind of deal. I'm like, holy crap.
Which seems weird for the vampires. Again, clans are usually a very specific thing in worlds. Like, that like, if you were doing that vampires were not going to go into clans, because clans are actually a recent introduction to the vampire canon. Like, they have talked about where it's been interesting to watch the shift over the years, because they used to just basically be wandering single entities that would dominate or basically take over a specific area, and they'd be by themselves. They were a lone predator / weird, creepy, basically horrifying monster that was just there haunting everyone, and they would be by themselves. Clans are very much a more modern, basically,
establishments.
Part of the vampire canon. That
concept.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't...
So for me, I'm like...
It bugs me?
Yeah, I want to know if that's more part of the story, if we're literally just suggesting we don't consider it to be important or meaningful if it's not a police death.
Well, and I'm also
because again, gambling. We had a person murdered and turned into a vampire, essentially, because that's what it looks like. Because it's rebirth, they die, and it clearly wasn't someone who was wanted / consenting because they were insane and overwhelmed. And so we're not talking about a young woman was murdered. We're just going, we had some trouble on the way. So again, this also suggests that civilian life is less important than police life.
You mean like... Sorry, like
I'm
regular?
just going to leave it there.
It's fine.
I'm just going to leave it there. This is wild, and this game is fascinating in this particular moment in history. August sighs deeply, sparing us both a woeful glance before they address the gathered forces.
Hunters, any majors present will patrol the immediate area. Generals will head further afield and begin an extensive perimeter search. I want no stone unturned here.
No turn unstoned. Get those birds high.
Any juniors need to get the hell out of here. You're not equipped to even think about dealing whatever this thing is. And I won't be responsible for your demise. Anyone else present is to report back to headquarters immediately. We'll need people on the ground in town to reassure the townsfolk. I don't want this causing widespread panic. It's damage control fine. Actually, so you ran into an incident. What I would really like to know, could you identify the person, Piper, either of you?
Were they
because we need to find the family, actually,
Right.
at this point.
We need, I assume we would want to find the family. We would want to report a newly dead individual.
Right.
I am glad that he actually mentioned the townsfolk.
They.
Sorry, I can do this. They. I am glad that August, the general, mentioned the townsfolk, all right? I am glad that they actually took some time to say that, because I was waiting for layers of priorities and going, we need to have, not crowd control, but you need to have instruction. Is everyone now to be afraid of the dark again? Does the festival continue as usual? Were the fireworks signifying the end of the festival? When we say, like, crowd control, we don't want to panic, did everyone in the entire experience of the whole town hear the scream? Is it small enough, and or was the scream supernaturally loud enough that could happen? Additionally, yeah, you might want to do like head counts. Is anyone missing? Usually when you're doing anything of like bring people in from a possibly dangerous situation, you want head counts for everyone. You want to make sure all households are accounted for. Anytime you do a fire drill or anything, you should have people going back to the town, not only keeping them calm, but getting them indoors where it's safe, and then making sure everyone's accounted for.
Also, where's your hunter head count?
Right?
Like, shockingly,
That too.
if this is your active business going, all troops report back in, everybody's got their little, section that they work with. They go, everybody, report to your person who's in charge.
I say, and quietly going, if you're this, get out of here. Do you not know how many you have? Are you not going to do a head count or a sound off? Like, I've never been to any situation, no matter, like, basically how low, like structure, even if it's basically volunteers after school, where they don't do continuous head count of people. Mm-hmm. And so they're like, we don't know who it is. Do we even know if it was a hunter? And if so, we should be able to, by process of elimination, figure out who it is real fast. Especially if you guys usually work in teams, who's missing their partner.
Right?
There's a quiet, subdued mumble of, yes, General, and they all dutifully begin to obey August's orders, disappearing in various directions. Would you like me to join the perimeter search?
No, I'd like you to go home. Leave this to the others. We need you ready for anything that may transpire overnight.
It is
But
overnight.
we were
right now. And we also slept all day.
We specifically also were called in to
For
do this ourselves.
Okay, the thing is...
Why are we going back?
I was going to say, this is our investigation. Like, we were called in for this investigation. We need to see the crime scene immediately.
What?
Of course, General. Confusion reigns. Piper fidgets uneasily.
What?
You're a major, aren't you? If you were listening, you'll know what I asked of you.
The tension between them is, yet again, immensely unpleasant.
Of course, General.
She should have expected such a response, and I wonder if she'll ever learn. Or maybe she's hoping to rile them. I can no longer tell. Viba throws me a quick, pitiful glance before she glares at August and turns to join her comrades.
I think she's been trying to piss August off the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that doesn't seem unreasonable to me at all.
I don't think it's subtle in any way.
The fact that your character, though, is that slow on the uptick is a little confusing to me, because I was like, you're just trying to piss August off.
Okay, so I know we've got right about an hour left. I need a pee break.
Oh, you pee break!
So I appreciate that we
Potty
have the
break.
chat back, and
Oh.
if you don't need to go, you can sit here and entertain them.
I mean, I currently don't need to go, but we only have one toilet, so...
I was like,
yeah.
but I will be right back, everybody. Feel free to chat for a moment.
Oh no, we have the Chattaloo. So what did everybody do actually for New Year's, or for, I guess, their holiday celebrations, if you had any? Does anybody have any stories? Did you do anything fun? Did you accomplish any goals? Anything cool happen in the world? Let me know. Assuming that the chat hasn't died again. That'd be so sad. You'd be like, no. The sour will feel me. Oh, cool. Danganronpa? Is it just the first one you've been playing? Because I think there's a second one out now. Get yourself a ragout and mulled wine. What is a ragout? Is it... I don't know what that is. Oh, it sounds like ragu. Oh, the ragu. Okay, I actually kind of wondered for 2 seconds. That sounds great, honestly. There are some really good ragus. They are very tasty. And you had some mulled wine. I had just some Coke basically and a shot of whiskey, and that's what I did. You stayed awake until 12:01 and then you went to bed. Score. Makes total sense. Oh, there are three Danganronpas. Oh god. Okay, I have totally not kept up on that series at all. Nice.
All right. Hands washed, everything acquired. I am back.
I was asking people about what they did for their holiday celebrations.
Oh, really?
So I was doing. I'm gonna actually go to the bathroom myself really fast, just to make sure.
Zoom, my friend, Zoom. Otherwise, in 10 minutes, they will die.
I'm a little chilly. I got the cold.
I go burr. All right, 12:01 and then straight to bed. I kind of love that. Like, I made it to the new year. Good night. First DR. And the music slaps. I probably missed something. Oh, Danganronpa, that's the one. Okay, got it. That's cool. Let's see, I thought we started a new anime recently, and I'm trying to remember what we've been watching. Actually, with one of my young relatives, I just recently, thank you, Danganronpa. I had to scroll back in the chat to see what it was. I appreciate it. I was gonna say, we recently just watched, Nausicaa in the Valley of the Wind for the first time. Like, I'd seen it before, but it was really fun to, show it to a teenager who had never seen it before, and it was a really good watch. I haven't seen it for a long time, and we did that for New Year's. I don't know if, Scandal mentioned it, but, yeah. So, cool. New Year's plans. Nice. I'm always of that thing, going... Since we have so many time zones, some people are in the new year and some people aren't in the new year, and it's we thought about doing a New Year's thing and doing a countdown, but then it's whose time zone do you use? And obviously you could use your own, but it still seems it'd be kind of fun to have everyone in the chat sounded off. Maybe next year when we have stable internet, that would be super fun to be okay, we're gonna do this over several hours and then hit several different midnights, and that would be kind of hilarious. At least I think that would be funny. But no, one of the interesting things about anime right now and in the anime circuit, because Scandal actually follows a creator whose name I do not know on YouTube that does a lot of anime reviews, and they do seasonal reviews. They do what's being produced this
Mother's
stuff.
Basement.
Oh, Mother's Basement. There we go. That's who it is. I say, and they just went this is apparently going to be a hell season for new anime and for catching up with anime, because there's this really strong experience of bunches of stuff got pushed back for COVID, and then it's all being released at once.
Which will be wild.
And so it's like there's like so much stuff to watch, it's going to just drown people.
Was Jigga the one that I heard about from Cheshire Cat?
So Mother's Basement is the name of the one we were talking about, but we have had Giga recommended to us.
I
think.
Yes, that was actually the person that was recommended to me.
Yeah, so Cheshire Cat actually recommended them. But yeah, Mother's Basement has their own specific flavor, but they're pretty thorough in my experience. All right.
We are
Thank you everyone for your patience. Greatly appreciate it. Yes. Piper throws me a quick, pitiful glance before she glares at August and turns to join her comrades. Comrade! There are comrades in the chat.
Comrades. Aye, later.
Foosh! Aye, fling! Bye! Giga's funny. Okay, that's good. Funny is good. I like funny.
Good.
August massages their temple, inhaling sharply, swaying where they stand. I notice that their hands are shaking, and I unconsciously take a step towards them, fearful that they may pass out. They just don't sleep, do they? They hold out their hand, a signal for me to stop. No flirting right now, none, no support, nothing.
Fine, really.
Also blushing. I don't want to need support, how dare you? General.
I appreciate your concern, Hunter Nya. Anything that ails me is my fault, and mine alone.
Just because something is your own fault doesn't mean you can't receive support for it. Dear Lord. Since when can someone not help you with a problem you caused for yourself?
No, but I need to be self-sufficient and capable. Now, please head back. I meant it when I said you. I need you rested.
Good general, individual, my boss. I would like you to know that I should see the crime scene. This would be really valuable right now while it's fresh.
Helpful. Please,
You'll be the first to hear if anything significant happens. I'll send a messenger to retrieve you when the victim has been identified.
You're really not gonna let me look at the crime scene while it's fresh. I'm gonna have to come look at it on my own later. Additionally, I'm not gonna look at the other crime scenes, only the one. Like, oh no. I'm like, damn bro, we need to see this. If you need our help for this investigation, you need to give us info, not just rest.
Homie.
Of course. You're in charge. Good night. Stay safe.
If you think I'm staying out here in this another second, you're sorely mistaken. I have a mountain of paperwork the size of the Ibeck on my desk.
Okay.
Farewell, Lulu.
So the Ibeck is the building now? Go ask the Ibeck.
I know, I don't understand. What is the Ibeck?
Is the Ibeck the building, the cult, or the people? Because it seems like it's been referred to all three of them that way.
Maybe it is all three. Sometimes there are things that that happens. It is both this thing and also an explanation of this thing and also where this thing resides.
It's all that.
Farewell, Uwu.
I love it. Farewell, Uwu. I'm just like, the name keeps paying back and it's so good. I take a final look at the scene where the Enforcer witches have cast their mage lights over a bloodied patch of grass. Wait, this is the crime scene? The rendezvous point is the crime scene?
I thought what?
Leaving them to their work, no matter how much I long to investigate. Well, at least we want to investigate. Right? At least that's what we're like. Our boss has told us no, but at least we want to. I appreciate that urge because it really should be there. But if it's a bloodied patch of grass, but this isn't, we should have burned if this isn't the crime scene.
Yeah,
if this is the crime scene, so I think it's not.
That's fine.
This is something else. That's weird. Why would they tell us not to investigate at all? After that outburst, it's best not to question my enforcer's request. I bow my head before I turn, eager to get out of here. As I head back, though, through the woodland, I notice how eerily silent it is. A strange sense of calm washes over me. Then...
when the soft voice in the background that keeps singing... Oh, wait.
And then... a whisper. Oh, the whisper says, Harry.
Harry.
I stop dead in my tracks, my hand hovering over my weapon. I see nothing, feel nothing, no matter how hard I try to concentrate. Then I realize that voice, the familiar yet subdued ache that begins to creep into my temple. James.
You deserve to know.
The pain ebbs and flows, my breathing growing unsteady, almost as if something weighs heavy upon my chest. The fleeting, comforting calm that had just settled over me is snatched away as the voice continues to echo in my mind. Wait, we considered that fight with the vampire and the death of an enforcer to be a comforting calm?
Yeah, I mean, I did a good job. You know, it makes sense.
But the death of it, it's fine.
That's fine.
No. What?
I'm sore.
A sharp, burning pain shoots up along my spine and I fall to the ground, the snow-covered grass wet beneath my fingertips. His words were cut off, and after a moment, I'm yet again surrounded by a blissful silence. Fucking ghosts. I drag myself to my feet, and now I only have one thing in my mind. One thing that I must do. Visit the Lieutenant General and find out what the hell is happening to me.
You're like, nope, I'm gonna go see Harry. Boom!
Bye.
That!
After no luck finding him in his own office, I head to the only other place I assume he may be at this hour.
Because I clearly know it then every single room now in
I
this
go
building.
to August. The door to August's office is thankfully ajar, so I peek around the frame, finding Harry standing alone. He has a report in hand, his coat hung on the back of August's chair. I'm going to mention again, I love that he takes off his coat.
I do too.
I love that people not only change their attire, but that they have character motion to do so. When he took off his coat to talk to us, it was such a piece of like present person character rather than just, this is here for you to see.
Right?
It was very character and I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
He looks exhausted, eyes red-rimmed. However, when he notices me peeking around the doorway, he still offers me a bright, earnest smile. Woo, I can't tell you how relieved I am to see you safe. My throat feels tight, my palms sweaty, and I can't quite place why. James is doing a good job of making it difficult for me to stop thinking about him. The pain I felt from his final moment was raw, like an exposed nerve. For some reason, when I think of it, I now think of Harry. I need to know why he wanted me to come here, why everything else seems to point back to the man standing before me. I need to tell you something, but I need you to promise that you won't think I've lost my mind when I tell you. Keep an open mind, okay?
Please.
Do that. Harry narrows his gaze, nodding once more. So many people have scars in here. We do live a brutal life as enforcers.
It's true.
Go on. I visited the graveyard a few days ago while I was getting my bearings. 2 days ago. It's 2. We need to keep our timeline straight because 7 days we need to know our days, okay?
Right?
He stays silent, but I can't help but notice the way his knuckles bleed white as he tightens his fist.
Oh, now we're gonna do knuckles bleeding white. That's an interesting one that's popped up once or twice, and that's a very specific, like, author thing.
It is a real specific, like, the authors seem to have some language that they really, really like. And some of it could be stylistically intentional so that you stay familiar with the game and you know what to expect. And some of it could just be, feels a little bit repetitive sometimes, like they didn't have another word. I felt an overwhelming sense of grief there. Pain, a yearning for a lost love. A sense of failure and crippling sorrow. He's a widow, I'm just saying it, okay?
I am too!
Damn! I thought nothing of it at the time. It's not unheard of for those that have been murdered to feel scared or sentimental in their final moments, in my experience. But Harry drops his gaze, his bright eyes sad, edged with tears. My words threaten to catch in my throat, but I relent. The other night, I visited again, almost like something was pulling me there. Yesterday, I visited again. Yesterday. I heard more, not just a memory this time. He spoke to me. It looks like he's seen a ghost. Staring at me wide-eyed, he quickly swipes at his cheeks. Oh, James. I get the horrible feeling that he's been waiting for this. I need to know. He nods, understanding, then he takes a deep, shuddering breath. James was assigned as my very first hunter. The moment we both graduated at 18, he'd shown remarkable promise in school, basically skipping all of the junior nonsense that they force upon you. I, too, had impressed, so we were placed together in the hopes that we'd become unstoppable. We were inseparable in the field together for decades. until I took this post as Lieutenant General. A pause, another deep breath, one that shakes. But as well as being my subordinate, he was also my partner, my husband.
I knew it.
We knew it. Poor thing! He is recently widowed and he is trying to deal with this investigation. Oh my god, the foreshadowing was strong! Ah! My heart sinks, bile rising in my throat. I've read countless reports about him and the infamous Hunter Lane over the years, but I never knew his first name or anything about him other than his incomparable work. Official records tend to omit personal details for the safety of the hunter or enforcer in question unless they become a leader, like Harry. They were inimitable?
I think so.
Inimitable. The best of the best. Together they killed some of the most nefarious creatures in our history, and without question, every young trainee aspires to be just like Hunter Lance.
Lane.
Sorry, Lane, I can do this. To think that he's just gone. And what Harry must be going through. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were married to Hunter Lane. For nearly 10 years, yes, but we'd known each other forever. I failed the Hunter initiation quite dramatically, and he was taken away to his father's home country to train to become what I'd always dreamed of becoming. Life had other plans for me, but we still found each other in the end. He used to joke that we were doomed, the romantic fool.
Destined.
No, sorry, destined. There we go.
Way more positive. Whoa.
Destined. I could do this. I really don't think it's sunk in that he's gone just yet. I keep thinking he's going to walk through my door, covered head to toe in blood and grime, with a stupid, wonderful grin on his face. He laughs to himself. A quiet huff. Time to drink in solidarity.
Wow!
And I notice how his eyes sparkle when he talks about him. They say that people deal with grief differently, but I haven't quite figured mine out just yet. I apologize for not telling you, but it was important to me that I could trust you first. My judgment has been impaired, I'll admit it. Though this turn of events isn't exactly what I expected. All I can think about now is justice. About the others that died before him and what we could have done to stop it. What I could have done to stop it. What did he tell you when he spoke to you? His words waver, and he mindlessly fiddles with his wedding band, eagerly awaiting my response. I think about what Esra said, about being careful who I share this with. Did that warning apply to the Lieutenant General of all of Escria? Escria. So yeah, the country is Escria, and Lunar is just a little town, if I remember correctly. Tell him the truth. Lie. Honestly, if we were going to lie, I would have hidden that I had a voice speaking to me. I feel like at this point, we're going to need to plow forward. We're kind of already committed, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like, that we've already forwarded with truth. If we were going to lie, we just don't tell about the voice at all, you know?
Right.
We just ask, dude, was the dead guy your husband?
Yeah.
And you don't give any context at all. He told me to leave, that he failed, and that there's no hope. I like that we're being suspicious of people, though. I like that we're getting the option to be suspicious of people.
Right.
He swallows thickly, his expression unchanging. If this is the bad guy, I'm gonna be sad, because that means two dads are, just like, not the warm fluffy that I'm looking for.
Yeah, no kidding.
I got the impression he wanted to say more, but I don't know how he managed to communicate with me in the first place. So, I think he can only say so much before he fades away. I feel like it feels like a great struggle for him to reach out. I cannot explain it. He closes his eyes tight, shaking his head as if he can't bear to hear any more. And now I'm super suspicious of him going, I will need you to speak with Augustus about this. They know more about psionic magic than anyone else. I'm sure they'll be able to help you figure this out. I do not trust anyone else. Then, a hopeful look. Did he truly not say anything else? He didn't. No. But the first night that I felt him, I could tell how much he loved you, Harry. You were all he could think about in his final moments.
Oh.
I mean, he did say your name.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we got here. So I guess we're lying a little bit anyway, or omitting?
It's sad.
It is sad, though. He laughs quietly. Yes, well, he's all I can think about, too. The curse now, I suppose. Silence hangs heavy between us, and I don't know what to say next. He looks devastated. Understandably. He must have so much on his mind, already with the last murder, and now this. I feel like tissues or sadness in the chat. Like, I need emoticons. I'm just like, The way he came alive when he spoke about James didn't go unnoticed. And I wonder if maybe talking about him would lift his mood. There's a lot of hunters out there that can only aspire to be half as brilliant as Hunter Lane. I would love to hear what he was like, if you don't mind. Sure enough, his somber expression disappears, and he seems to brighten up a little. We'll hold a tiny wake right here, it'll be a thing. He was a cocky son of a bitch, but it worked well for him in the field. I mean, a lot of us seem like cocky sons of bitches, just so you know.
Like, genuinely, we are cops.
He was never careless, though. I often found myself watching him instead of paying attention to whatever was attacking us. Oh my god.
He's like, that's what happened to my face.
It's fine. I failed because I was just kind of watching him and being like, wow, you amazing. Wow. And then I got pile-driven into the ground. Luckily, he could fight well enough to protect both of us, and I'm sure we'd have been in trouble. A lot of enforcers choose to stay cooped up in a stuffy office, away from all that danger. Working with James made me not want to miss a thing. He digs into his coat pocket, retrieving his wallet and pulling out a small, weathered photo.
Oh no.
Oh, we're gonna get to see him. He pauses, staring me down, as if he has reservations, but then he hands it over.
Oh.
Oh no! They're so adorable. It's of him and James. They look young, beyond happy, and impossibly in love. Wow, they're very cute. The little, like, one eye open, one eye closed is adorable.
Uh-huh.
We were unbearable to be around. I'm sure they're coffee shop husbands. Like, oh my god. They're just, like, sickly adorable at all times. I study the genuine smiles. The way their fingers are laced together. Okay, pause here for just a second. I know, yes. Sadness, right? Okay, so I want to point something out here. I like that while we've made ourselves dark and like cocky and basically completely discriminatory to Inhumans, and that our entire organization has been established as we are the murdering assholes who will kill first and ask questions later. And that is what we do. Our first priority is to kill the bad guy, and that is our organization, that we are also people. While it is not necessary to humanize, cops, because they're completely human. They're just people with a job.
Yeah.
It's important to realize that people have complex, multiple layers. That you can do horrible things and also do really wonderful things. And the layer of fleshing out as a character, going, these are both the face of impressive, powerful murder machines. And they're also deeply in love with each other. There's a level of like moral grayness and like complexity that, while I don't know if the game's going to handle it in any depth, I find very interesting and I like it. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of times nobody goes into any real depth with the characters, and certainly not with basically the themes that their game seems to be bringing up. Mm-hmm. The themes of the story they've written. And I really like this, especially in contrast to what we've just been shown about who exactly we all are. Mm-hmm. Anyway,
I like how the palms, correctly light in spite of the rest of the skin being dark. That's actually detailed.
That's
you are
wonderful.
Correct, Drekinishi. I have noticed that actually more as I have become more, I guess, as more of an aware artist, and also as I've grown up, or just basically more people also talked about it, because I just never, like, despite the fact that I have an uncle who is black, and I just just didn't connect with it a lot. I just could...
So the thing is like, again, you tend to have privilege of your own self unless you're oppressed. And I've actually seen a lot of artists on Tumblr talking about drawing ethnic people who aren't white, and especially people of color who have other skin tones, and going, yeah, your hands on the palms are paler, and yeah, a lot of artists do miss it. So thanks for that catch, that's great, and also props to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I study the genuine smiles, the way their fingers are laced together. I may not know James aside from the voice in my head, but I feel a strange connection to him, as if I too have known him forever. Thank you for showing me.
I hope he doesn't end up being a bad guy.
I do too.
I'm
oh
like,
my
wow.
God. That would be such a grift. I would not be prepared for it.
No kidding.
Heartstrings not ready. He tucks the photo back into its place, right beside a neatly folded up letter. Because my brain is going, if this is going to be one of those things where he's the bad guy, it's going to be like, this is a big thing. Okay, the political thing that it would be, based on like tropes and what I've seen before, is if Harry is a bad guy secretly, it would be that he had an agenda for the bigger government at large and for basically the face of the organization, and that in this one point, his spouse opposed him to a point where it divided them, where he needed him killed.
Yeah.
And I don't want to read that story.
I know. Either. That sounds like...
And it would be like, yes, I loved him, but for the good of all mankind, so the masses didn't, basically panic or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping he's playing it straight. Well, apparently he appears to have taken a liking to you. It's only fair for you to have put face to the name, I suppose. He stares down at his hand, once again twisting his wedding band. His expression is neutral when he meets my gaze, but in a split second, his disposition shifts to the stiff formality I'm so used to when dealing with figures of authority. I also really like that they are building out the other characters and connecting them to this. One of the things that I have liked about this game, even as I've had like some points where I'm like, what are you doing with the world building? What's going on here? Like bits of that. And we're also still, I think, relatively early in this really big game. But like, I like that the other characters have rapport, have interactions, have connections to each other. It doesn't feel like they're all isolated in a void. It feels like they're real people with actual lives, and I like that. I gather that our conversation about his dearly departed is over. What happened tonight could have been prevented. It's unacceptable that we were so aware of the looming threat, and yet we let our guard down and lost another life. And he's gonna feel bad because it was his festival. No, he's not. This cannot happen again. I nod, agreeing wholeheartedly. That's why I'm here. But I cannot shake the feeling that, yes, this could have been prevented if it weren't for the festival. The festival, he was so adamant, went ahead despite others' clear apprehension, including August, which is the only reason I find him suspicious, actually.
Yeah.
Because him going, I just want this to proceed forward, it could be a cover-up for things, and I'm just like, I don't want to suspect everyone, but the game has told us, suspect everyone. I think better of pressing the matter, for Harry suddenly doesn't seem like a man willing to admit fault. Did you speak to the twins as I requested? I did, as I'm sure you expected. I didn't get much out of them. Interestingly enough, I'm like, where is August? He's like, they are like, I need to get back to my desk, a mountain of paperwork.
They had to go change.
And then...
They had to go change. Fuck, they had to go change.
Really?
Yeah, that's what they complained about, explicitly. Was
Okay.
their clothes going like, I'm not going to be out here wearing this!
But they also aren't going to be out there. They were headed back to their office.
Oh, that's true.
They really were a mountain
maybe
of
August
paperwork.
got super distracted running off into the abyss, going like, I'm going to actually go change.
Maybe. Probably redid their clothes. It's fine.
Right.
A quiet hum, which I think is an indifferent agreement, and Harry sighs heavily. They are rather adept at both lying and sheer avoidance. I am interested in speaking to the brother alone, though. There was something off about him. Like he just doesn't want to be there. One thing I actually wanted to mention real quick, and I think my friend's going to support me in this. So when I mentioned it back in the church when we were actually investigating them, I said I think they're identical twins. And I wasn't explicit enough by going, what I mean is since identical twins are genetically identical, split from the same egg cell, that one of them is trans. And I think that's neat.
Which
But-
I thought was really cool too, though I am afraid...
So my friend didn't actually catch it when I said it, and so
Yeah.
we were talking about it later, and they're like, what?
The reason why, though, I didn't catch it is because it's really common in fantasy to go, we're identical twins, and you're like...
And we have completely different anatomy, for reasons.
For reasons, and it's actually not what happens, as far as I understand, so yeah.
Oh, that's a thing in the Adventure Zone, actually?
Yes, I actually heard about that. I did. What's his name? You're
One
gonna
of a
tell
set
me
of
Dragon
twins?
Ishi, the main, what's the character's name? The one that you
It's
made.
okay,
It's
I
my
don't
friend's
know
never
them.
seen it before either. Taco, yes. So Taco, is trans. His sister is trans, so that's
Cool.
super cool because
But yeah.
they were identical twins. I actually thought
Her
it was
name is
really
not.
cool because I'd never heard anybody else ever doing that. When I heard about that, I was like, that's actually really kind of cool.
I love
Good
that.
for you guys.
Honestly, that's great. Thank you for that addition. But yeah, I wanted to be a little bit more clear about that, because sometimes just saying identical twins doesn't do enough. But I now
Because
sort of-
it's such a fantasy trope.
because
God,
it is
it's
a
so
fantasy
tiring.
trope that they are bodied differently, and so I'm just like, no, one of them is trans, and I love that.
Right.
Or if they do gender differently here, then maybe you don't get assigned at birth, and they just select. But I like the representation nonetheless.
Right.
I am okay. Like he didn't want to be there. I also came across a letter outside the building, one that was addressed to him. The language looked demonic. I assumed it was Omen flirting. That's what I assumed. Harry nods, indifferent. I wonder if he even heard me. Also, chain of command. You shouldn't be telling this stuff to him. You should actually be telling it to the general. Actually, just having been in enough jobs, these things, these additional details, after saying you did the primary job, are for your immediate supervisor.
Yeah.
He clears his throat and flicks his eyes to the side as though he has no interest in humoring me any longer. There's nothing more you can do here until we've identified the victim. Get some rest. It's late.
I slept all day, sir.
Going, sir, 1, I slept all day. 2, I have what should be a mighty cracking headache again. And 3, if they're one of ours, are we really so poorly rostered that we can't just process of elimination? Like, do we really not know who works for us?
Right?
Like, damn, bro. You're dismissed, Hunter Nia.
I wonder, though, so sometimes I see it happen so much in stories. I wonder if people actually recognize that they don't actually know what chain of command is, or that they don't know what they're writing.
Okay.
Like
people just using titles without knowing what those ranks actually are, and you just basically go, here's an in charge, here's an in charge, here's the most in charge.
Right.
And that they don't actually work like that with regular names, which is why I actually like fantasy designations of rank, because you can't really do them wrong as long as you're consistent with your own world.
Right?
I was gonna say, but if you use names that are already established in your primary world outside of the computer, then there's a certain level of, if I have knowledge about that thing, which is sort of why I'm terrified to write anything. Every time I start writing anything, I have this experience of, shit, I don't know about that completely. Maybe I shouldn't write that part. Or maybe I need to do 900 hours of investigation first. But I really should at some point just write something I know really, really well and be like, all right, here it is. This is a romance in a manufacturing environment, because I've worked in that for 5 years and I know what it's about. Done.
Right?
Though I'm used to being addressed in such a manner, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't perplexed by the shift in his demeanor. I chalk it down to grief, just like he said, but I can't help but feel like maybe I've disappointed him somehow. Or he's sus! He could be sus!
He's super sus.
I turn and I quietly leave. I think it's more like the twins are both... Okay, because from what I've seen... Yes. And I actually had that too, and going, if that was a standard, basically experience of they're both assigned female at birth, and then one of them transitions, that, I've met a number of trans men that are very insecure in their identity, and they're either trying really hard to present appropriately and be what society says they should be, or they're kind of being, bowled over by other people in their life and their family, going, that's them, and I'll speak for them and speak up because they're shy. He would be shy, that kind of thing. Right. Anyway, I kind of had that myself. But I'm not going to basically decide what it is, but that was what I thought in my own head. All right.
And I appreciate that. Honestly, I thought that was a really good point, because it is a really common, basically, trope in fantasy, in fiction in general. And I'm not saying you can't have it, but it gets really confusing sometimes, especially when you get more knowledge and you're just kind of like, why is this so ridiculously prolific? Twins are usually always mystical, and always, especially if they're identical twins, because also we can't have fraternal twins. Nobody really does fraternal twins in fiction. at all.
Not
unless
really.
it's basically for a twist ending of being like, but we were twins, and they're like, what? And you're like, oh my god.
It's the hidden sibling.
It's the hidden sibling?
I was like, but yeah, everyone does identical. That's all they care about.
Yeah, and you're
It's
just kind of
it's
like,
paternal trend erasure.
it kind of is.
I turn and I quietly leave because he's staying in the office.
Right?
Alrighty. Snow is still falling as I step outside.
Look at the clouds.
And though the hour is late, there's certainly no peaceful quiet in Lunaris tonight. But you're supposed to be going to bed. The streets outside of headquarters are bustling with hunters, enforcers, and everything in between. Also, I'm like, are we still getting a headache or not? Because I feel like that much intense, more communication would cause us to be set off again, especially the whole crackling, snapping up our spine. I feel like I want to know more about the state of our head, or at least have Uwu notice it, if that makes sense. Where even if the headache isn't there, have them be like, this time my head isn't hurting as bad. Like, I feel like it's a plot point that should be mentioned again, not just a, like, we can just assume.
It should be more consistent also in the way that it's portrayed. It seems sort of like it's, again, that weird common, basically a Tome game, thing of
If
just...
I only mention it when it's basically I'm kind of in that vein of rating.
Yeah, and it's just kind of frustrating. It's fine.
I keep my head down as I make my way towards the wolf. And sometimes it's the wolf and sometimes it's the wolf.
Yeah.
It's just wolf, towards wolf. I fall into a trance as I replay my conversation with Harry over and over, trying to pinpoint the exact moment that made him change his attitude so drastically. It's when you are honest. I'm smacked back to reality when I bump into something cold and hard.
Whoops.
Finding a pair of familiar golden eyes staring back at me when I look up. You have vampire reflexes. You could have moved out of the way. You were in our way on purpose. He looks adorable.
He does. He also is looking over our head. It's
He
fine.
totally is. This time just looking straight up over our head.
Woo! Distracted, are we?
I step back, brushing down the front of my coat, having planted my face directly into his, I assume, depending on our height.
Right.
Or just like shoulder bumped into him kind of thing.
Right.
Though if we were shorter, you just run into the chest, bonk. That's hilarious.
Had the
But I don't
TV.
think we're that short.
Good,
just so.
soft pillow. Extremely cold.
Brr. As you said, cold and hard. Brushing down the front of my coat, I can see that his lips are on the cusp of curling to the side in a vaguely amused smirk. Also, I bonk into you, basically like sort of a casual shoulder check, because I don't think we're short enough to like bonk into him that way.
Right.
But you just kind of hit the side of him without, going around or looking for where you're walking. And then you're like, look, and there's this level of, God, I was going somewhere and I had it. Just sort of being like,
Shoulder bogs, height, looking up at him.
Yeah.
Same height, titty pillow is very cold.
that one. Just being like, why didn't you move?
Yeah.
But I was just like,
I think he wanted your attention.
I think-
it's kind of showing that Finn is just sort of like, hey.
I think so too. I think
Yeah.
Finn is trying to get our attention frequently. You could say that. It's been a long night and I'm supposed to be in bed. He offers me a sympathetic look, shoving my hands firmly into his coat pockets as a duo of enforcers passes by. They make a point to glare at him and by proxy at me for being near him. Yep, you're all universally discriminatory. I like that consistency in the writing. It sounds like they have solid world building for their vision of the enforcers. It really does.
Right.
Finn dutifully avoids their gazes like a man who has had centuries to perfect feigning indifference to the way people treat me treat him and his kind.
Hey, again, it's like a soft note. I hope you deal with it.
I do. I also like, again, going, yeah, I treat people like him like that.
Yeah.
And it's not something you're uncomfortable with at all. It's just who you are.
Right?
I can imagine.
I'm glad to see you safe, Uwu. We were all worried for you when we heard.
Thank you, Finn. I really still like the gold coat. It's very pretty.
Yeah, it's
Also,
fun.
he looks concerned, like 90% of the time, deeply concerned. Like,
Worried.
his mood is concerned. He turns to check that the street is now clear, turning back to me with a serious look.
I can always just use my super powerful vampire senses, but I'm looking performatively so you understand what I'm doing, just in case you're not picking up on the fact that I'm checking our surroundings.
Okay, but that's that kind of like performative ethnic behavior of trying to fit in. I'm allowing you to be included and deliberately making you included in my process so you don't see me as a threat or confusing or other. damn, bro.
Yeah. I have my clan patrolling the woods. I'll ensure they're out there until dawn, searching if necessary.
Do you want to know that there was a new baby vampire since you have a personal clan that belongs to you?
Like, no kidding.
Like, I would mention this.
Anything we can do to help find whatever or whoever is doing this.
Okay. Get this. Okay, so we fought basically the baby vampire, the wandering mob, which apparently has nothing to do with the plot. And our enforcer, Uwu, is literally like, that is such an inconsequential, unimportant thing, and so standard to just kill vampires and baby vampires and people who have been murdered that are not important people, that it's not even worth note or mention. We've basically forgotten it by now.
Yeah, no, I'm actually kind of horribly disappointed that they just don't care and it's not a part of the story. It's just an option, I think, to show you what it would be like if you were going to go after somebody.
Like what combat is going to be like and what fighting is going to be like, and also go, hey, you can be more direct and aggressive.
I wish it had greater repercussions, and honestly, I kind of hope it does.
I feel like it needs to become part of the story, and if we don't mention it to him, I'm like,
know.
What was that?
Yeah.
I'm grateful for the assistance, and I certainly can't say I've ever had a clan of vampires as allies before. I'm optimistic that their help will be of great value to me. To us. If everybody in the woods doesn't start shooting them, like fighting them down, if you will, I shoot.
Oh, actually, so I have a fun channel plug really quick, actually, for everybody too. So I was going off a little bit about vampires, but so there is a channel on YouTube called The Maven of the Eventide.
Oh, she's adorable.
She is adorable, and she is fantastic. And she also basically reviews nothing but basically vampire media.
Yes, she does.
So books and stories and games, like that is what she does. So if you like vampires and you like a fun little bit of performance or theatricality, that is what she does, and she can be really entertaining.
And she's also reviewed like a massive body of vampire media because she does because that's all she does. So if you're looking for specific reviews on things, Maven of the Eventide.
Maven of the Eventide. So MAVEN space the Eventide, and Eventide is one word. And also at the same time too, she has actually even written her own book, which is a book I kind of want to check out. She's actually written her own vampire story, so I'm kind of curious, and she's been reviewing vampire stories also for years.
Many years, as a great big vampire weeaboo.
It's super cool.
That's very kind. After an indecipherable pause, Finn's expression drifts somewhere far away.
I was out there just now. I picked up a scent, something familiar.
Familiar how? Was it like that thing on the tombstone? Which we still have in our pockets and we didn't turn in, either to our commander or to his boss, or to their boss, to our bigger boss.
Right.
He steps closer, and there's a certain air of caution in the way he addresses me, as if he's unsure that we're truly alone. Trust no one.
I didn't get to hang around. There were too many enforcers, but the blood on that stone we found in the graveyard, the scene of the...
A pause. Apprehension clouding the way he looks at me. His next words are glum, as dead as his demeanor.
Of Hunter Lane's death.
He's testing the waters. If the way he holds my stare is anything to go by, waiting to see just how clued in I am, how trustworthy I am. I know about him, Finn. I spoke to Harry just now. I also still have the tombstone in my pocket if you need it. He might be a vampire, but the look that crosses his face momentarily isn't exactly subtle. Except for, honestly, it's probably up in our room, not in our pocket, because we're in our festival wear, He casts his eyes away from me, the frown that settled at his brow softening around the edges. He licks one of his fangs, thinking with a formlessness...
A forlornness.
Oh, forlornness, thank you. That suits him a little too well. He does seem super forlorn.
Is he? And how did that go?
I shrug, because I can't really offer him anything else. I feel deflated, defeated, and not great. He's in mourning, and I don't think he's in the right mind to be making decisions. And yet he's still in charge of everything. That's why they have bereavement leave. I will let you know for jobs that have it, and I've only ever worked at one that has because I haven't had any fancy jobs, Bereavement leave is when someone in your immediate family dies and you take time off for funeral, for self-care, for therapy, for recovery, for grief. Mm-hmm. And when someone's in a really important position, there's usually an insistence of taking bereavement leave because you can't make big decisions. Or if you're like, I need to be at work because that's how I'm going to cope, they usually put you in a temporarily less impactful position so that you don't have to make the big decisions while you're a mess.
Yeah.
I'm just like, this organization is complex. Finn purses his lips, contemplating my statement.
That's a bold way to speak of your Lieutenant General, but I don't doubt your instincts.
Like, wow, you just dunked on him real hard.
Dang.
Then, a pause.
I've lost loved ones, and it's never easy. The mind needs time to heal after such trauma, and all Harry is doing is delaying his grief.
Eventually, he throws me a half-hearted smile, but I sense it's something pitiful rather than friendly. I suspect my frustration with my current predicament is glaringly obvious without him having to read my thoughts.
I'm sorry you've been kept so in the dark. I sense you're frustrated, and I don't blame you. As much as I may not agree with certain information being withheld, it's truly for your safety.
It's funny, because everyone keeps saying such things, but it certainly doesn't feel like anything other than sheer avoidance, especially since one who is more informed can usually make better decisions. He removes a hand from his pocket, running long fingers through his hair, with a knowing exhale.
Yes, well, I cannot excuse anyone else's behaviour, but I can apologise for my own. Come by the catacombs when you get a chance. I have some things we can discuss that may help.
You want to talk about that baby vampire?
Aye, please?
Though spending some time underground in a tomb sounds less than appealing, Finn doesn't look like the kind of man who lives in squalor. Yeah, no, empty tomb, pretty stuff hanging in the corner. This is it! I got it! Plus, any information is valued, and Finn has lived here long enough to know the ins and outs of this strange little town. Okay, question, real quick.
Answer?
For anyone who's been in the Arcana, is the catacombs, the tomb, gonna basically be the Red Market?
Ooh.
I need to know.
Good question.
Right.
Taking bets right now.
Put in your wager. Don't wager anything that will actually, be a problem for you to lose.
No. We're not here for.
In this case, I'm taking emoji wagers. I will receive them. It'll be great.
That'd be awesome.
Thank you. I'll take you up on that as soon as I can. He tips his head, encouraging me to follow him towards the wolf, I assume.
Come on, I'll walk you home.
I am eager to get inside, and with a few strides, I catch up to him, falling in step. I don't require an escort, Everyone seems so set on ensuring I'm safe, but you all seem to be forgetting I was brought here to save the day. Supposedly. He purses his lips in an obvious attempt to stop himself from laughing, and I watch the bob of his throat as he swallows the noise.
I'm well aware that you require no assistance, but just think about the hunters that were killed. They were of your caliber, your rank, the best of the best, as the darling enforcers love to say.
And what I was going to say is the reason our boss is suspicious, even though I don't think Uwu finds them particularly suspicious at this moment.
Dragonishi is putting up
popcorn! Yes! I love it. Thank
Popcorn
you for that
wager? I love it.
Also might be willing to wager licks if we have one from Delta Whiskey or something like that.
We've got
Kisses, what's our wager?
I know, we gotta pick.
We're searching the chat. Hold on. We gotta bet in that it's gonna be like the Red Market.
What?
I do want to wager a tentacle.
A tentacle? Do we have it? We have a tentacle.
We do. We get as food, tentacle as a food, like fried octopus.
Oh, I would love that.
Oh, squid. Yeah, like squid rings.
Yes.
We're gonna wager some squid rings.
We're gonna
against
do it.
Your popcorn.
God, I really want.
This is a food chat once again. This is gonna be it.
I really want.
All right.
Okay.
So you're right. So what I was going to say is the reason our big boss is more suspicious is because they're all super high ranking. It usually takes some sort of an ace in the hole, basically some sort of insider knowledge and a setup to bring them down. And if you're able to do it every 7 days, it's So I'm like, boss is sus.
Yeah, a lot of sus. Right. Listen, the thought of you ending up like them is not a pleasant one, Uwu.
There was a pause there. A pleasant one.
Uwu.
There we go.
We may not have known you for very long, but we don't want to see you get hurt.
He has a point, I suppose. Very well. But no coddling. Understand? That sounds a little flirty as well. No coddling me.
Yes, General.
He laughs, again, when he catches sight of the dramatic roll of my eyes. Take a shot!
Shot!
Rolling!
Everybody!
Sidestepping with startling grace to avoid the elbow that I launch towards his ribcage. See, you could have gotten out of the way of me walking. You did this on purpose.
Right.
We walk quietly through the streets, the cobblestones glistening with frost. The moon is full and hangs low in the sky as
Oh,
Aye.
a cupcake? Is that a cupcake?
Yes, cupcake. You
Some
gulped some
mulled
mulled
wine.
wine. Good for you.
But I have
Also, Delta
we're-
Whiskey, we were wagering on
That other game we keep mentioning, the Arcana, basically we're betting that the catacombs, the crypt where Finn lives, is going to be a parallel for the underground red market that they have there.
What if it's the freaking
What? Or it's the dungeon.
It's the dungeon.
I say either that or it's Valdemar's dungeon. We're
Is it-
basically betting that it's going to be a massive Arcana game parallel in a ridiculous fashion.
It could be a combination of the two, but I kind of want
But
it to be
I
both.
take your evil cupcake wager, and I am for this.
Honestly, it looks pretty good. I don't know why,
I'm
but
just
it just looks
hungry.
tasty. I'm
Right.
hungry.
want-
That's what I would love to do in
You
chat,
know why
so-
we only stream for 4 hours? Because of food.
It's true.
We walk quietly through the streets.
It's perfectly okay that you are out of your depth, Delta Whiskey. That is all right. We support you. There are lots of things that also, we don't know.
I will have you know that in every single play we do, we reference other games. So to be not completely out of your depth, you'd have to watch our entire body of work, which is over 1,000 videos at this point.
Yeah.
So you know what? You don't have to be in the know. We like that you're here. It's good.
It's
However,
great.
if you want massive, like layers of ranks of referential, crossed, like genre as well as like game inside jokes and, like basically like knowledge, you can watch some of our videos and it's amazing. Yeah, even Drakonishi hasn't watched all of our stuff. It's a lot. We post a lot.
There's a lot of stuff there.
All right.
We walk quietly through the streets, the cobblestones glistening with frost. The moon is full and hangs low in the sky, as it always seems to here in Lunaris. And Finn exhales sharply to break the silence.
So I was paddling initially when we first started the sentence because the moon is full. I just really pointed out a full freaking crescent moon.
Yeah, the moon is full.
The moon is not full.
Okay, hang on. The Lunaris Festival, I'm going to save them real quick, and it will be wrong, but I will save them.
Yes.
The Lunaris Festival is specifically about staying up all night and watching the moon go from crescent to full over the course of the night.
That would be
Done.
cool as shit.
And then the moon has arrived at full, which is the height and end of the festival.
But you'd think a
They
character...
would mention that? No, they
yeah,
would mention that.
that
So
has
the
never
thing
been
is-
here.
Yeah, the drawing did not match the language in a big-ass way there, because that was a full-ass crescent moon.
That was wild.
Thank you for that notice, but I'm like, that would have been fun to mention that. That's just a writing and art discrepancy, and I'm a little disappointed.
Sorry.
I told you that for me personally, like, the art and writing discrepancies kind of bother me. All right, the moon is full and hangs low in the sky, as it always seems to here in Lunaris, and Finn exhales sharply to break the silence. I glance at him, too tired to ask him any of the hundreds of questions that run through my mind. I think he knows, somehow, for he too seems to have something on the tip of his tongue. We stop outside the wolf. The lantern that hangs above the door, dark thanks to the late hour. I glance up at the now familiar sign. A scrappy-looking white wolf, howling at a full moon, and I laugh. Finn leans against the mismatched brick and stares at me intently, his eyes unnervingly bright in the growing darkness. Growing darkness? Full moon in the middle of the night. The darkness shouldn't be getting any darker, my dear.
What's dark? What's so funny? Also, it's not dark. What are you talking about?
right.
It's bright as day out here.
You're all masters at being painfully cryptic, and yet I feel at home. When you just bossed around your entire life without giving any instruction or direction, everyone not answering question feels right on the nose. But I shouldn't trust a single bloody one of you, should I? You're all hiding something bigger. He turns, checking we're alone again before he leans a little closer, his voice low.
That's for you to decide.
He's like, yes, massive conspiracy going on. I can't tell you who to trust.
Sigh. Now, tell me, Hunter, what does that tricky little gut of yours tell you about all of this? About us? What do you feel?
I feel oh god, there's a
Flirt!
There's a flirt! We have to flirt!
Flirt!
It's flirt!
Time to flirt!
I find myself getting lost in molten gold.
Oh god, it's
Yes.
Molten gold. Watching him watch me. A witty response turning to ash upon my tongue. I try to search his face for a clue about what he seeks, but I come up short. I am unequipped for this level of gazing. I feel that I should be doing anything other than talking to strange vampires in the snow at this early hour.
And yet, here you are.
I sigh, joining him in leaning against the wall.
my breath turning to mist against the cold air.
And then I immediately pull away from the wall because the wall is really cold.
It's cold as fuck. Also, I'm just like, okay, we are deliberately disobeying direct orders at this point.
We are.
And in a really willful kind of way, because previously when we were talking to our boss's boss,
right,
there's an experience of going, I'm disseminating information, I'm investigating. You can always put off other things for that. Obviously, emergency calls for stuff. But right now, we're like, no, I've been ordered to go to bed, but you know what? You are too hot to ignore, and I am going to just not follow orders. Which also gives a level of like entitlement and like sort of speaks to what level of which orders and which directions and doing what you're told we think are actually important.
Yeah.
I sigh, joining him and leaning against the wall, my breath turning to mist against the cold air. Here I am. I wish I knew what it was about him that draws me in, besides the obvious. By all accounts, I should be overly cautious around such a creature, but Finn makes me feel more at ease than I thought possible. Interesting thing here. I'm going to say he's attractive, he's desirable, he's sexy. I can objectify him that way. And also still a creature, not a man, not a person.
No.
So there's a level of like interesting sort of like, I don't know if fetishization is quite the right word, but like exotification, basically, of going, you're sexy.
Objectified. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
like very, very objectified, but going, there's this
dehumanized,
thing that happens.
Depersonized.
Specifically when someone goes, someone is exotic and therefore sexy, but still not a person.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, that's also objectification, though, too, so.
And I need more that, and I need that tonight more than ever. I want to get to know him, to understand why my heart pounds so feverishly whenever he's near. I should head inside. My words sound dull, and I know I don't mean them. I'm looking for a reason to stay right here, anchored to the spot. Actually, I was looking for a reason to invite him inside. Just me personally.
Really?
I was going,
why not?
If you don't want to stay out here and you should head inside, that should be a flirt. Of looking over at him and being like, I should head inside. Accompanied with a gesture, suggestively.
Right?
Let's see.
You sound positively enthused, just out of curiosity.
I shrug. Sparing the old door of the tavern a glance. The sheets are scratchy, and I'm just psyching myself up, getting ready to enter the fray.
That's fair.
After a brief pause, he quickly steals his gaze. He reaches out and runs a cool iron finger along the curve of my cheekbone, the etchings lining up in the darkness.
You're quite lovely, you know?
Just direct, straightforward. That's kind of cute. Honestly, I like it when people are direct sometimes. It's sort of charming. I can't resist the impulse to tip my head in blatant invitation, the way wolves show submission, baring the column of my throat to a man who could rip it out in the blink of an eye. You are a weird contradiction, Uwu. MC, I say.
I don't understand it. Yeah, I'm kind of like, what?
His cool digit stops over the place where my pulse thrums furiously, and I no longer care that he can hear, that he knows what he's doing to me. He smells strangely like a dying summer, though I suspect his memories of sunshine are long dead. You know, that's ironic. Have your vampire smell like the end of a summer day in the summer season, like the last beautiful day of summer when you can never go out in the sun. I'm like, you're so edgy.
It's true.
Sweet dreams, fair hunter. I didn't keep you from your rest much longer, though I did hear down the grapevine that you'd slept all day.
The entire day?
So I could be, talking out my ass here. Like, you'll forgive me, but
I would also be very interested. Like, okay, so he's been, I assume, around enforcers. So I assume he smells dead vampire on them constantly. But we're still kind of gross and spattered in vampire blood. You'd think it'd be worth note.
I'm
also,
not frustrated.
we are not getting into that bed until we wash. Holy crap.
Yeah, no kidding.
Ew.
It's fine.
Alright. My traitorous body. Oh god, traitorous body!
Yes! We're back to traitor
Shivers.
tears.
Traitor tears. Shivers under his touch, and I mourn the loss of it when he finally pulls away. Even though I'm freezing cold and he's freezing colder and it's cold.
Cold?
Like, you're acting like this is a good experience, and while the contact might be nice, that sounds like cold as balls, dude. Like, whoa. He quickly stuffs his hands back into his coat pockets, as if the temptation would be too much if he didn't. I take a deep breath. All right, everyone? Deep breaths. relax, sit up straight, have some water if you haven't drowned yourself already. And I try to gather my wits. Make yourself comfy.
Be calm.
I can't seem to find it in me to mind. He smiles at that, and I sense reluctance as he pushes away from the wall, ready to depart.
Alas, you have a town to save. Plus, the night is still young for a creature like myself.
I can't tell how long we've been out here. It's been dark forever. I assume winter and it gets dark at 4 p.m.
Yeah, right.
I sigh, staying closer than is probably necessary, craving contact of any kind as I watch his grin grow wider. Why are we craving contact? We've established that we're a loner and we're not lonely.
Right?
I guess it's just we're horny, maybe?
I think it's just horn.
Okay.
That sounds like horn.
We're just like, damn, the feels is real.
Horn!
Wider still. Right. I really should head inside, though. I suppose.
A pleasure, as always.
And suddenly he looks worried.
I remember, we've got your back. Should we find anything of interest overnight, we'll come running. Daylight permitting, of course.
So, did you
Good night. Woo.
Good night, Iwu. I love that. What I want to ask also is, did you used to report to Piper? Because I don't have any connection between Finn and Piper at the moment.
I don't either.
And if Finn's here going, I have my whole clan of vampires, which clearly I'm leader of a clan of vampires because powerful, dark and sexy. You have to have them all bundled together, right? I was just say, and socially powerful as well as physically powerful. But also going, so you act like you're working in cooperation with the enforcers, even though again, where I'm like, are you sure they're not going to cut you down in the woods of there's a vampire there? You seem real comfortable with this. And so I'm going, are you working with all of us and just reporting back to me because I'm ahead of the investigation, or you're literally just going, I'm just doing this because I want to help?
Do they all basically then participate in some sort of, I want to say like tattooing to make themselves more obvious, like they all have the moon on the chest kind of thing,
Right.
or somewhere where people can see it.
The cooperative vampires have a marker on them so you know which ones are in the good, if you will. I don't know.
I brand myself so the Overlord Masters don't fucking kill me.
And I'm
even though they could still do that anyway.
Which we have every right to, apparently. I was just saying, and the thing is like, I'm really curious about it in a way that I can't explain, of going, I want to know the dynamic between the enforcers and him and his vampire clan, because it sounds important. Like, it sounds like, based on the investigation, that we would need to know whether or not everyone else is working with him as well,
right,
or not. And I'm like, I want to know more about it. All right.
Good night.
All right. I return his smile, pushing the heavy door to the wolf open and praying it doesn't creak and wake the other residents. That would be one hell of a creak if the rooms are upstairs.
No kidding.
Good night, Finn. I watch him go, because I love to watch him go, before I close the door, only the light of the moon guiding his way as he disappears into the darkness. All right, do you feel like this is like we're getting to a wrap before we hit a new plot and we're also almost out of time, like basically out of time?
Sure, sounds good to me.
Okay, so we're just gonna wrap it up here, guys. I think we're gonna go to sleep and then stop. Sound good? All right, I finally settle upon the hard mattress, the cheap sheets harsh against my skin as I attempt to get comfortable. We were so wiped out last time from Esra's, thing that we couldn't even, tell.
Right.
Light from the low-hanging moon bleeds into my room, bright enough to keep me awake as it cuts through my sorry excuse for curtains. There are no curtains. Sorry excuse when there are
no curtains.
None curtains, left beef.
Yes.
I've scrubbed myself clean of any traces of grime from the hunt. Thank
God!
No one cleans themselves in these games. All right, immediately a star. Like, if there was a rating in the App Store, I would add a star for cleaning yourself after getting grimy and disgusting.
Also, though, I will actually, now that really does kind of leave me going like, okay, so you really are saying that we were just covered in blood and Finn was just going, yeah, that's fine, you smell like a vampire, but that's okay that you just murdered.
Again, that might be really common enforcer behavior. He sees this all the time.
That's a level of,
Whoa.
discomfort. I don't know.
I can't help but feel irritated from the sheer lack of progress I've made so far, and feeling like I'm being directly barred from that progress. It might help if you turn the lights off in your room. Maybe that would help.
Right.
I come to the conclusion that there are too many secret keepers in this town, and I refuse to feel defeated or to let it continue. I will see those crime scenes, I'm determined. Overwhelmed by the day's events, I find myself falling into a swift and dreamless sleep.
But we haven't even been awake that long.
I know, but we did say we were just wiped out because of
I guess
emotional stuff.
And then we woke up still with a headache. Yeah, I know.
But also, like, this is our normal sleep time at night, so even sometimes when you super oversleep, you still get tired because of your circadian rhythm.
Right.
Reality settles over me when I awake. A thick snog that almost suffocates me as I reluctantly drag myself from the almost comfort of my bed. All right, guys. So we are going to wrap this up here. We're going to do our YouTube extra, and it's been lovely having all of you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, we do appreciate having you guys here. If you like what we do, please feel free to go check out our channel. Please also feel free to go check out some links in the description down below on said channel. There are some links to our Ko-Fi and our Patreon. They are in the description. And please also feel free to like, comment, subscribe, and also share our videos if you are having a good time with us. Please.
Yes.
It actually would help us out a lot.
Right. Visibility is very difficult in this field, so if you know someone else who might like our stylings and you feel comfortable sharing or promoting us, we would very much like that. Additionally, if you're here on the stream and you want to check out our YouTube, you are wholly invited to do so. And if you're on our YouTube and you want to check out the stream, please come on over. We stream every single Saturday.
Yay! It's super great. And you could be a part of a crowd, and I, though, have been Scandal.
And I have been Lies. And it was great playing with you. Bye!